All right. I think we're live on YouTube. Looks like we're live. Bada bing, bada boom. Should be good there. For 1 second. I'll get us live over on TikTok here in just a moment. All right. We should be live on TikTok. Oh, hold on. Gotta change my permissions. I gotta quit. I gotta quit TikTok and restart it now. It's always something. Hey, welcome in, friends. It's Christmas Eve. There are certainly creatures stirring, including the mice. There we go. I think we're live on TikTok now. I think we are now live on TikTok. Let me verify on the phone. Oh, shoot. Forgot to connect my earbuds. Shoot. I guess I'll connect my earbuds now. They're plugged into my face, but they weren't actually turned on. Try this again. We're gonna get there eventually. I did test out maybe isn't the right word. I did put on the kitty pajamas. There we go. Now we're connected. I put on kitty cat pajamas on the cats for Christmas Eve, and they're fucking adorable. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They're adorable. Give me 1 second to change the audio output. There we go. Now everything should be ready to rock and roll. In fact, I think I see one of them behind me. Who's back there? Oh yeah. Come baby. Come baby. Volta. Of course, what do we got Volta in here? Says, "Dear Santa, I'll be good tomorrow." That's accurate. That's accurate for you, buddy, isn't it? Isn't that accurate for you, honey? Yeah, it is. It's accurate for him. Okay, let me grab the guest boxes, and we'll get the guest boxes open. All right, guest boxes are open on TikTok and YouTube. Bada bing, bada boom. And we got some people loading up here. Let me grab... We got 4 super chats, and let me get our first guest. Here goes Volta. From Johnny DoucheTube. Thank you for the super chat. It says, premise 1, God hates evildoers. Premise number 2, sin is evil. Premise number 3, sinners are enemies of God. Romans 5:10. Conclusion, Jesus hates me. Jesus loves you is a lie. Merry Christmas. I mean, it is the case, right? I mean, if you read the Bible for sure, you could only come away concluding that there are people that God hates. He explicitly says so. And Smack, thank you for the super chat, says, a God might say, you are star stuff. You share kin with all living things. This planet is among countless others in the unending darkness. Spoilers, by the way. Meanwhile, Bible, no lobster, don't gay. I mean, it's crazy that you think there's a God in charge of like the theoretically infinite universe, and he gets really upset if you put your pee-pee in the wrong place. Like, it's such a preposterous thing to believe in. Air Power, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Helping Mega Deconstruct says, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to DZ and everyone watching. Saw this today. What would WWJD equals who will Justin deconstruct? That's fair. And Rock Hard for Doug, Simply What for Sharon, and Whores Rule. Well, good to see you, friend. And Bremrimrin, thank you for the super chat. Says, was cool seeing you and Duncan on the line. I know, I was fucking with them by calling him Duncan. And I was surprised how many people in the audience didn't catch on. Like, they didn't know the joke. Like, they hadn't been hanging around. You know what I mean? Gretchen, good to see you. I think the provocateur of the schism. Thank you for the super chat. Says Merry Shizmas Whores. Love y'all. And Verts. Don't forget the Verts. Casey, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, all I want for Christmas is an honest Christian that isn't afraid of their own book. Well, but that's not going to happen. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think it's going to happen. Happy holidays, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Casey. Happy holidays to you. And I hope you have a great one. Valentine, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, did you learn German? Is Rapture Talk here again? Rock hard for Doug. Okay, so when I was younger, when I was in high school, I did learn German. I got pretty good at it, but it was so long ago, you kind of forget it, right? I could probably relearn it since I'm sure there's a bunch of it still banging around up there in the top of my head. But like if you dropped me off in Germany, I wouldn't be able to get very far. Short Thumbs, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hey yo, wrote you a little night before Xmas poem in the Discord. Happy holidays and keep cooking. Well, shit, give me a second. Hold on now. Let me open up the Discord. In fact, I gotta open it up though. Hold on. I gotta open it up in Safari, not in Opera. Or the dinging noises will end up becoming part of the stream. Give me 1 second. You gonna open up Safari? What's going on? You can do it. No? Okay, well. Safari's not gonna open. I guess we'll try Chrome. Alright. Oh fuck it. I'll just open it up in Opera. Oh well. Never seen a situation where Safari just didn't open. That's a new problem. I've never seen the Safari web browser just not open before. Usually I've seen quite a few problems with Safari, but I've never seen it just refuse to open, which is a new problem. There we go. We started from scratch. Now we're good to go. Now let's open up our Discord before I forget, because I need to take a look at see what the mods are up to anyways. I apologize on the last stream because I'm switching over to streaming on my Mac rather than my Windows PC because it's less problematic for OBS. All right, so Short Thumbs, you said you sent it over on Discord, but I don't know what your Discord name is, and I've got 100 messages in Discord, so I guess I'll need a little bit more information than that. Let me see if I see anything in here recently. I don't see anything recent. Yeah, you have to shoot me a direct message here while I got it open, and maybe it'll rise to the top of the heap. You know what I mean? Genji, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I don't think the infancy gospel of Thomas gets enough love. Kid Jesus was banned. I agree. We read it when we were in high school. And it was bananas even as a teenager. I was like, oh, wow, this is a wild situation. Godwin, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, Merry Christmas to you and yours, Justin. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Godwin. You got a new PFP. I like it. Looking good. And Carlos, thank you for sending out a huge 20 deconstruction zone, rather DZ debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Not just that, but 20 deconstruction zone gifted memberships. My friend, that is huge. Let's get some huge W's in here for our friend Carlos. It's good to see you, friend. I hope you're going to have a Feliz Navidad. All right, let's grab our first guest. I think it's going to be John. John, I think, was in the queue first. So give me a second, and we'll pull in our first guest, and we'll get the conversations moving. Welcome in, John. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
No, you didn't say you loved me back yesterday, and I'm very hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I love you back.
Oh, awesome. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you. Cheers. Fucking hey, hell yeah. All right. Of course, I love my my people. That's obvious, isn't it? Pretty sure that's obvious. Okay. Well, let's get our next guest in here. We get Sully. I think I've talked to Sully before. But what? Hold on, Sully. I gotta drop you. It says that you
Yeah,
got
well,
flagged. Hold on, Sully.
you're a brain dead slow boy. I skull fucked you last time when we
Oh,
debated. You're actually a low tier
that's why
troglodyte.
it
So
flagged
just to be clear
him.
about this, you're dodging, obfuscating.
That's why it flagged him. It's funny because I got a warning flag for Sully before I even heard anything he said, which means he was rambling bullshit as he was connecting, and TikTok flagged him before he can even connect. That's wild. Imagine having like just being that level of upset that atheists exist. It's pretty wild. He really did Jesus proud there, though. I could be wrong, but I bet he converted at least 10 people for Jesus just now. Chris, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, we had Isaiah for Christmas Mass today. I mean, come on. Of course you had Isaiah 7 at Christmas Mass today. What else are they going to do? That's all they got, friend. They don't have anything else. If there was something else, they would read it. That is the unfortunate state of affairs when it comes to the prophecies of Jesus. They just don't got anything. You just got to point to these nonsensical things that aren't real prophecies. I hope you had an okay time, though. Godwin, with additional super chat, says, wife and I are enjoying some Kraken and eggnog. Well, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I've got some Kraken Gold downstairs. I think I'll have a couple sips before we go to bed for the night. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the Kraken. I'm actually all out of, believe it or not, I'm all out of Kraken regular. So the Kraken standard is currently not on my shelf, which is terrible. And Carlos, holy shit, with 10 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships, making it rain memberships in here. Carlos, thank you so much, friend. I really appreciate that. And Randy, oh fuck, now Randy's coming in. Randy with 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Now we're off to the races. Thank you so much, Randy, for the 20, and Carlos for 10 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge, my friends. I really appreciate that. And I'm told, my friends over on TikTok, listen, I'm told that the emojis still don't work, even after I attempted to fix them. I apologize for that. Apparently, what's going to happen is I'm going to have to physically remove all of them and physically upload them one at a time. I don't even know where they're stored anymore. I might be able to download them off of the YouTube server and port them over to TikTok. We'll see. But I'll get those fixed up here this holiday. I apologize for all my friends over on TikTok. They've been emojiless for like 2 months. And Kevin, thank you for the $20 super chat. Merry Dogmas to you, my friend. I really appreciate that. And the Walking Dad is with us tonight. Great to see you, buddy. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday to Jesus and Addis and Bedu and Buddha and Dionysus, Horus, Heracles, Krishna, Mithra, Osiris, Quetzalcoatl, and all the other fictional gods born on December 25th. Go one god further. Abso-fucking-lutely. Happy birthday to all the fictional deities born on December 25th. And Randy coming in with 10 more, count them, 10 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. The Christmas gifts are flying out early today. The Christmas gifts are going out on Christmas Eve, and they are in the form of memberships, baby. Thank you so much, Randy. And also, DeMonzo, thank you so much for sending out 20 DC Debate gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. That's monstrous. I really appreciate that. And so does everybody who gets one of those free memberships, my friend. Sherry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says happy whores and verts a day. Wrote you an atheist 'twas the night before Christmas poem. Sent it to your email about 30 minutes ago. I'm not a professional. I hope it gives you a chuckle. Okay, now that I should be able to find. Let me open up my email and we'll get it going. Hold on. I got it. Yeah. I hate it. Okay. I really should have picked a longer screen name. Typing in deconstruction zone so many times is it's just fucking brutal, y'all. It's brutal. I'm going to abbreviate everything just DZ from now on. Login failed. I don't even know my own password. Okay. Oh boy, what's my password? You can do it. I believe in you. Of course, that's not it either, huh? Okay. Apparently, I forgot my login. There we go. We got it. Okay. Atheist Night Before Christmas. We got it. All right. Are you guys ready? This is Sherry's rendition of the Atheist Night Before Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the church not an atheist was present, not even the lurch. The crosses were hung above the altar with care in hopes that Jesus would soon be rising from there. The pews were packed with sinners abound while visions of Grinder were floating around. Meanwhile, Doug sat with Sharon on the shiny pointed steeple. They had just settled down to bear witness of all the people. When upon the altar the preacher began to falter, Doug rose from his post to hear such a blather. Oh, interesting. Sharon screamed, "What the hell is the matter?" Away from the pew, the parishioners stumbled, ripped open their Bibles, and wrinkled and crumbled. The North Star pierced light through the glass, making the pastor fall down right on his ass. When what to Doug's googly eyes should appear but a big rainbow bus full of straight people and queer, with a big old drag queen at the wheel, we knew in that moment that things would get real. As flamboyant as Libris's shiny duster, they flung open the doors, jumping out in a cluster, singing high notes low in the top of their lungs. Let's charge through these doors with pride in our bums. So up through the aisles they marched and danced, spreading Doug's holy gospel by the seat of their pants. Far up in the rafters floated Sharon and Doug, proclaiming that there's no such schism between verts and whores. We can all live in harmony while drinking the Kraken. Your religion is mythology, not fact but fiction. Give up the Holy Ghost without any friction. Be free from hell and sin. Apologists and pretzels. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. I like that. That was made with love. I really do appreciate that. Sherry, that was amazing. And for people wondering, we are debating tonight. We just don't have any opposition yet, so we're going through some holiday shenanigans. Miss Anthropology, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, and so do the 5 people who just got memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. And Devilicious, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Missed Opti. I think you mean Oppie. You mean opposition? Yesterday with Friendly, you dropped because he tried evidence first. I guess I don't know what you're saying here. Did I missed an op? Oh, you mean I missed an opportunity? Okay, so you're saying I missed an opportunity or you missed an opportunity. I'm not sure. Yesterday with Friendly, you dropped because he tried evidence first, host green and flummoxed. The guy's epilepsy, brain surgery, overnight loss of religiosity as per study. Devilicious, I have literally no idea what you're referring to right now. I apologize. I'm sure there was somebody yesterday that was maybe a missed opportunity. I have no idea who it was. Although I do write down, like a lot of the people that I talk to, I do write down their names so I can clip them later. Like I know who I talked to. Collapsalism, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says almost finished editing my main video on Joe Rogan, Peter Thiel, and their Jesus Antichrist stuff. Thanks for letting you use some clips of yours. Well, not a problem, Claps. Happy to pitch in, happy to help. And let me know when the video's like out there so we can like actually watch it. Reverend Nate, my friend, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat. It says tonight I'm going to the same annual Christmas party that's run 40 of the last 41 years. F you, COVID. Oh, well, that's why it's only 40. On the street I lived my entire childhood. It's the only tradition I give a fuck about. Happy Festivus, nerds. Hell yeah, Reverend. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, you gotta do some partying, you know what I mean? Merry Christmas, Luna's bored now to you. I really appreciate the super chat. And Bad Gamer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I've been reading what I can of Epstein file release. Oh, now we're going to get TikTok taken down. I knew it would be bad for Trump, but wow, at this point, I've lost any and all respect for any Christian willing to defend him. It's bad. I haven't seen it. Some people, you'll have to like send me the information, send me the dirt, because I haven't been able to keep up. But that being said, I think we all knew it was going to be bad, right? I think nobody was under the impression that it wasn't going to be like full of Trump and his people. I mean, come on, like what dream world were you living in if you thought he wasn't going to be in the files? That's crazy. He was already we already knew he was on the plane. We already knew he was best friends with the guy. I mean, come on, let's get real. Iskander Dors, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin, I read that when Christianity started, the Romans converted some of their holy days into Christianity. Sol Invictus Day was December 25th, and that was given as the birth of Christ. Is there any truth to that? Well, kind of. So, like, there was a concerted effort to repurpose the pagan holidays. That certainly was a thing. There was a big movement for that. So, like, Constantine had a real conversion, by the way. I don't know if people are aware of this, but Constantine had I think he had, hold on, a legitimate conversion. Let me see if I got a document somewhere. Let's see, there we go. So Constantine is a true convert of the church, and you could definitely see why he would want to marry the pagan holidays with the Christian holidays, because he really desired to unite the kingdom under one religion. But listen to what he had to say about Christians prior to his conversion, because you can tell that he loves his kingdom, but he didn't love Christians until he became one of them. In the Edict of Toleration, it was him and a couple other leaders. They put this one together in 311. I think his conversion was in 312 or 313. But in 311, when they issued the Edict of Toleration, this is what he says about the Christians. Among other things, which we have ordained for public advantage and profit, we formerly wished to restore everything to conformity with the ancient laws and public discipline of the Romans, and to see to it that the Christians also, who have forsaken the religion of their ancestors, should return to a good disposition. For in some way, such arrogance has seized them, and such stupidity overtaken them, that they did not follow the ancient institutions which possibly their own ancestors has formerly established. Instead, they made for themselves laws according to their own purpose, as each one desired, observed them, and assembled as separate congregations in various places. So, like, before he's a Christian, he's very critical of the Christians. Which is why I think his conversion is real. Because after his conversion, if you read Constantine's letters, like, he's really dead set on trying to unite the kingdom under this same religion that he used to insult, right? So, did he make a concerted effort to take some of the Roman institutions and marry them to Christianity? Yeah, it does seem that was the case. Macha Mama says, cheers, Justin. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I hope you have a great Christmas. And GP, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. This may shock you, but I don't know any electrical jokes. Oh, fuck you. That's a covert electrical joke. Yeah, I think you get bonus points for that, for sure. Definitely bonus points. Orca Magnus, thank you for the $2 super chat. I'll shock you by repeating the electrical joke. I am shocked. I am definitely shocked. But that still counts as an electrical joke. In fact, for the pair of electrical jokes, we have to at least get off a rim shot. We got to at least do that. I got to get my soundboard undocked and ready to go before I forget about it. All right, I'll get the rest of the super chats in a minute. Let me grab the guests we've got waiting on YouTube. We don't currently have any guests on TikTok, but we do have a link to join. If you're not on TikTok, tiny.cz/DZ guest. If you are on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. You don't have to punch in any funny links. Ain't got to go anywhere. Ain't got to sign up for nothing. Just hit that guest request button and we'll get you in here. All right, let's get the masculinist's point of view. Is that what it says?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's the masculinist POV, point of view.
sure, yeah. What should we call you? What do you like to be called?
Are you asking my religion or are you
No,
asking my name?
Oh, what kind
Oh,
of
my name.
name do you go by?
Oh, Matthew.
Matthew.
Call me
Okay.
Matt.
Matthew, are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I am. No, I don't believe in Jesus. Well,
Oh.
I do believe in Jesus. Well, I'm a Muslim, so
Oh.
I come from the Islamic faith.
Well, I don't know what you're doing here. I think you're
Oh,
confused.
is this? Oh, is this only for? Oh, sorry. Oh, I just saw the link, so I was like, okay, cool. I'll let somebody else go. I'll call in maybe another time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we do debate Muslims when the time calls for it, but this is the prompt for tonight is pretty specifically Christian.
Oh no, my bad.
That's okay.
I'll call another time. No
Not a
problem.
problem.
Hey,
Cheers, man.
I'll continue to watch the show though. Shout.
Cheers.
Bye. Cheers.
You know, it's funny. A lot of people in the Muslim community, when I first started streaming, loved to watch my live stream because I was mostly just debating Christians. And then when I started debating against Muslims, they lost their mind and started sending me death threats pretty quick. Pretty sensitive, these people. Oh boy. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? You know, I mean, it is what it is. Well, no opposition yet. Apparently, everyone's at midnight mass. We'll read some more super chats and see if we can get a guest up in here. Carlos, making Christmas happen. Thank you for sending out 50 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. And not just 50. He's already sent like 50 others besides that. And now 50 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's huge. Let's get 1 million W's. Let's get 1 trillion W's in the comments for Carlos. Thank you so much, Carlos. That is incredibly, incredibly generous. Big W. A lot of people are going to get free memberships tonight. Holy shit. The Raja J, thank you so much for the $10 super chat to say, Justin, happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you, your loved ones, and to the entire DZ community. Thanks for being a steward of truth. Cheers, dude. Well, hey, I appreciate that. And that is my goal. My goal here with this channel is to love truth, to seek truth, to try to find what is true and cling to that, and ignore the things that are patently false, which means the Jesus shit is right out. It's just on its face is not true. Twisted Scripture, it's good to see you. Thank you for your donation, friend. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. And eBoogie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says hello again. Long time no chat. Happy holidays to you and yours, sir. Thanks again for helping me shake this insane cult and the mental chains they build. Hail Doug and hail Nero. Hail Justin. Well, hell yeah, Boogie. I really appreciate that, friend. Big, big W. Hope you have a Merry Christmas. And Jay Corling says, I believe I'll get a lump of coal this Christmas. That'll be awesome. Coal is rock hard like Doug. Doug be praised. Indeed, it really is. Like, you should never be upset about getting coal for Christmas, because that's just a sign that, Doug is close to you. Reverend Nate coming in again says, electrical jokes are current. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, this. Do I have a clap on here? There's got to be a clap on here somewhere. Where's my... What about... Fuck me. I got to get it. I stopped using my old soundboard because it was only on Windows, and now I'm using my Mac, and and I don't have a replacement for you. The only soundboard I have is this one that's like built into TikTok, and it's like really. I haven't loaded up all my sounds to it yet. Unfortunately, I don't have a clap. I apologize. Here, we got a fucking cheer. That's what I'm talking about, Reverend Nate. Thank you. Twisted Scripture, thank you for your donation, friend. I appreciate that. And House says electrical jokes have some potential. It's just it gets better and better. There we go. There's the clap. That is good. That is good. That is good. Keep them coming. Don't put up a resistance. RW says, on YouTube, what is the difference between DZ Debates and the Deconstruction Zone? I'm a wee bit confused. Okay, good question. So, Deconstruction Zone is my main channel. Fucking everything goes on there. Everything. Interviews, vertical debates, all kinds of stuff. Clips, lessons, dialogues, replays from the line, everything. DZ Debates is literally just a debate channel. The only content that will ever be on that channel is just my debate content, and I have it in the old school format of horizontal, and it's literally for people who just care about debates. They don't want to hear any of my videos. They don't want to hear any of my interviews. They don't want to see any of my response videos. They just want to see me debate. That's where you go. But if you want to see all of the Deconstruction Zone content, you want to follow my main channel, or fucking follow them both. To be fair, that's what you do. If you really want not to miss anything, just follow both of them, friend. And Collapsalism sent out a DZ Debate gifted membership. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And Devilicious in here again says, one mo time. Epileptic's temporal lobe surgery removed all faith. Oh yeah, that's true. You dropped him before he explained because he was a friendly, but he might have been fun. Oh, maybe. The problem is we get so many friendlies that jump up. If I keep taking them, eventually I'll never actually get any opposition. You know what I mean? Like that's just one of those things. Like, people are here to see a debate, right? Unless I'm specifically doing a Q&A, people are here to see a debate. So I kind of have a responsibility to keep the debates moving, if you know what I mean. So, but you're right, it could have been fun. Luna's says, two atoms collide. One says to the other, I think I lost an electron. The other asks, are you sure? To which the first replies, I'm positive. Well, I mean, oh yeah, if you lose an electron, for sure, you could definitely end up being positive because electrons are negatively charged. That's a good joke, Luna. That's not just a good joke. That's a deep joke. I appreciate that. Some work went into that, Luna. DeMonzo says, y'all should be grounded for these jokes. Yes. Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. This is fucking unbelievable. Christmas has come early for Deconstruction Zone, getting all of these good electricity jokes. I never could have dreamed so many would be coming in all at once. I'm fucking delighted. Absolutely delighted. Unashamed Apostate says, Merry Christmas, Justin. Here's some money for the post-Volta home repairs or his neuter. Trust me, we're going to need some post-Volta home repairs. Dude's tearing it up. In fact, last night, I caught him last night towards the end of my live stream, literally trying to unplug the electrical cable from the wall. The dude was like dangling on the electrical cable, about to shut down my entire setup. It's like, Jesus, Volta. What are you doing, man? Oh my gosh. Volta is just, hey, you know what? The old saying about cats having 9 lives was when they met, they had a cat like Volta. That's fine. The Volta gets in trouble. You know what I mean? All right. Now, listen, we're still waiting for some opposition. We need some Christians to join up and get in the box. And I get it. I know it's Christmas and you might not want to debate on Christmas, but we do have Christians in the chat. I can see them right now in the chat. Jesus is setting you free. I don't know what he's saying you free from. I mean, basically being in the religion is like a fucking prison. Basically, the only way to be free is to be an atheist. That's how you get free. Being in this religion is not going to set you free from shit. But you know, do yours if that's what makes you feel good. But just keep that shit to yourself. All right, I got the mod Discord open. I forgot to open that earlier. There we go. Well, I guess I'll read a couple more super chats. Eontu, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, question, why do programmers frequently confuse Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Wait, what? Hold on. Is there what am I missing here? I feel like this joke is probably funny if I could figure it out, but I'm not sure how October 31st is equal to December 25th. I mean, I mean, there you go. Okay. So, you're comparing the decimal system to what do you call it? The give me a second. What do we call this? We used to call it base 8, but I think it's referred to as the octal system. So octal, you mean octal 31 is equal to decimal 25? Let me check that out. Let me find that. Let's see. Octal to decimal. And we're going to put in... Fucking A, it is. There you go. Good call. Good call, Eontu. That was pretty good. I apologize. I was slow on that one. That's my fault. I need lashings for not getting the joke, because that was a decent joke. I apologize. Noah's Lions says, if you get the clap, you will need metronidazole. Now I got it. What's that? Let's see. Metronidazole. You're a nurse, so I assume this is yeah, okay. It's an antibiotic or an anti-parasitic. Interesting. So if you get the clap, you're going to need this medication. Listen, here's the thing. I don't know who's getting the clap up in here. Like, I know there are some young people who might not know what the clap means. We were talking about the clap on the soundboard. That's not the type of clap. That's the type of clap you want. You don't want the type of clap that's going to result in you having to take antibiotics. If you get that type of clap, you're going to have a bad time. You're not going to like that at all. Although I think there's isn't that the same thing as, is that what they call gonorrhea? Hold on, let me check. The clap is slang for gonorrhea. Oh, yeah, you don't want that, friends. You definitely don't want that. And Baroob says, my friend told me how electricity is measured, and I was like, what? Another good one. I didn't know there were so many electrical jokes out there. This is really making my night go, you know? Lefty says, Justin, go out back and pick out a switch. Well, you know what? I used to be able to do that. I ended up cutting all the trees down in the back of my yard because they were basically useless. So now I can't even go pick out my own switch for when I need beaten. But you know what? I got a cutting board with a handle on it. I can take some swats with the cutting board. Max says, electric yoga instructor goes, oh. Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I've never heard that one. That was pretty good. And another one from Corling says, resistance isn't futile. It's just voltage divided by current. That is the case. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to make a montage of all of the electrical jokes. Godwin says, I don't have the capacitance for electrical funds. Godwin, don't impede our work, okay? Don't do it. And Genji says, was there an equivalent to erotica in the ancient Near East? I mean, kinda. The problem is that they weren't reading. See what I'm saying? Like, like most people couldn't read, so it wouldn't be a whole lot of sense to write erotic literature, but it did happen. We find semi-erotic like hymns and poems written to deities. So that's a real thing. In fact, some of them would be read at various occasions when the king in Mesopotamia, I think Babylonian kings, would have a ritual where they would quote unquote consummate every year with Anana. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the poem. I don't. Well, oh, there is the love song between Anana and Dumuzi, so that's something to look into. But I think the one I was looking for, is the love song of Shushin, and this is the one that depicts the sacred marriage. But there's an even better one. Hold on. Now that I'm thinking of it, okay, there's two other ones that are, I think one of them might even be Sumerian, where one of the high deities, I think, was it Anu or is it Marduk? Shit. Where they basically make love to their wife and then to their daughter and then to their granddaughter and keep producing offspring. It's fucking wild. But there's a Mesopotamian mythology that repeatedly talks about ejaculate. I mean, let me find it. Hold on. It's written in Akkadian. I mean, it's I think it's one of the epics that was included in Ninhursag. Let me see if I can find it. It might be Enki and Ninhursag. It is. It's Enki and Ninhursag. Okay. Enki and Ninhursag, I think, is probably the most erotic ancient Near Eastern poem that I can think of. Give me a second. I know I've got a copy of it. Ninhursag. Getting Ninhursag spelled right is always fucks me up. Okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, you know what? Well, I'll work on that, Genji. Let me write a note down. And while I'm getting these next couple of super chats, I'm going to open up. I've got a piece of software that houses a lot of my literature. Let me search through that and grab it for you. I could probably find it on the internet, but the internet's a difficult place to find like these very specific stuff on. All Oh, I might have found one by Oxford. Yes, this is the one. Okay, the Oxford translation is the one that we want. All right. This is Enki and Ninhursag from the Oxford translation, and I apologize if my live stream gets taken down off of TikTok while reading parts of this, because it's fucking brutal, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Why is this not showing? Interesting. I'm gonna have to. I think I have to add my browser to OBS again. I think OBS broke it. Give me 1 second to figure out why it's not picking up my browser. Okay. All right, let me just delete it. Apologize. We'll just remove it. Yeah, we'll get rid of that guy. And then we'll re-add it. And let's see, window capture. Um, okay. And we're gonna what? Why wouldn't it select my? It won't let me select it. Why not? What's the deal here? What's the situation here? What's going on? What? What? OBS? What the fuck happened? Okay. All right. Oh, there we go. There's a setting that got all fucked up. All right, we'll find it. I think there's a there we go. There's a security permission that was fucking me up. And now I can't do it. There we go. Let me close that guy. There we go. Nope, that's not what we want. Let's see. We want that guy. There we go. Fuck, we're gonna get there eventually, guys. I'm sorry. Apologize for that. All right, now let's see. How do we zoom in on this? I think we have to do this. Is that how we do it? There we go. All right. Here are the cities. In fact, it's long. I can't read the whole thing. Let me read you the juicy parts. Enki cried out, "By the life's breath of heaven, I adjure you. Lie down for me in the marsh. Lie down for me in the marsh. That would be joyous." Enki distributed his semen destined for the Dalganuna. He poured semen into Ninersag's womb, and she conceived the semen in the womb, the semen of Enki. And very romantic. It says, first he put his feet in the boat. Next he turned them on dry land. He clasped her to the bosom, kissed her. Enki poured semen into the womb, and she conceived the semen in the womb, the semen of Enki. But her 1 month was 1 day, and her 2 months were 2 days. But her 9 months were 9 days. In the month of womanhood, like juniper oil, like oil of abundance. Ninsar, like juniper oil, like oil of abundance, gave birth to Ninkura. And then we get more. And so it just is constant impregnating, creating the gods. It's a good time. It's a good time. Oh shoot, hold on. Now I got to let me get rid of this guy. Bada bing, bada boom, and then I gotta re-add that deprecated source again. All right. Let's see, we want that guy, and now we gotta pick the right browser because I didn't do that yet. There we go. We want Opera. There we go. That'll work. Then we'll just close that for now. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so I hope that helps. I think the legend of Enki and Ninersag, that's like one of their creation narratives, is probably the most erotic that I can think of. Hey, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, Merry Christmas. I go forth into 2026, rocked by Doug and moistened by Sharon. Keep on doing what you do. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Kate. Big W, Kate. And still no opposition. What time is it? It's been 40 minutes. Still don't have any opposition. It's getting pretty desperate for the Christians. Duke of Shaska, my friend, great to see you. Says, best of 2025 was pure gold. Still can't watch the Ortho Priest. That was a tough one, I know. I tried to come up with an electricity pun, but I'm not sure if it'll conduct well with this audience. I do enjoy that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. And shit, Dr. Blitz is here. What's going on, Dr. Blitz?
Well, didn't you know that Jesus is not Santa Claus for adults?
You know what? I disagree.
Well, I disagree twice.
You know, I did a Christmas Eve live stream last year, and we got a lot of opposition. I'm shocked that we don't have opposition this year.
I'm a little surprised too, to be honest. Maybe they all realize that, you know, the cooking should be saved for Christmas dinner, not for themselves.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We got somebody in the guest box at least. We'll bring them in, and we'll see if we can get something cooking here. Roger, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, are Doug's communion wafers made of wheat stone? They're surprisingly not, but you know what? I did buy some wafers myself. You can just buy these fuckers on the internet. They gotta go to mass.
Wait, so do you do Christmas dinner on Christmas Eve, or is that like the next day?
So we're doing Christmas dinner on Christmas, and then we'll do other festivities the day after. But you know, it's different for everybody.
Okay, yeah, I just don't know what the tradition is. I don't know if that's like what's typical.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. It just kind of depends on your family situation, and how many people need to get together and for what. Because a lot of people will try to travel the day before Christmas so that they can chill out Christmas. Because surprisingly, even in America, the most Christian nation in the world, supposedly, a lot of people still don't get Christmas Eve off. So it's like,
That's true.
it's a mess. It's a mess. Oh well. We'll grab a couple super chats. I'm still waiting for some opposition. Hopefully, we'll have some here in a couple of minutes. The Greatest Fool Band, I'm sorry, the Greater Fool Band says, Merry Christmas. Hope you're excited. I am amped. Another electricity joke. This is getting, listen, guys, this is getting pretty good. I'm impressed. I didn't know the community had that many electricity puns and jokes, but we've got a whole horde of them. Crucifixions says, does M have a bat signal or some shit? Actually, he does. That's a real emoji that we have. He magically appears on your channel, Ian's channel, and Peterson's whenever a Muslim is being debated. Impressive. Well, so the thing of it is he's got like a spidey sense. He just hears the word Muhammad and he comes running. We don't even have to send for him anymore. He just knows. Drew Smith, thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. That is huge. I really appreciate it. Says, these electrical puns do not spark joy. They do. They do spark joy. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you, Drew. I appreciate that. We've got one guest in the guest box, so let me grab him, and maybe we'll be able to get some conversation. All right. Although a little bit doubtful. Welcome in. Trinity is false. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus? Trinity? Trinity? Are you up here on purpose, Trinity? Yeah? Okay. Well,
I can't
We'll
hear
talk-
him.
no, nobody can.
Oh, okay, good.
I think Trinity might have been lost. If I had to guess, I think
It's okay.
Trinity was lost. What are you gonna do? All right, let's grab the next one. Let's see. Echo cancellation turned on. All right, welcome in. Talk to me nice. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in
Hello?
Jesus?
Well, no, I don't believe in Jesus in the sense that he's God.
Oh, okay.
But I
do you-
have like a question pertaining to the hypostatic union, though.
I mean, are you a Trinitarian Christian?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Christian at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is that fine though? Can I still ask my question?
I mean, might as well. You're already here.
Okay, yeah. So, are you a diaphysite or a miaphysite when it comes to the hypostatic union?
I don't even know what those words mean, man.
Oh, like, do you hold to two natures or one nature of
Neither.
Jesus?
I'm not a Christian, dude.
Bro, it's called Christmas. What?
It says Jesus is Santa Claus for adults. Clearly, I'm not a Christian.
Oh, look, I see where the confusion is. He thinks that you're saying Jesus is real because he believes in Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, that could be it. That certainly could be the case.
Oh, well, I mean, sorry for taking up your time.
It's
You
okay.
guys have a good day then.
At least you're not a Christian. Cheers, man. Have a good
Yep.
one.
Yeah, see ya, bro.
I think that was actually his confusion, by the way.
That did kind of seem that way, didn't it? Oh,
A little
well.
bit.
Let's get Jethro from our TikTok queue, and Hopefully we'll get some conversation going. Welcome in, Jethro. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
You would know. You would know though if it was coffee if you made it.
Jethro?
Well, I don't know what the definition. I'm gonna
Jethro?
look it up right now.
Jethro?
F-F-E.
Okay. Well, guess we'll try the next one. 5-leaf clover. We'll bring him in. That's weird. A lot of false starts here. 5-leaf, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Well, last time I checked my birth certificate, I'm over half a century.
Well,
I
you're definitely
follow-
at least
follow,
18 then.
I watch Mr. Blitz on that, and I like
That's doctor to you.
I watch to me, if you want
Mr.
to,
Doctor.
There
listen,
you go.
okay, Mr. Doctor, if you want to go to Eagle, then I'm off Royal Blood.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know what I mean? But I'm not here for that. I'm just like, I'd seen you come up with Jesus as Santa Claus for adults. Now, was that know your heart chakra?
I don't believe in chakras, do you?
All right, so what about frequencies then?
Do you think chakras and frequencies are the same thing?
Different things. You've got a frequency your body puts out, depends on the mood that you're in.
You,
But then
you think
saying that, do you...
my
can I ask
body
you
has a
question?
frequency? What do you think about that, Blitz?
Yeah. We've all got frequencies.
Well, I would be very concerned if that were the case, because then you could just fall apart if that frequency was hit resonantly.
But it's
Yeah.
not that kind of thing. It's like your body's... It's hard to explain. Like you got the megahertz and that carry on, yeah?
Oh no.
What?
We know about the
Megahertz, like,
megahertz.
Yeah, if you look at maybe bees, like, do you know how like the honey doesn't go off? Why does honey not go off?
I mean, why
bees
does
know.
honey not fall off of stuff?
No, why does it not like go out of date
Because
past
it's
usage?
got antimicrobial properties.
Right, okay.
So like they
Right.
used to use honey actually as an ancient antiseptic. In fact, not just honey, other things that were sweet from the ancient world surprisingly were antiseptic, like tree resin. They would use tree resin and
Yep.
they would stuff it into like the holes of their teeth. And it would help prevent it from it would eat itself away a lot slower.
Preserve it. Naturally.
Yeah. The natural antiseptic.
Yeah, like honey's a natural antibiotic.
Yeah, it's just this resin gum. They've been using it for thousands of years.
Yeah, but there's something
For
to
what
do
it's
with
worth,
the bees as
penicillin is
well.
also a natural antibiotic, and it's a lot more effective.
Yeah.
Something to say with the bees as well when they're beating their wings, the frequency it's putting out.
Oh no.
Have you heard anything about that?
It's
this
definitely
for
not
real?
at megahertz frequencies.
Dr.
Oh,
Bliss,
I'm
do you
real,
know this
mate.
person?
I'm real.
I've never. I don't.
I've
I
been
don't think
following
I've
you,
talked to
Dr.
them.
Blitz, for about over 2 years now.
I tell you what, I'm
You've
gonna
been
let you talk
following
to
me. You
Dr.
still think
Blitz
that
on
frequencies
this.
are important?
Pardon? Sorry, there was cross speaking there. Who was speaking?
You've been following me for 2 years, but you still
Uh-huh.
have the view that like humans have a frequency.
Well, I've been learning a lot of stuff. Like, say, about 5 years ago, I actually put my hand in a tree and asked for help, and I found a 5-leaf clover at the top of the path. I went to a
What?
mediumship, right, and I got
Did you
names
find
and
a pot of
places.
gold at the end of the rainbow too?
No,
like,
no,
what's happening?
No, that's the television for you. I've connected with the earth. Yeah, I went to a mediumship. I got names and places. There was a local radio station where I stayed in Edinburgh, and I knew how much the man was getting before he got the money on a live. I've been doing these things all my life, but I didn't know where it was coming from. So I started going down the rabbit holes and starting figuring out a lot of things. Yeah, I watch you because you're full of a lot of knowledge.
Well, I appreciate that. It's a little bit puzzling because like a lot of the things that I talk about, a lot of the things that I know, and a lot of the science that I talk about generally is, pretty counter to the things that you're saying.
I follow a guy, you probably heard of him, Harry B. Joseph, the Rivals of Wisdom.
I've never heard of him.
Look him up, he's on TikTok. Guy's amazing. The guy's amazing. Shows you about the reptilian part of the brain, the mammal, the higher brain, the metaphorical.
Wait a minute. Do you
Um,
believe
neocortex.
do you believe in reptile humans?
Well, if you look at your skin
You meant
portion
the
of it, does look
reptilian
like
part of the
scales,
brain,
doesn't it? Explain to me that.
not
Come on.
reptilians.
Say that again.
I was just telling Justin that he meant like the amygdala,
Well,
not like
Unfo-
reptilians.
I mean, unfortunately, I think the guest might be amenable to both.
Oh,
Well, you've got the reptilian part of the brain. That's the fight and flight. That's the basal ganglia. Yeah, it's like Neo in the Matrix. I gets plugged in.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
tell you what,
there's a lot there,
Uh-huh.
mate.
Leaf,
Like
listen,
the-
this
the-
is
the-
as interesting
yeah.
as this is.
Yeah.
You're really not opposition. Like do you agree or disagree with our prompt?
What do you mean disagree? And I don't disagree. I wouldn't have come on the live. I was disagreeing with something.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you don't actually disagree with us, which means you're not really
I just don't-
opposition. You're just
Well,
like
I
uttering
like.
crazy stuff, which is fine. It's fun sometimes,
No,
but
it's not crazy. but
we
it's-
are
it's
looking
only-
for somebody who actually does like oppose us.
Oh, so you're looking for a challenge then?
I mean, maybe. I mean, you had me at least interested at like vibrations and waves, but then we got carried off into honey.
You've got the Santa Claustrum, the claustrum of the brain, yeah. Aye.
Huh?
See. Look up that man.
I
Look
can't
him
even
up.
look it
You
up. I
want-
don't
you
even know
want-
what
you
you
want to
said.
get- You want to get wisdom? Look up Parry B. Joseph, Rivals of Wisdom.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one.
All right. Got to go with an open mind. We've all got to be open.
My
we just
dad used to
don't go
say, "Don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out." I think there are some people that applies to.
But then we've got the ego and we've got the soul.
I'm sure. I don't believe
The
we have
moon had a
souls.
cycle.
Why wouldn't we
No,
believe that
no.
souls exist?
But that depends. So you don't think souls exist then?
Yeah, why? Why would we believe that souls
You
exist?
just think you just go into the ground and that's you.
That's it. Yep.
Huh?
What would be the evidence to lead us to think otherwise?
Now we're getting somewhere. So we're all telepathic.
Oh God. No.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you about telepathy. I asked you about souls.
This is an avatar that you're in right now.
You know what? I think we're
I
done
love
here.
those movies.
You
Okay.
take it easy. Have a good day, all right?
We're just gonna. That guy. He can't be real. That's not a real person, is it?
I don't know.
I hope he's not.
Think of the most average intelligence person. Now realize that half of them are dumber.
Oh. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's the real world. It's how mediums work.
Oh, wow. Well, we'll do what we can. I got one guest waiting to get in, so let me grab just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in. Melissa says, "Hiva, Julia, Julia? Hold on.
That's Finnish. 100%
It certainly
Finnish.
is.
Oh, yes, that's from Finland.
Hiva Julia from Finland. I have been following you for 2 years, and I really respect what you do. Lots of love from here. Keep going. Well, thank you, Melissa. I really appreciate that, and I hope that you have a great holiday. And I think you guys call it, is it Jule for short? I think some people call it Yule, but I think some people call it Jule. I'm a little torn. I don't know the right answer. But I hope you have a great holiday. And Melissa also with an additional super chat says, "Oh, the same thing. We got a double." Well, thank you, Melissa. I really appreciate that. Happy Jule to you, friend. And mostly Gizzards, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Marvel reference you won't get. I definitely won't. Drax. Why? My father would tell the story of my impregnation. My mother every winter solstice. My father would tell the story of impregnating my mother every winter solstice. Quill. That's disgusting. Drax. It was beautiful. Listen, if I knew any of that lore, I bet that would be a hilarious joke, Gizzards. I appreciate it. Big W. And if you get it, make sure you laugh, friends. Gretchen says, Jay, in the spirit of schism. Schism. It's there, first of all, there's no
Schismus?
schism. And there's no schism holiday. There's no schismus. Won't you please let the mods time out the trolls just for the day, just to show us you love us? You do, don't you? But I like the trolls. Like that's what makes the comment section fun. Is you get the trolls in there and you just fuck with them. Am I wrong? Dr.
No,
Bliss,
that is the fun part.
you
It
don't
is the
kick
fun
the
part.
trolls out, do you? I don't
If
kick
they're
the trolls.
slurring, then you do. But like otherwise,
Right.
let people have a good time.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a mosh pit down there, y'all. Simeon says, would the Song of Solomon be considered ancient Near Eastern erotica? It's the funniest when you show Christians the crazy shit it says. I think it counts. Yeah. It wasn't initially conceived as being scripture. Like that's how we
Imagine
have
that,
it
like you
today.
write. Imagine you write some like horny poetry to your, wife or your lover or whatever, and then people 2,000 years later are like, "Oh, this is the holiest text we've ever read."
Yeah, isn't that
Like,
fucking
that would be so
crazy?
embarrassing. I would die of shame.
That is kind of the situation. And last super chat from now from Germs says, you and Dr. B have inspired me to go back and start my master's in computer engineering next year. Sorry, we couldn't settle on a phone app idea. It's okay. I'll keep thinking. Still here for every live. Just been quiet. Rock hard for Doug. Germs, thank you so much for super chatting and for keeping us up to date and letting us know what you're up to. I bet you're going to be a great computer engineer. I know I went to school with a lot of people who did computer engineering. It looked fascinating. If I had more time and money when I was younger, I definitely could have crossed over and taken some classes. But let's get Royal. I think it's Royal Uja is how we're going to pronounce this. We'll see. Let's just say Royal. Welcome in, Royal. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
I am over 18 and I do not believe in Jesus, but I only came in to say two things.
Mhm.
The first thing is the first reason that you're not getting as many people right now is because the Christians or the believers are focused on their false God and their false prophet Jesus. So they're away and they're doing their own family things with those other people that believe in it.
I think you're right.
And the second reason is because there are more because of your and other people's work. There are more non-believers now, so there's less opposition, and so like that. Like I just looked it up, and there's more people that classify as non-classified or non-believing than there used to be in 2007. At 2007 it was 16%, and now it's about 30%. And so yeah, and people who classify as atheist or agnostic is went up from 1% to about 7%. So that's a big spike.
I don't want to use the word winning, but I feel like we're winning. Right?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Like if you look at think about like the prompts that you see and like the debate topics that you see Christians debating these days, they're nonsense debate topics. They're like Christian morals are good even if it's not true. Like they've given up the idea that Christianity is true and they know they can't prove it. Like the conversation has shifted that much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the age of information is the death of religion.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly is.
So yeah, I mean, the last time we actually talked, I know you probably don't remember me, but the last time we talked, you was like, "Yeah, I believe in Illuminati too." So I'm gonna just leave out saying new Illuminati.
Right. Well, cheers, friends. Good to hear from you.
All right, peace.
Oh man, good guy. All right, well, we don't have any opposition, so I think this is what I'm going to do, friends. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I got to move a file real quick. And I think what I'm going to do... where's my documents? There's my documents. All right. Almost there. Where's my folder? I got a folder in here somewhere. I thought I had a folder in here somewhere. Where did I put that shit? Man. If I didn't lose everything on my computer. I thought it was in my documents. Something, am I just missing something? Let me just, there's a search function. Hold on. I just need trying to find a damn folder on here. Here it is. Here's the folder. All right. There we go. We're going to paste that bad mamba jamba in there. And then I think what I'm going to do is if we don't get opposition, I'll just switch the prompt to a Q&A. All right, we got somebody.
I mean, if you switch the prompt to God is not real, you'd probably get a lot more bites, to be honest.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. You're probably right. Yeah. Welcome in, Phase. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, I am. And I do.
Awesome. So I assume you're a
I'm
Christian?
Yes, I am. I'm a Christian.
So
Yeah.
my claim tonight is that on like a base level, I think Jesus and Santa Claus are essentially like two sides of the same coin. I think that both of them are mythological people, or rather, they were historical people that became mythologized. So I do believe there was a historical Jesus, but what we know about that individual is mostly mythology, just like what we theoretically know about Santa Claus. And there's a lot of crossover between the two. Both of them promised to return. Jesus didn't return. Santa Claus comes every year. Both of them promise to give you what you ask for. I think Santa's got a better track record with that, though. Both of them can fly and defy the laws of physics. Both have a kingdom far away. Both of them just have to be taken on faith. You can't actually know it for a fact. Both of them are keeping a list of naughty and nice. And both of them promise to reward you for good behavior. Santa, though, if you're bad, will give you coal, and Jesus will turn you into coal if you're bad. Both of them have magic helpers, and both of them sit on a throne and judge you. And both of them are used to coerce people into behaving in desirable ways. So those are some points of contact. Why would I believe that Jesus is anything other than a mythological figure for mind control?
Well, first I want to say Merry Christmas, but
Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you, Dr. Phil. Blitz, sorry. Well, all the things that you mentioned are the negatives. Both are the negatives. Both are bring joy. Both bring I don't know. Like you can just say that, right? And then you can follow that track to a reasonable point where it's reasonable to have faith instead of just
in Santa.
Like, you know, both Santa and Jesus. Yeah.
Fuck, I do believe in Santa.
You can follow that.
I just don't believe in Jesus.
No, you obviously, like, you literally said like Jesus is a historical figure, so at least you probably should have some kind of base for that, right? Well, and then you probably understand that.
But I think he's dead now.
You're not wrong about him dying. He just goes back again, and then he's
sure.
Like,
why would we believe that he rose from the dead?
I mean, I came on because yesterday I heard you talk about what was it? Justifying slavery, or not justifying slavery or whatever. And I wanted to say, like, the Bible is like very. I'm not pivoting. I'm just like.
Is this really what you want to be doing on Christmas Eve? Is going down in flames on slavery?
Oh, that's not what I want to do on Christmas Eve.
Oh, thank goodness.
No,
okay,
you're right.
I mean, you're welcome to do it. My audience would love to see it happen. It's just like, you honestly don't want to come up here and defend slavery on Christmas Eve, do you?
No, I don't want to defend. I probably don't even want to defend, Christ that much right now. But
fair enough.
I'm just saying you could follow the good the good things, and then it would lead you to a reasonable point where a leap of faith at that point would be like the most logical like conclusion, right? You
But
follow the teachings. The
well,
teachings are reasonable. Do
well,
you disagree with the teachings that?
well, some of them, but I mean, I like some of the teachings of Buddhism too, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to believe in the Buddha, right? So like you can believe that something has like good aspects to it and still also come to the conclusion that the dude is dead.
Those are anything that claims a supernatural event. I agree that you need evidence. And when it comes to evidence, when it comes to Christ, most of the evidences that we have today is literally just the Bible. The Bible is the only evidence that we have. Most of it is just, I don't know, it's either
Yeah.
a hand me down from second and two generations apart. Like there's so much gap in between that there's only few things that survive that
Yeah.
any supernatural event that like is is uh
And I think
is
that's part of the
credible.
difficulty, right? Is because the Bible is like riddled with contradictions and errors, which makes it very difficult for me to trust what it says, right? Like if it didn't get anything wrong, like if I read this book and it told me like all the cosmological wonders of the world that we wouldn't have been able to know back then, but we know it now, and like if all the predictions in it came true, I'm like, holy shit, that's some really amazing stuff. But the predictions just always come false. It doesn't know how the world works. It thinks the Earth is a flat disk with a dome over top of it. Like it just says nonsense over and over again, which means like if the Bible's the only evidence we have, I'm not thinking that's very good evidence.
First of all, it doesn't claim that the Earth is flat. It just claims that. I mean, there was a canopy, and it talked about that as a firmament, but the canopy was not water. That is like it literally is not. It called it a firmament. If it was an ocean above the atmosphere, I think you would call it an ocean.
Well,
and
correct me if I'm wrong,
chose a
Justin,
specific
but
wording.
doesn't God use the firmament to separate the waters below from the waters above?
Sure does. Yeah. In Genesis, it says exactly what Blitz said.
And doesn't it say, I don't know, maybe it's Job where it describes the firmament being made of crystals? Or maybe it's copper,
almost.
I don't remember which one.
That's Ezekiel,
Okay.
and he describes it being like
Ezekiel, you're right.
sapphire. But in Job, he says, can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror?
There you go. That's where the copper was coming from.
Okay, didn't we just discover that 99% of the ocean is not from Earth? Like the water source
No.
is actually like not
I've
from
actually
Earth.
never seen that
Because
claim substantiated.
I literally saw that, like it was actually like a recent thing that they found that the ocean is not from Earth. It actually was
I'm
delivered
Googling.
here.
Let's find out.
No, that is
I
actually
don't
like
see
that is actually like a
anything about
scientific
that
claim.
on a cursory Google search.
Yeah.
Well, I saw it on a TikTok, and it seems very credible.
It does.
Well-known source of credible information. TikTok.
Yeah, it's a credible TikToker, like a credible science person.
Oh,
And
do you know
it
what their
said
account
that-
is?
Yeah,
Who was it?
she's
I
one.
might know them.
She's one. She's famous. I don't know the name.
Is it Cosmic Kalpana?
No, it's not her.
Is it Ashley?
It's I think it's Ashley. Yeah. If I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
you shouldn't trust Ashley.
Well,
She
Not Ashley.
she gets things wrong all the time.
yeah, but it's one of the claims that we have water being delivered. I mean, that has its origin.
I can't find anything that backs up this claim online.
I can back it up right now.
Oh. before you go and try to back up your claim, what's the point of the claim in the first place? I guess I was talking not about water, I was talking about the firmament being a hard crystalline type structure.
I mean, yeah, wouldn't that make it very interesting if you found out that the ocean, or the largest water body that we have on Earth, at least on our crest, is not from Earth? That is like a,
well, that certainly would be really
firmament-like
cool, but
setup.
that's another talking point. I'd love to address that, right? But right now, what we have to figure out is what the Bible says about the firmament and the shape of the earth, right? So in the same book in Job, right, it talks about both the sky being hard like a cast metal mirror, and it says that the earth is changed or formed like clay under the seal, which is a flat disc. That's how the ancient clay seals looked. In fact, we can look at the Hezekiah seal, although I can't type very well.
It looks like, yeah, it's saying that it crystallized. It crystallized the same way that, like, it turns it to ice. Water turns it to ice, or I mean,
No.
that's interesting. That is not like a crazy thing to imagine, even by
I think,
what we know
I think,
right now.
I think you're on a different talking point right now. I'm not talking about water. I'm talking about the dome, right? According to
No,
the Hebrew Bible, there's a dome that's over top of a flat disc earth. And we find more if you go to Isaiah 40:22. It says, it is he who sits above the circle of the earth. Circle is a 2D flat object. Hug in Hebrew is the word we get here for circle. If it was a ball, it would have said door, but it doesn't say that.
Right. I mean, this you literally walked into your own trap. Like, this is not a good verse. You literally proved the Bible. It actually, like, the fact that it says that, it's just, why did not say it's a triangle,
So,
or like
just
like
to be
a flat,
clear,
whatever.
everybody in the ancient world understood it to be a circular disc with a dome over top of it, which is why it's described as being circular, not spherical. There's a word for that. They didn't use it. They used the word for disc.
But the fact that the intuition, let's say, I mean, I'm not gonna like defend what the ancient world believed about
the
Earth.
intuition's not hard. Just stand up on a hill and turn around.
Exactly.
What do you see? It looks like the earth is round with a dome over top of it. That's why they thought it looked that way. That's why they described it that way. That's why the Bible says that it's got a hard dome over top of a flat disc earth.
Right. Even that intuitively still, I mean, it's still what sits above the circle of the earth. I mean, it has a poetic extension. That's it. But the
I don't know what you mean by poetic extension.
I mean, the extension being like, you literally just said, like, if you walk up a hill and if you turn around 360, you would see a circle. That's it. And the poetic extension is this. It's like, that's God that sits above this. Why not? Like, the guy just described.
The problem is that it describes the earth as being flat.
No, it describes what we see. What we see. If he had known,
it's the same.
If he was, if I
what the
verse
ancient
today
people
in
saw was a flat disc earth, which is why they described it as a flat disc earth.
If that was me writing it in 2025, it would basically say that the God who sits above the cosmic horizon, like literally, like it would say something like that.
Well, unfortunately,
like,
it didn't say that. What it said is that he sits above the 2D flat circle of the earth.
But the point is, also, I might be wrong. Per new scientific discoveries in the future, I'm gonna be wrong, but I described the God that I know as best as I can. There is a progression of God's revelation throughout throughout 6,000 years.
Just so we're clear, Phase, in Isaiah 40, it's God is the one speaking. God is describing his throne as being above the disc of the earth, which is in line with what we see elsewhere. Like if you go to Psalm 150, it says that
Do you want God?
God's habitation is just at the top of the firmament. Praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament. The ancients conceived of the throne room of God as being just above the firmament. It's not like the top outermost part of the dome, which is why in Ezekiel 1 and 10, when he goes up and visits the firmament, he finds God's throne, and he finds that underneath the feet of God is the dome, and it looks like it's made out of sapphire.
But this is what I wanted to touch on, is that the progression of God is going to work regardless through the revelation of man. If it I just told you, now we just figured out that there is this horizon, whatever, like this cosmic thing. If he said that, let's say that verse said like the God who sits above this thing, this, right? That guy would literally have no understanding, nothing, like, because God works.
I'm sorry.
Each time,
do you think that they don't know how balls work?
They don't know they cannot fathom the.
Okay,
the
so
thing that we
just to be
fathom
clear,
for sure.
If somebody said that the Earth is actually a ball, not a flat disc, nobody would have figured that. They would lose their mind, because it wasn't that long after this was written. Yeah. It wasn't that long after this was written that the Greeks already figured out. So Isaiah, this particular part of Isaiah was written during the Babylonian conquest, so the 6th century, which means this is only like 200 to 300 years prior to Eratosthenes. What, Dr. Blitz, what year did Eratosthenes discover the Earth was round?
It was like 250 BC or something like this.
Yeah, so just a couple hundred years difference. If they could figure it out on their own without divine revelation, I think the people living in the ancient world, if you just told them that the Earth is a ball, they would have been like, "Oh, okay."
First of all, divine revelation. I just explained it to you. Divine revelation is communicating to the people through the things that they know. That's divine revelation. Divine revelation is not teaching you about cosmology.
That's wrong. Divine revelation is not reinforcing the lies that you learned growing up. That's not divine revelation. Divine revelation is supposed to teach you the shit that you don't know. That's why it's divine. It comes from a source that knows things that you don't know. That's like the whole thrust of the book of Job is, don't question me, Job. You don't know shit. Were you there when I laid the foundations of the earth? No.
What's the core message of the Isaiah verse that you brought up? The core message is God sits above everything. That's it. So that is the main download that's happening here.
And in saying it, he said something that was wrong. It doesn't matter what the main thrust of the passage is. Like, if I tell if I tell you a story about me going to the store, and then part of the story of me going to the store includes me teleporting, well, I just said something that clearly isn't true. Even though the point of my story was to tell you about me going to the store, the part where I talk about teleporting tells you that obviously there's a problem because I can't teleport. So it doesn't matter what the main thrust of the story is. When it says something untrue, and it says it repeatedly, like at some point you just have to recognize that just like all of their neighbors, they all believed that the earth was a flat disc with the dome over top of it. Fuck, look, hold on my wall right here. Do you see this on it's be your left? Can you see that?
The letters?
I'll show it to you. Hold on.
Can't see you. We can't see you stretch your hand. You're like, we can only see your shoulders.
1 second. Oh, that's right. Sorry, we've got 2 feeds over here, and you can't see both of them. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen though. Give me a second.
But when you pull that out, till you like.
All right, so this is the Babylonian map of the world. This is what I've got behind me on the wall. And you'll notice it's a flat disk. That's what they conceived the map of the world to be like. And this was around the same time that Isaiah wrote. This is just what people believed. Everybody did.
And if God communicated his sovereignty to Babylonians, he probably would have said, because they built that disk according to the science of the time. Like you said, if you go up to the hill, you're going to see the circle. So the circle technically is not a false thing. It's a real thing. It is true that the Earth is a circle from that vantage point, and it's flat from that vantage. No, I'm saying that the main God used your primitive knowledge to express His divine sovereignty. So the divine sovereignty is the. No, he used your primitive knowledge.
No, he didn't use primitive knowledge. He lied.
Why didn't he just reveal himself to like people nowadays instead of like people 3,000 years ago? Because then he could have used correct knowledge.
I mean, this is one of the questions that I asked, because if Jesus showed up today, we would have cameras and everybody would just like see.
Yeah,
this,
it's
right?
kind
Why did
of
he show up
puzzling, isn't
2,000
it?
years ago? No, it's not. It's actually like very. I mean, for if you seek out why he did that, and the reason why he came in the time that he came, because he literally did not want to be pictured in any racial image or whatever image, so that he would be a god to all. Like, if you really think about it.
Is this based like in the text somewhere, or?
No, it's because it's based on the wisdom that he came at a certain time that we didn't have.
So you're inventing a story
and 4K
to
videos.
explain something that you don't have an explanation for? That tracks.
Or I am providing a basic rational apologetics to like why he came at a certain time that he came. Like I'm providing, it's the reason. It's reasonable.
But it's like complete speculation with no founding in anything, right?
No, let's say you're God and you're so egalitarian that you want to be a God for all, right? Like for all race, for all people. Like you're so, and then you don't want your race or your anything to be the center of that thing. You just want people to be accepted, and that's the message of Christ. Like you come with whatever background, and you receive it. That's it. That's a simple message. It's not clouded in this I have
no idea what this has to do with the flat Earth, man.
No, I this is to address Dr. Blitz, but to address what I said about flat Earth, God is communicating His divine sovereignty. That's it. And He did not lie or use.
Yeah.
He used false.
Proverbs 8
things.
says, "When He established the heavens, I was there. When He drew a circle on the face of the deep, He made. When He made firm the skies above, and when He established the fountains of the deep." So again, there's a primordial water, and He drew a circle around it, and that was where the earth became. And then He made a dome that divided the waters above and the waters below, so on and so forth. That's the cosmological picture, is that there's a dome separating two giant bodies of water. It's just in the text. And Jesus, when Jesus was shown all the kingdoms of the world, right? Satan took him to the tallest mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. That verse only makes sense if you think the earth is flat. Otherwise, it's nonsense.
Why? Because He just rotated and then give him a 360 view of all the kingdoms of the earth?
Yeah, because you can that would only be possible if, in fact, the earth was flat. If it's a ball, it's nonsense.
No, He showed him the kingdoms of the earth. That's basically Rome back then. He probably could have showed him Rome.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say Rome. I didn't say all the kingdoms of Rome.
Well, he took him, and then he claimed that he had sovereignty over Earth, and that's it. That's like showing him would be what? Showing him the palace of Caesar.
It says again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. It means just what it says: all the kingdoms of the world. It didn't say Rome. Rome's one kingdom.
He's not showing him a 360 view of the world, the mountain.
But that's the point, is if you're at the top of the mountain and the world is a flat disc, you can literally just turn around and see all the kingdoms of the world just by rotating 360. That's it. But if it's a globe, this statement is nonsense.
or he showed him a bird's eye view of the kingdoms of the earth.
Well, it doesn't say
There's
that.
There's nowhere you can be to see all of the kingdoms on Earth if the Earth is a globe. There will always be at least half of them that are on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not sure if showing him at this point was like he did not obviously show him like a physical thing. It's probably just a vision of sorts to say that he has dominion. Like
unfortunately that's just not
what's
what the verse
communicated here.
says. See, like when I read the passage, all I have to do is read it, and it just means what it says, right? When you read the passage, you have to go in and change the meanings of the words.
No, this is not like out of the ordinary like interpretation. If I showed you,
no, it's coping.
That
I don't.
No, it's
it
not
doesn't matter.
coping.
It doesn't.
Coping-
It doesn't
what am
matter
I
if it's
coping?
ordinary. The fact of the matter was, everybody in the ancient world believed that the Earth was flat. Even the Jewish rabbis, when you read through the Talmud, they describe it in great detail. The Book of Enoch describes it in great detail. In fact, Enoch goes out of his way. Give me a second. I'm gonna draw you a picture that I think will help illustrate what I'm talking about.
I know the dome, the flat Earth picture, and I'm not here to defend.
No, I'm not going to show you that.
You know that's not that. I know that the dome, whatever, and then the abyss under the flat Earth and blah blah blah. Like that's a primitive understanding of the old world. And that's how they understood everything. There's
this is
the underworld.
Divine revelation that comes from Enoch. Okay, so if you read the Book of Enoch, he describes the Earth as being a flat disc, and then below the disc is the underbelly
hell.
of the world, and then on the top side is the dome. And then you've got like all the celestial bodies up here. And he does something really interesting. He wants to describe how it is that the sun orbits, right? So he thinks that this is like a really like interesting, supposed revelation from God. So according to Enoch, he says that the sun travels in an orbit and then out a window here and then under the earth and then back in a window here and then back like that. And this is just how ancient people conceived of cosmology. And this same Enoch is described by the New Testament, by the book of Jude, as being prophecy. Like they viewed Enoch's stuff as being sacred prophecy. But when it comes to his natural revelations, it's poppycock.
Like you said to the analogy that you gave about going to the store and teleporting there, and if you made up a story about how you did this, but you deliver the message. If the message was true and the way you got there, it's just made up. That would give bad credibility to the entire message. I would give you that, but most of the things that Bible claims when it comes to natural descriptions of nature, they are just primitive, basic understanding that they can confirm with their eyes.
But the problem is God is saying
no
it.
in-depth study.
So the passages that I showed you is God speaking. God is not under obligation to speak in lies. Like he could just tell them the truth and they would have to accept it. The Bible also describes miracles and other things that would only be possible if you understood that the sun orbited around the earth, which is what everybody believed back then. They believed that the sun orbited around the earth, not the other way around, which is why we have crazy passages like Joshua, where it says, on the day when the Lord gave the Amorites over to the Israelites, Joshua spoke to the Lord, and he said in the sight of Israel's sun, stand still at Gibeon, and moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stopped until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. So he's picturing the sun and the moon. He's picturing the sun and the moon orbiting around the earth and then stopping mid-orbit. But in reality, if that actually happened, that means the earth would have stopped spinning, and it means that all the oceans in the earth would have kept moving because of inertial force, and it would have wiped out like every living thing on
No,
land.
even the context of what we know about everything today, even this passage makes sense because the sun is moving, and so is everything else. So is the moon and everything.
Is the sun moving around the earth?
It doesn't say it's moving around the earth.
There we go.
It just said
So
it
for the
stopped.
sun to stand still in the sky,
It's
the goal of this passage is for the sun to stand still in the sky to give them extra time. So this is the time issue. Says the sun stopped in mid-heaven and did not hurry to set for a whole day, which means it bought them more time so God could fight against their enemies. It says the sun stood still and the moon stopped until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. So the sun stood still in the sky. That could only happen in real life, not in the story. In real life, the sun could only stop in the sky as we see it if the earth stopped rotating. If the earth stopped rotating, then all of the oceans would have engulfed all of dry land.
Well, and all of the
I'm pretty
humans
sure
would have
that-
slammed into the nearest wall and turned into mush. But setting that aside, how do you figure that it took a day before it set if the way that they marked days was where the sun is? Like, wouldn't
Well,
this
I'm
just
not
be a
gonna-
longer day?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it means for it. It did not hurry to set for about a whole day. Isn't that what the sun always
I don't-
does?
Yeah.
It just paused. The pause is literally like makes sense. Like if
If you
wanted
think the
to
sun
say-
travels around the earth, then it makes sense. It makes no sense if you think that the earth is the thing that has to stop rotating. Because if the earth stops rotating, it's cataclysmic.
okay, maybe that's the reason why the earth didn't stop in the earth. I don't know.
Well, then the
maybe-
sun didn't stand still in the sky.
This is a miraculous. This is
It's
there
certainly
will
not
be
miraculous. It's
no-
nonsense.
No,
But, like-
it's miraculous. It's a miracle.
Look,
it's
I understand
outside.
that you think it's a miracle,
The-
but what would the world actually, what would the state of affairs actually be for this to happen? Well, I mean, we agree that the Earth is spinning. We agree that the Earth orbits the sun. Presumably, you agree with that, right?
Yeah,
And
I
if that's
agree.
true, if that's true, then in order for the sun to appear, like maybe it's a miracle that this happened, but in order for the sun to appear at the same place in the sky for an extended period of time, the Earth would have to stop rotating, right?
according to what we know about everything today, yeah.
Right.
But,
And so
yeah,
if
you're
this
trying to-
actually happened, then that must have been what actually happened, that the Earth actually stopped rotating for a day.
Why can't you just imagine a state where everything stops and just the people
What would
move?
such a state be?
What would such a state be in terms of
Like, what would
A
be the state of affairs?
calculation?
Like what things would be moving, what
Like-
things would not be moving?
It would be every cosmic thing stopping, like the
Yeah, so the Earth,
the-
that includes the Earth. The Earth would stop rotating.
Okay, yeah, the Earth. Like, are you asking me about what is the most reasonable way for this to happen? I don't know. I
No,
don't
I'm
think-
just asking what is a requirement for this to happen? Like, if this happened, what does that necessarily imply? Well, it necessarily implies that the Earth
pause.
stopped rotating.
a pause.
Yeah,
a pause.
a pause in the Earth's
a
rotation.
pause.
I agree.
Yeah, a pause.
And if the Earth
for
paused, but the people didn't, then the people would have flown into the nearest wall and been turned into mush.
obviously God accounted for for and then I don't know, sent another force to cancel that out. Like, what do you want me to say? Some insane shit like that? like we can't. Like, the dynamics of it is just what do you want me to say? Like, the dynamics of it is also done in such a way
It's interesting
that,
because
like,
it actually, like, you couldn't fix this by having a counterforce. The counterforce is what does the smushing, right? If there's no counterforce, then humans just fly around at a few hundred to 1,000 miles an hour until they hit something, and then a counterforce is applied and they turn into mush. If God just applied a counterforce, they would just turn into mush immediately, rather than having to wait to fly into a wall.
Okay, it would be a counter force and another negative force added on top of that.
I don't know what that
Like, what do
means.
you?
So
You
no
mean
force? You have a counter force and a counter force? That's just no force.
no, that would be, or that would be no force exactly. Like you're back to the state.
No,
of,
so
inertia.
it means nothing would happen. Look, humans are currently moving. When the Earth is rotating, humans are currently moving. Depending on where you are, we're moving at a few hundred miles an hour to perhaps
Yeah,
1,000 miles an hour. If
You said
humans
it-
stop
you said
suddenly moving, there's nothing you can do to make the humans stop suddenly move that is safe.
It's because you believe in this, in the third law of Newton, that you say that. I told you, if there is a negative force to just cancel everything out, you just speed
Whatever the nature
Like-
of the forces are, you still have a human going from 500 miles an hour to 0 miles an hour instantly, and that will kill you.
No, are you saying there is no explanation for them not getting turned into smush? Like that has
Not
to
only
happen?
is there
that
no
what you're saying?
explanation, it is impossible to offer an explanation unless you just say that like God made them indestructible for like forever,
Magic.
or at least for some period of time or whatever. Unless you just say magic happened.
Wait. This is actually like interesting. Are you saying that there cannot be a pause event that could happen such that they could just the celestial bodies could just stay still and have a longer day, and like you say that event cannot happen physically? Is that what you're saying? According
Yeah,
to the
not without
physical
killing
laws?
everybody on the planet, right?
Okay, then why don't you just? This is where I interject. Instead of thinking about a counter force, I just interject the idea of a miracle. That's it.
Okay,
Like,
so
you
like
can't say
so
it's
so like
impossible.
they suddenly decelerated. Everybody suddenly got into a collision that is the equivalent of like 100 car crashes, but they felt nothing and they were fine. So magic,
Yeah.
okay.
How come nobody else on the earth saw it happen? How come only this one tiny little tribe in the ancient Near East noticed this event took place?
I'm pretty sure everybody on Earth would have seen this.
Nobody
but
wrote
So then
about
why
it.
didn't the
it's
Chinese
such a-
write it down?
You think they would have written down? They probably
The
thought it was
Chinese
such
the
a
Chinese
long
were
day.
famous for writing down like every strange thing that happens in the sky.
Yeah, they probably did that. Like if
Oh,
I don't
did they?
have there are evidences in the Bible where other people saw what
This ain't one of 'em.
But it's just again the Bible. It says the Bible proving what the Bible says, which is if there is a celestial event, another civilization confirms it, and they come and say, "Oh, this happened because of you guys or your God or something." Like there are instances like that, and there are instances of other people recording such events. Yes, there are. There is yeah, I'm pretty sure like every civilization is obsessed with the stars. So somebody would have recorded it. Again, we're talking, this event is Joshua, which is during the time of Moses, mind you. This is like 4,000 years before Christ. People weren't recording
1400.
to that level. Yeah,
And
it's
they
such a
were.
long time ago.
Yeah, the Babylonians already were.
In fact,
They
you're
probably
claiming
would have
that they were, that the Hebrews were.
No, I'm saying that there is an instance in the Bible. I believe it's Ezekiel, where God stops time for him as well, or does something with the stars, and it's confirmed by the Babylonians that they came and then they said like, "Oh, your God actually did something with the stars."
That's not a
and
thing.
We wanted to come and see. In the Bible?
That's not a thing in real life, is what I'm saying.
That's not this is obviously what I'm claiming is just a miracle magic. Magic. I'm
Okay, so
claiming it's
to be
magic.
clear, your
I'm not
solution
claiming
for
this
this
is a
passage is magic, and you have to appeal to magic. The reality is, in the ancients, they didn't realize how big of a deal it was to have the sun and the moon stand still, because they just assumed that the sun orbited around the earth, just like the moon. They thought both of them orbited around the earth, which is why Ecclesiastes 1:5 says the sun rises and the sun goes down and hurries to the place where it rises. They are envisioning the sun going down and then hurrying back to the same place. That's what they thought was happening.
I mean,
Buddy,
thought,
this is just what they believed, and the
this is
Bible
not a
confirms
scientific.
it.
No, this is not. This is not. This is simply a statement about. Again, this is not about like. This is not a scientific, physical deduction about the world. This is not what. This is not what it is.
It is.
It's about talking. It's
It's a
just talking about
claim.
a passage of time.
It's
a
a
passage
claim.
of time. The sun
No, it's
does
not.
this.
It's a claim.
It's
a claim about the world.
The claim is that just life. This is the claim here is that things just repeat.
It's not
endlessly.
Nope.
And that's it. There's no claim about
the claim about the sun is that it hurries back to the place where it rises from. It sets and then it has to hurry back for the next rotation. That's what it says. Like, and it just simply isn't true. That's what people believed. A lot of people believed it, but it's not true. There's another passage that talks about the sun doing other shenanigans. It says, Isaiah said, "This is a sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do the thing that he has promised. Shall the shadow advance 10 intervals, or shall it retreat 10 intervals?" Hezekiah answered, "It is normal for the shadow to lengthen 10 intervals. Rather, let the shadow retreat 10 intervals." They're looking at a sundial, by the way. It says, "The prophet Isaiah cried to the Lord, and he brought the shadow back 10 intervals by which the sun had declined on the dial of Ahaz." So now we've got the sun literally dancing in the sky. This only makes sense if you think the sun is orbiting and it can go backwards in orbit and then forward back in orbit.
If I described the previous Joshua passage as just a pause, this would be a reverse of.
I mean,
the
it's
dynamics
clearly you're just describing this magic, right?
Yeah, he's just going to say
No,
magic.
I'm not.
It's just like disregard all the laws of physics. This is magic.
Right, just magic.
For this event.
Yeah, it's just magic.
Event, there is no physical. It's literally. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's not even. There is no.
I know. That's what we said. It's just magic.
It's
all right, let me show you another scientific error. And this, I think this one's a little more problematic. So, for example, in Deuteronomy 22, it says, "Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, 'I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity.' The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate." So first off, what is the evidence that you think the man would have been expecting?
Is that obviously the virgin blood or whatever?
Yeah. Okay. So he went into his wife. It didn't see any blood, and he's like, "Hey, what gives here?" So they go to the court, and it says, "The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, 'I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, 'I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity.' Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him." So if there's blood on the marital cloth, that means, according to this passage, that she was a virgin, and they punished the man for slandering the woman. Now, if there's no blood on it, it says, "If, however, the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst." So what this means then is that if there's no blood on the sheet, this poor woman gets stoned. Do you see the scientific issue with this?
Isn't this scientifically okay? Scientifically speaking, it could be used as evidence.
Only 43% of women bleed their first time. In fact, we do this quite a bit. Ladies in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you did not bleed your first time.
Nobody's gonna participate in this poll.
You haven't been around long
Please
enough.
don't. No, nobody's gonna participate.
Let's get
This
some
is
Hebrew
insane.
hymen emojis
But-
up in here, y'all.
No, this is
A lot
That's
of ones in the
insane.
chat.
We don't want to. I don't want this information. I mean, I didn't know. I guess this law was
Neither
pertaining
did they.
Are you saying that the science of it is wrong, so the law is wrong? Is that what
Well,
you're
I'm saying-
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. They thought you could determine
And-
someone's virginal status based on whether or not they bled.
Right. So again, I'm not. I don't. First of all, I have no idea with this. So I went along with it because of ignorance. If that's what the science says, then this is a little bit weird.
Kudos
yeah.
for outing yourself,
And-
by the way. I'm kidding.
Sorry?
I'm kidding.
Crowd.
Nothing. I was just making a virgin joke.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I wasn't. I did not ask. I did not or pursue this as rigorously as I should have. But yeah, I'm just saying. If it is right, then the law is like fucking weird. But if it's again like this is Old Testament, it's the old way of thinking. It's an obsession with.
Does God
it's an
have an old
obsession
way of
with-
thinking?
No, I don't want to get into this. God changes and God doesn't change. and
Well,
God, blah,
I
blah,
mean,
blah,
shouldn't
Old
God
Testament,
know?
New Testament. That I agree. The fact that this was used. I guess the intent here is to give a way of validation for the suspicion of the man. So that's, or if this is like a fix for this particular suspicion, which is it's just to say that like she didn't lie. I guess he could like if he was not a virgin and if he was okay with it, like he wouldn't need.
Well,
this.
let me just ask
It's
you a
not,
simple
like, to make her a
question.
virgin.
Is there a method to determine if a woman is a virgin?
Like probably no.
That's
No, there's
too
not.
hard, Justin. That's not fair.
I mean, the reality is there's not. Which means
There's there's not.
no matter what
Yeah.
test we have here in the Bible, it's always going to be wrong. There is no test that works, not even in modern day. It's impossible.
So in order to protect her, maybe because out of spite
Protect
and
her?
anger, that he, yeah,
But by
I mean,
having
I
her
can
innocently killed?
no, in order let's say he gets angry that she's not a virgin, he could not just just be angry and just do that. He has to provide an evidence.
The thing is,
the
he
evidence-
doesn't know that she's not a virgin.
Right.
I mean, this at least provides a buffer. There's the buffer of evidence. There's the buffer of elders. There's the buffer of
What
people. There's
evidence?
like a buffer before he. No, this evidence, this weird evidence, the 50%, the
Yeah, the
50% likelihood. Yeah, all of this exists.
That's the point,
to
is
just
the
have-
sheet's not proof of anything.
Yeah, but he has to take that evidence to court or to people.
But
And
that's
that's how
the
they settle it.
problem, is the evidence that is being instructed to use is not actual evidence.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that this is so that he doesn't lash out of suspicion and hit her.
Buddy, she's going to
Right?
get stoned.
If
Did
it's
you,
wrong.
Did you not read the verse?
Oh,
Listen.
I did not see that completion of it. Okay, obviously this is
It
the Old
says
Testament
in verse
is
20,
obviously
if there's no blood on the sheet, it says, if the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found when they spread out the sheet, they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death. She gets killed, man.
yeah, that's wild. Yeah, that's fucking
I know,
crazy.
right?
Yeah, that's but yeah, there's no like in this day and age, this is crazy. But
Crazy for any
this,
day and age. But
For any
listen,
day and
Faze,
age. I'm just saying, if God did not do that, the guy would have
do
just
what?
lashed out and killed her anyways,
If God didn't do
right?
what?
If God didn't have this buffer for the
No,
girl, the guy would have just lashed out because of just
no.
the male
That's
female
preposterous.
dynamic
God
back
could
then.
literally just say, if your wife is found to not be a virgin, she has to pay a fine, and that's it. In fact, we know that during the time when Jesus was around, the Jewish rabbis started making laws around this law to prevent these poor women from getting stoned. They made up new laws. You can read about them in Ketuvot, that determined that these women would get alternative punishments rather than being killed.
Right, right.
Because
I am
it's horrific.
I'm picturing it from a from an ancient perspective where the power dynamic between a man and a woman is just so vast back then. Is that woman is practically she's helpless. The rule of law and the equality, the concept of equality, and blah blah blah. This is all nonsense back then. So the only if the guy is suspicious,
but
he
it
could
comes from
simply
God.
lash out. God is
So
saying
to be
provide
clear,
an
this
evidence
is not
first.
saving her. This is getting her killed. If she doesn't bleed on that sheet, it doesn't matter if you think the guy would get angry and punch her. She's going to get drugged before the elders and she'll get stoned to death because of this law. This is not protecting her.
There's two ways to see it, I guess. That's one of the ways, and I agree with that
Yeah. All right.
view
Hey,
as
listen,
well.
we chatted for a while.
Which is
Thanks for coming
insane.
up and hanging with us. We really hope that you can
All
take
right.
off the Jesus goggles though and read the Bible for what it is, you know?
Yeah, I try to like look at things, from an objective standpoint. But thanks for having me, and Merry Christmas, you guys.
Cheers. Merry Christmas, bud. Well, that is unfortunate, but well, at least he was honest with Deuteronomy. Well, mostly honest with Deuteronomy 22. Let me grab a couple super chats,
Yeah.
friends. It's rough. Like they can deny the cosmological stuff, but it's hard to get around Deuteronomy 22. It's just straight up wrong. George, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says for the Empire. Agreed. Merry Christmas and may the force be with you. I am a recovering Catholic and love that you generate awesome electrical truth about the most famous fictional character in history. Well, thank you, George. I appreciate that. My mom is actually kind of ex-Catholic as well. She refused to herself as a recovering Catholic. I think there's a lot of people who do. She grew up in a Catholic church different than the one I went to, though, as a kid. Hers was like really like guilt trippy. They even had a lot of superstitions. Like my mom was born left-handed, and the nuns would whack her with rulers when they caught her writing left-handed. They forced her to learn how to write right-handed. Sybil Grace, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, very grateful for all the hard work. I was raised a Jehovah Witness, and I find your information extremely comforting. Favorite thing I've learned is Jacob's livestock and these striped sticks. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Sybil. And yeah, that's one of my favorite magic stories is that, or bad science, is that Jacob gets a vision from God, a method for cheating Laban out of his flocks. So God is actively helping Jacob trick somebody. He could have just done a miracle and it snapped his fingers and been done with it, but no, he's got to play games. So so he takes these striped and speckled pears and he mates them in front of these striped poplar rods. And the reasoning is that if they mate in front of the poplar rods, even the ones that aren't striped will be striped with their offspring. So it's this idea, like if you look at stripes while you're mating, you'll have striped offspring. Kind of crazy that made it into the Bible and nobody thought to check that one. Gretchen, thank you for the 2311. Says these puns making me consider starting my redemption arc. Just joking. We love you the way you are, Gretchen. I'm more the chaos theory, free radical type. Gotta go eat with the fam, but a merry Schismus to all of DZ, even the verts and tickers. Also, blame Blitz. Sorry, Blitz, you're catching strays, buddy. Oh shit.
What can
Dr.
I do? It's
Nothing
just
really.
it's just the way of these things.
People are going to talk. Dr. Fudge says the Scottish or Irish, I can't tell, sorry, guest was talking about Harry B. Joseph. Never heard of him. Looked him up. Uploads AI generated books to Amazon. 0 reviews. All brand new. Blatant grifter. Oh gosh. So just generating AI books and uploading them as conspiracy theory research. That checks out. IT Bad Guy, thank you for the super chat. Says my dad's writing a book called Getting Right with God, Awakening to Reality. Oh shit. It opens with an analogy to The Matrix. Funny enough, it's my favorite movie next to K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm an atheist. Well, IT Bad Guy, I'm going to have to go rewatch The Matrix because we get Matrix references up in here and I don't get them because I've never actually watched it from beginning to end. The only thing I really understand is like the red pill. Like that's where we get the term red pilled from. But that's all I really remember, unfortunately. I don't remember much else. House 70, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says all the good teachings of the Bible are not original. The bad ones aren't either. They reflect man's traditions. Any leap of faith is not necessary. I couldn't agree more, House. The Bible has a lot of so-called wisdom, but it's just rehashed. It's nothing new. And Kane says, I used to think I was slow. Then I found out there are still flat earth people. And suddenly my self-esteem improved dramatically. That'll do it, Kane. Listen, there are people that not only believe in a flat earth, but they will argue with you. In fact, they'll argue with Dr. Blitz. I don't spend too much time arguing with them. But maybe if Dr. Blitz is up here, I don't know. Maybe we'll get some more. I think they follow him around. Max says, God's throne is at... I know they do. God's throne is at cruising altitude, so he can catch flicks through the airplane window. He enjoys them with the pleasing aroma of animal offerings. Indeed. And in fact, that's why we have verses talking about the aroma of sacrifices rising up to God. Because on a flat disk earth, all of the aroma eventually rises up and coalesces at the top of the dome where God is. But on a globe, it's nonsense. That means people in Australia can't make an offering that's pleasing to Yahweh because they're on the other side of the earth. Straightforward. Thank you for the 119 NOK. Says Phase. How can you possibly make sense out of the Bible describes of how the Bible describes the earth? How? The Bible is like an old, outdated map. It doesn't map on or match the terrain reality. Rock hard for Doug, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Straightforward. And you nailed it. The biblical description of the universe just doesn't map. It's just hopelessly lost. Okay. Well, I think Zach was in here next, and then after Zach, I think is Arg. So let me grab Zach.
What up?
How you doing, Zach? Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Justin, I'm gonna dip out. I have to get some dinner, but thanks for having me.
All right, cheers, buddy. Have a great holiday.
I am at least 18, but I just wanted to discuss the claim. I do believe in. I mean, I guess that question's a little bit nuanced, but yeah, I do.
I mean, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead and was the Messiah predicted from the Hebrew Bible?
Predicted from the Hebrew Bible? Probably not. The Hebrew prediction was more of a conquering king.
Sure.
Right, but mainly I just wanted to discuss the claim that Jesus is Santa Claus for adults, because I feel like that's a little bit of a category
You do believe
error.
he rose from the dead?
I mean, I am.
Okay. So no.
I'm willing to accept it. I don't have.
Bye. I'll never understand Phil bros that want to come in and fucking just bog down the conversation on bullshit semantics. I'll never understand it. You're not even a Christian, bro. All right, let's move on to Arg, and we'll get the conversations rolling. Welcome in, Arg. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, sweet, hello. So basically, I've been a fan of yours, right? I have deconstructed a few months ago, right? Currently hiding it from my family, right? So I'm like talk. So basically, want I remember, but I'm not here to like debate you on God, obviously. But basically, I remember when you said that like basically some sort of super chat a few weeks ago came up on your stream, right? After you got through with debating one of your guests, right? And so you said basically some guest was like on there reminiscing about how he used to be addicted to porn, right? I think. And so basically then a few super chats later you like went and said, hey dude, there's nothing wrong with like watching porn, right? And I just came to here to say that I don't agree with that, and I was wondering if like this is a space where like I could talk to you about like why I think that's not good, or like what is your
I think
stance?
you're
Like that's all.
think you're in the wrong place, buddy.
All right, I'm sorry.
No worries. Have a good one. Crazy. These people that think they have some sense of objective morals without Jesus. Okay, let's get in our next guest. We'll grab I think it's Shucks and then Mikey, and then after that Jesus King Earth is Flat. That should be fun. Welcome in, Shucks. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, and yeah.
Awesome. And my claim tonight is that Jesus is roughly analogous to Santa, being that they were both historical figures that have largely become mythologized and are both now very much dead, even though at one point they were very much alive. Is there a reason why I would believe that somehow they're different and that Jesus actually isn't a mythological figure?
Well, I'm both Christians.
I'm sorry, what?
The Santa Claus, he was a Christian, wasn't he?
Yeah, but we're not debating his beliefs. What I'm suggesting here is that Jesus is dead. Is there a reason I would believe otherwise?
Yeah, the gospel.
All right, what about the gospel would lead me to believe that he rose from the dead? Because I'm reading the gospels, and it's full of things that are just patently false. So why would, like, if it can't get the easy stuff right, why would I think that it got the difficult stuff right, like raising from the dead?
What would you say it got wrong?
Well, Matthew chapter 1, right out the gate, is full of multiple lies. So maybe my favorite Christmas lie is that Matthew 1, verse 22 and 23 describe Jesus' birth as fulfilling a prophecy. It says, and this took place to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son. They shall name him Emmanuel, which means God with us. Now, the problem is there's no actual prophecy that says this. This is, unfortunately, a bad translation of Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. And Isaiah 7 doesn't have anything to do with the Messiah. There's no Messiah in chapter 7. In fact, this is a prophecy to a specific person that's going to be fulfilled within his lifetime. It says, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before, whose two kings you are in dread, will be deserted. So this is clearly about a child who's already been conceived, and it's about to be born during the reign of King Ahaz. What'd I miss?
Yeah, so it doesn't actually say in the Hebrew that the child is already conceived. It says the virgin shall become pregnant.
Oh, it actually doesn't say that. The Hebrew phrase is ha-el-mahara, and alma is a young woman, and hara is an adjective for being pregnant. That's
Yeah,
why my
it's-
translation says exactly what it says in Hebrew.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm going to trust the Greek translators that were all like mainly Jewish in 300 BC that translated it. I'm going to
Well,
trust
the
they knew what they
problem
were.
is Parthenos in Greek doesn't mean strictly a virgin either. If you go to Genesis 34, chapter 34, verse 3, it uses the word Parthenos to describe Dinah, who's already been raped. If you go to other classical Greek sources, like the writings of Homer, you'll find Parthenos being used of people that are clearly not virgins. For example, we find it in the Iliad being referred to the secret lover of Ares, who produced offspring by Ares, but she certainly wasn't a virgin, even though it calls her a Parthenos. Matthew, when he wrote, saw the word Parthenos in Greek and just assumed that it must mean an actual virgin birth, but that's not the intention of the word Parthenos 100% of the time.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be 100% of the time. I'm just saying your argument is that the prophecy is not about Jesus. I'm saying
It's
a claim that it might not. Yeah, so if you make the claim that it might not have been, I see no reason
it's
to
definitely not about Jesus.
No, I think
because
it's double prophetic. I think it's a double prophecy.
Well, let's first talk about the original intention of the prophecy before we talk about double prophecies. The original intention of this prophecy is about a child who's going to be a warning sign, or we'll say a time symbol to King Ahaz, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right, and he says before this child knows how to decide between good and bad, the two kings that are attacking you, the ones you're afraid of, they're going to get wiped out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what that means is the original intention of this prophecy was for Ahaz. It's a sign for Ahaz 730 years prior to the birth of Jesus. Now, you think it has a double fulfillment, and I want to know who gets to decide what the meaning of the double fulfillment is, and why should I accept a double fulfillment? Because if I read you a bunch of double fulfillments about Joseph Smith, I'd be willing to bet that you wouldn't accept them.
Yeah, well, I hold to ecclesiastical authority, so I'd say the church in the first millennia holds infallibility and can determine what verses mean.
Sure, demonstrate that the church is infallible.
Oh, well, like prove it.
Yeah. Why would I care what the church says?
Oh, well, you don't have to. I don't need to convince you.
So
if
you
don't think
you're just farming it out to the church?
No, I just trust in divine revelation. I think.
Have you ever received divine revelation?
I think everyone has. I think Romans chapter 1 makes it pretty clear that everyone has.
Have you?
Well, it depends on what you mean by like divine revelation.
I asked you, did you have divine revelation like the church?
Well, I think I have divine revelation like everyone does. There's different.
So not
types
like
of
the
divine
church.
What do you mean like the church?
So the reality is, the reason why I don't accept dual fulfillments is because they're disconnected from the original context of the prophecy. They're disconnected from the original intention of the prophecy, and they could be about anything. I can go into any passage of the Hebrew Bible and make it to be about me, as long as I can give it a double fulfillment that is divorced from the original message.
Yeah, but would you agree the child in Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 is a pretty significant child then, at least even at the time of this prophecy?
It's only significant as it serves as a timetable. There's another child born, we find in chapter 8. In fact, it's probably the same child. And it reiterates that this child is going to be a timetable. The child itself is not all that important. What's important is that it's a sign that God is going to deal with the enemies. For example, of Maher-shalal Hashbaz, it says, before the child knows how to call my father or my mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. So like the children, they're just there as signs.
No, I mean, I'm specifically talking about Emmanuel. Do you think Emmanuel is a significant figure?
Well, Emmanuel is not the name of the child.
It says he shall be called Emmanuel. That's what the child in that prophecy is.
I know, and yet we don't have a single child in all of the Bible that ever gets called Emmanuel. Emmanuel is in reference to what God is doing. It's a theophoric name, which is why when the prophecy comes true in chapter 8, Ezekiel cries out Emmanuel. It says, when the king of Assyria comes down and brings the fulfillment of the prophecy, it says the king of Assyria in all of his glory, it will rise above all of its channels and overflow all of its banks. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, and pouring over will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, you far-off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it shall not stand, for God is with us. So the prophecy of the Emmanuel is about how there's a child that's born during the reign of Ahaz, and God's promise is going to come true before that child knows right from wrong.
Yeah, so when do we ever see in scripture that child being referred to as like a everlasting father or a mighty God or like a prince of peace?
Never. That child is never referred to that. So
Yeah,
what you're
so I
doing
think
is making a fundamental error and assuming that chapter 9 is referring to the same child as chapter 6 and 7, but that's not the case.
Who do you think chapter 9 is referring to?
It's clearly an enthronement song or a future enthronement song for Hezekiah, who was an actual king.
So, well,
And the child's already born. So
Well, it
if
says
you
for
read
unto-
if you read the passage, it doesn't say a child will be born. It says it has been born. There we go. It says, for a child has been born for us, a son has been given to us, authority rests upon his shoulders. This is what you would expect in the ancient Near East when the future king is born. We find enthronement prophecies like this all over the ancient Near East, specifically in Egypt. They're popular in Egypt. And then the king, or the future king, will get theophoric names. And these names aren't describing the human being. These names are describing the God of the human being. That's why they're called theophoric names. But it's not saying that the person itself is going to be a god.
Well, in Revelations, Jesus is referred to as those names. So I would disagree. I would say those names.
I could give a damn about Revelation. Why do I care what Revelation says? Like,
Yeah,
so
beside
the
the
problem
point.
you
I'm just
have
saying-
is you're saying, well, it must be about Jesus because the New Testament said so. But I don't take that. You have to demonstrate from the text itself why I would believe that it's about Jesus, not from the claims of the New Testament.
Yeah, well, my position is about double prophecy. So I'm saying if you just take chapter 7 and chapter 9, and then you see Jesus come, you could just, I don't see how you can't interpret that.
But shucks, why would I accept dual prophecies?
What do you mean, why would you?
Why would I believe that there's a secondary fulfillment to any prophecy and it's entirely disconnected from the original context?
What, are you saying, like, do you want me to convince you of it, or do you just think it's impossible for there to be a double prophecy?
I'm asking you to give me an argument for why anyone would accept it.
Oh yeah, it's in the Bible, it's divine revelation. So
No, again, that doesn't answer the question. Why? Give me a reason why somebody, any individual, would accept that the prophecy has a primary fulfillment and then also a secondary fulfillment that is disconnected from the original message.
yeah, I just said in the Bible the prophecies apply to Jesus in the Bible. So
No,
I'm just saying,
I listen. I know what the New Testament says. The New Testament doesn't dictate my hermeneutic. Asking me to interpret this prophecy through the lens of the New Testament is like asking you to interpret the New Testament through the Book of Mormon. The point is, what we need for you to do is point to something other than the claims of the New Testament to demonstrate why somebody would accept dual prophecy.
well, no, it's not just New Testament versus Old Testament. I'm saying you interpret divine revelation in light of divine revelation.
I agree. And the Old Testament says that prophecies have to come true. It doesn't say anything about prophecies having multiple fulfillments or being able to like rework them hundreds of years later. That's something that the New Testament is doing.
Yeah, I think that's fine. If the New Testament does that, I don't see a problem with
Right.
that.
But what I'm asking is a justification for the practice. Why should anyone accept the practice?
No, yeah, I know what you're asking me. You want me to give you like a reason, like
Yeah.
extra biblical, as to why you should accept that. And I'm not going to give you an extra biblical reason. I think the Bible is fine alone.
So then you don't have a good reason. We find the same thing in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls, we've got a series of Pesharim, and they did the same nonsense. They went into the Hebrew Bible, they went into prophecies, and then they they said, oh, it means something different now. So, for example, in the Pesher on not Nahum, on Habakkuk, in the Pesher on Habakkuk for chapter 1, part of Habakkuk says, "For I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, that brutal and reckless people." Well, you know who the Chaldeans are. Those are the Babylonians. And then the Pesher says, "This refers to the Kittim, who are swift and mighty in war, annihilating many people." Okay, so what people were doing at this time period is they were just going to these prophecies and they were saying, nope, this original meaning no longer applies, and now it's actually about this. But the reality is, like, I don't have a reason to accept that practice in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I don't have a reason to accept it in the New Testament either. Why would I accept it?
Yeah, so I kind of want to go back, because I think we've kind of gone astray, and it's probably my way, because I've kind of forgotten the whole point. You're the one who made the claim that Matthew was problematic with bringing up this prophecy.
Yep.
So if I say it's double prophetic, the burden of proof is on you to show why that's an impossibility, or show why that's an error from Matthew. If it's a possibility, that
it's an error because it ignores the original context of the actual prophecy, and then it just mandates you to accept a secondary interpretation that could be literally about anybody. And you're not going to shift the burden back on me. The reality is you have no good explanation for why anyone should accept dual prophecy, because as I've already spoken, the minute you say that it has a secondary meaning, it could literally be about anybody. I can go into the Old Testament. I can show you hundreds of prophecies that are about me, as long as we get to ignore the original intention of the prophecy and the original context of the prophecy.
Well, yeah, I would just ask you, are you omniscient? Do you know everything?
Again, that didn't actually address my claims. What I'm saying is secondary prophecies are not they're not a thing, because anyone can do it. If I can go into the Bible and just say this prophecy is about me now because it sounds vaguely familiar to something I did, that means secondary interpretations are useless.
Yeah, no, I'll address what you're saying with your claim, because I understand like in normative circumstances, it would be on me to prove the gospel is reliable. I'm saying I take.
Well, we know it's not reliable. That's a different subject.
Yeah, but I'm saying I take the gospel as reliable when you've made the claim that there's an error. Okay, well, again, you've made the claim that this specifically is an error. So
no, I didn't say this is an error. I'm saying this is a lie.
Oh yeah, okay. So
like Matthew makes errors. That's not a question. This is just a lie.
So do you know? Like, do you definitively, with 100% certainty, know what God's intention behind that prophecy would have been? Like, yes or no?
Again, the way you determine the intent of a prophecy is by looking at the context and the intent of the actual author. And it's clearly a prophecy of Isaiah to King Ahaz, and that's not even in debate. Again, the question at hand still is whether or not I should accept dual meanings, given that a dual meaning could be about anything because it's disconnected from the original context. And asking if I could read God's mind is useless because you can't read God's mind either. So try to stay on track.
Yeah, but I'm the one defending divine revelation, so I can appeal to divine revelation and say this is what God has revealed. It's not reading.
No, that's something you can't substantiate. That's why we're doing this right now. So I know, like, you're terrified of taking on the burden because you realize that you're stuck in a pickle. You have no way of explaining why anyone should accept dual prophecies.
Oh no, well, I've already said I think the Bible is reliable on divine revelation. That's my answer.
Well,
if you don't like that,
well, it's just not true. Want me to show you why?
Well, I'd rather we stay on this topic because
I know you'd rather me not just like destroy your claims outright. So in Matthew chapter 2, it says that they were born, Jesus was born during the reign of Herod, specifically Herod the Great, which is why they had to go into Egypt, right? If you go down to verse 14, 15, and 16, says Joseph got up and took the child and his brother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. So according to this, he must have been born prior to Herod's death. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's just going to be about the census.
It's about right now. It's about Herod.
It's just going to be about the census of Quirinius.
We're going to get there in a second, but we need you to focus on Herod right now. Does this entail that he was born prior to the death of Herod?
Yeah, and I believe that.
Gotcha. And he came back when what happened?
So he came back on. What do you mean he came back?
When Herod died and
Oh,
Archelaus was on the throne. It says, but when he heard that Archelaus was ruling in Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. Okay, so Archelaus is now on the throne when he comes back. Now, as it turns out, Archelaus was already deposed when the census of Quirinius was taken.
Okay. Yeah, you're presupposing that the census in the 6th century AD is the only census that took place under Quirinius.
No, I'm not. It says the first census of Quirinius the governor. We know who that is, and we know about the census.
Yeah, the word governor can just refer to like procurator. It doesn't have to mean governor in Greek.
Oh yeah, what's the Greek word?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. So what it was when he was the governor of Syria. I don't care if you call it the fucking butler of Syria. Quirinius wasn't ruling in any capacity in Syria while Herod was alive.
Wait, how do you know that?
Because we have historical records. We've got Josephus, we've got the Roman histories, and they all agree.
Where does Josephus or any Roman historian says Quirinius had no power before 6 AD?
Have you not read Josephus? So the fact of the matter is, we know what Quirinius was doing prior to being governor.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you, where does it say he held no power in Syria?
He was in the army, dude. He was in the military. He was fighting.
Yeah, that's still not what I asked. He could have been fighting, and then he could have been established as procurator. You've made the claim he had no...
After.
You made the claim he had no influence. I'm just saying...
No, I didn't say that. I said he wasn't in any ruling capacity.
Yeah, where do they say that? Where do they say in anywhere from 4 BC he couldn't have ruled, even if it was only for a few months?
Because somebody else was already ruling there. In fact, somebody else was removed so that he could be installed.
We don't know who the governor or procurator was exactly of Syria between like the 10 to 0 BC, so I don't know what your claim is there.
Who's we?
Well, I think most historians.
Name one.
Yeah, sorry, can I get my... Give me a second to get my notebook. Do you take like biblical ones?
I don't know what you mean by biblical historian. Well, we know that he was placed there after Archelaus was removed as tetrarch. So Archelaus was there before him.
My argument isn't what happened in 6 AD. It's just how do you know what happened in 4 BC? Like exactly how would you know?
It doesn't matter. There was no census of Quirinius prior to him being the governor.
No, I think you're mistaken. There's no valid evidence outside of the Bible for that. Just meaning that it didn't
literally
happen.
all of history agrees with me. You have not a single source that would agree with you. It says this was the first registration that was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. We know that he actually did take censuses. This is like a real thing that happened in history, and we know when it happened.
Yeah, I know. I think there is a stone. Well, wasn't there a stone that was found? They didn't have Quirinius' name on it, but some historians do say this could have belonged to Quirinius, and it says that he held a position of power twice.
Pull it up. Find the source.
Okay. Sorry, you're gonna have to bear with me a second.
The reason why the census happened was because he took over. That's why it happened.
Yeah, I don't deny a census happened in 6 AD.
And he took over as governor in 6 AD.
Yeah, I still don't deny that.
That means Luke and Matthew disagree by a decade.
No, because the word governor in Greek could be extended to
It doesn't matter. We're talking about his census. It doesn't matter what you think the word governor is.
Yeah, so if he established like a census, or if a census was conducted even through him by someone else,
There wasn't.
he would have...
Find it. Go find it.
You don't know that.
Go find it.
Yeah, so I think it's the Lapis Tabernius inscription from Tivoli, Italy, that people say probably. It doesn't say it definitively because it doesn't have his name on it.
What's it say?
They say, I think it says something about the person who it belonging to holding a powerful position twice. Do you want me to spell it out letter by letter so you can get it up?
No, I already got it. What do you think this proves?
Yeah, I'm saying
because this inscription dates back to the 6th century BCE.
What, the lapis tabernius?
No, not that one. Nope, sorry, wrong one. Go ahead. What? Tavernius? Did I hear that right?
Tabernius inscription from Tivoli, Italy.
You might have to spell that one.
Yeah, do you want me to just put it in chat for you?
No, just spell it.
Okay. Lapis. And then Tobernius inscription from Tivoli, Italy. And then you can just put who is it generally believed to. It says probably belong to the public, Publicus Quirinius.
It says
blah, blah,
it's
blah.
a Latin text that dates to between 14 and 20 CE, so after 6 CE.
Are you sure you're in the right one? That's not the one that I'm on.
Yeah.
What is it? It says fragment, is it the fragment inscription of Quirinius? The inscription found near Tivoli in 17. This may have been when it was found. It was found in 1764. It says probably belonged to the tomb of Publius Quirinius. The figure, it says, yeah. So, are you sure you're on the right one?
Still waiting what this has to do with. No, I'm looking at the same one.
Yeah, it says the inscription in question with the term legatus iterum means twice legate, and it says it attests to the possibility of that Quirinius held an earlier post in Syria.
Do we have any record of such things?
This isn't in the Bible. This is a record. Like, this would be a record.
Who was ruling Syria prior to it?
Who was ruling?
Who was in charge of Syria prior to Quirinius going?
I don't know.
I told you it was Archelaus. He was in charge. He was deposed. He was removed from his post, and then Quirinius was put in there to rule Syria. That's why he took a census, because he wanted to see what was happening with the taxation.
I think you're
with the population.
I think you're equivocating. We're not talking about the census in 6 AD.
I'm not.
That's not what
we are.
About. Yeah, no, we're not.
There's no census of Quirinius prior to 6 CE.
Yeah, you have to remember, Luke knows of the census that took place in 6 AD, and he knows Jesus was born during the time of Herod.
He doesn't know that.
He mentions it in Acts, and he mentions it in his gospel as well, Herod. So we have to take these things into account when we then just say Luke's
Matthew mentions it. Matthew says that it was written that he was born during the reign of Herod, not Luke.
I think Luke does mention this in the reign of Herod as well. He's not like explicit. I think it might be in chapter 4, chapter 3.
The problem you have is in the book of Acts, there's a bunch of mentions of Herod, and it doesn't always tell you which Herod it's referring to.
Is it? No, I'm saying in
there's
Luke chapter
Herod
1,
Antipas, Archelaus. There's a bunch of Herods.
Sorry, let me just see if I can get up. Oh yeah, it says the birth of John the Baptist foretold in the time of Herod the king.
Foretold.
Yeah, no, that's like the title. That's not what Luke put. That's just the title telling us what happens in the chapter. So Luke is aware of Herod the king's reign, and he's also aware of the census that takes place.
Which is weird that he got it wrong then.
Yeah, I'm saying he didn't get it wrong. I don't believe he
did get it wrong.
Because you're just necessitating he meant the census in 6 AD.
Because that's what it says. It says it was the census under Quirinius. And until you can find me a census that he was involved in prior to that, that's all we have for the data.
No, because I've just said the gospel. I'd take the gospels as reliable. But then you're going, no.
Well, the gospels aren't reliable. That's circular.
No, but that's the thing that you've just brought up. You're bringing this up.
It's just factually not reliable. There, in the first page of Matthew, there's like 6 different errors.
Do you think that's like a good way to analyze historical text? A claim's made in it.
Yes.
And then we look around.
There's a bunch of claims in the text that aren't true. For example, it says that Jeconiah had the wrong dad. it lists the lineages wrong. It misses 3 people between Joram and Uzziah, and then it says that there's 14 generations between David and the deportation, when in fact there were 18 generations.
Oh, is this
It also traces the lineage through Jeconiah, who was cursed. None of his offspring can sit on the throne.
Is this the Matthew genealogy?
Yeah.
I hold to the like symbolic meaning of the 14 generations.
Well, it's not symbolic because there's 18.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think Matthew would know. Matthew was a Jew. Matthew would know how many generations.
Matthew wouldn't know because he quotes the Bible in Greek, not Hebrew. He was a goof. I didn't know how to read Hebrew.
Okay, so is this the genealogy you want me to look at? Like, what's the problem? Just say the problem.
We're missing 3 generations between Joram and Uzziah.
Oh, what, to get the 14? So when he says the 14 generations.
No, that gets you to 18. We're missing 3 generations, and it also turns out that Josiah isn't the father of Jeconiah. That's Jehoiakim.
Okay, well, what shall I respond to first? That's 3 there.
What's up to you?
Okay, I guess we can just go with it misses 3 generations. I hold that when Matthew was giving genealogies, he gave 14, like in each major section of the like Israelites and of their journey. So originally,
but there weren't 14. There were 18 in the second classification of generations.
Yeah,
and
I'm saying
of the last one, he miscounted. In fact, he says 14 generations from the deportation to Babylon to the Messiah. There's not. Just count him back. There's only 13 generations listed. He's a goof.
What, because David is there as well?
No, because he double counted Jeconiah.
Oh, sorry, Jeconiah. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he's not writing these as like getting every single, genealogy down. He's just. I think the number 14 has some significance.
I know it does. It has significance, but that's not the point. The point is that he made a definitive claim about the number of generations. He says all the generations from Abraham to David are 14. From David to the deportation to Babylon, 14. Factually speaking, there were not 14 generations. There were 18.
Oh yeah. Literally speaking, there were not. The point of that passage.
That's why he's wrong.
Well, no, because you're just presupposing it has to be read literally every time. I just don't hold to that.
Because that's what he says. He gives you the generations of father and son, and then he miscounts them.
Yeah, but you do understand that people can speak, symbolically and not mean literally what they say while still conveying a message.
This is a meaningless genealogy. If this genealogy is just symbology and it's not a true literal genealogy of Jesus, that means he has no rightful claim to the throne.
No, because the genealogy is to serve a purpose to trace Jesus as Messiah back to David.
Okay, then if the point is to trace his genealogy back to David, then I would expect that it's a literal genealogy.
Why would you expect that? You would just expect David to be shown.
Because to trace your lineage is it's a real process. It's something that happens physically.
Yeah, but they're not tracing every single generation of Jesus.
He did. He said all of them, all the generations from Abraham to David are 14, and from David to deportation to Babylon, 14. He's saying all of the generations.
Yeah, that wasn't my claim. My claim was Jesus in particular. This genealogy is to link Jesus to David. I'm saying, as long as David,
and it doesn't.
That's fine.
It links him. It links him through Jeconiah, who was cursed. Jeconiah says in Jeremiah 22 that none of his descendants are allowed to sit on the throne. In fact, God says, "Record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah."
Surely we should we just move on to this? Or should we stay back on the other one? I think we're jumping around a bit.
My point is the genealogy is useless.
Yeah, again, I hold the genealogy links him to David. And
but the genealogy is just wrong.
Well, I mean,
and also Joseph wasn't the dad of Jesus, so there's still no link.
Well, literally, if we say literally speaking, then yeah, I just don't hold it to be read literally. I don't think that was Matthew's intention.
Well, it's
so
not
it
right
wouldn't.
literally, and anyone with two eyes can see that it's not right. That's why you have to say things. Well, it's only true like theologically, but that's a meaningless endeavor. Also, Mark, thank you so much for the $250 over Venmo. Big W. Let's get 100 W's for Mark Bauman in the chat today. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate that. Shit.
Wait, meaningless according
Merry
to
Christmas.
Who? Like the theological?
It's meaningless
sorry.
because this is supposed to establish his rightful place to the throne, which means if in fact this is not a literal genealogy of Jesus, it's irrelevant.
No, like you're conflating.
And also the symbology is meaningless too.
You know what I mean.
To be clear, the symbology is completely meaningless. It says, so the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David to the deportation, 14. He's making a statement that because we have the number of divisions in the genealogy between these major events, because we have them, it's like some symbol or a sign from God, right? But that's just not true because in real life, those weren't the numbers, which means the only like meaningful thing is, hey, look at this thing I made up.
Well, no, wouldn't it be something to do with the number 7 and that being the reference for completion?
It's Hebrew gematria. Most scholars think this has a reference to going back to the name of David. When you do Hebrew gematria, it's a long story. It's not worth getting into. The reality is Matthew was trying to do some fancy footwork here, but he thought he was saying things that were true, and he didn't say things that are true. He said things that were false, and he does all the time. Like in in Matthew 27, he misquotes Zechariah and attributes it to Jeremiah. Matthew has no idea what he's doing.
So, what one in Matthew 27?
Matthew 27, he quotes Zechariah 11 and attributes it to Jeremiah.
What's the prophecy in Matthew 27 that he attributes to Jeremiah?
It's about being betrayed for the 30 pieces of silver. It says, for this reason, that field has been called the field of blood of this day. Actually, after he gives the blood money back, and it says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. That doesn't come from Jeremiah.
No, I mean, like, does the meaning, like, could that not just be paraphrased from Jeremiah? Like, he done
No,
that with Jesus.
It's a direct quote from Zechariah 11. When you go to the Greek Septuagint of Zechariah 11, it's a direct quote of what's happening there.
Oh, so I'm not
like
really,
if you look at your Bible, like your cross reference, just go to your cross reference. It'll tell you the same thing that I'm telling you right now. It says Zechariah 11 verse 12 and 13. Matthew's not a trustworthy source. This guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Sorry, let me go to Matthew 27. What verse again? I haven't heard this one before.
27:9.
And this was prophet. So, what verse is this meant to be referring to? Jeremiah.
With the 30 pieces of silver, it says what he said then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price.
For me, it says Jeremiah 19, 1 to 13.
No, not 19.
But this is
Jeremiah
what it says
19 doesn't say anything about 30 pieces of silver. Jeremiah 19 is where God instructs the prophet to buy the field. That's it. But this this quotation isn't from Jeremiah. This quotation is from Zechariah.
Yeah, no, but that's why I'm going with like the paraphrasing. The prophet from Jeremiah of it being a treasury or blah blah blah. It can be paraphrased.
It's not paraphrased. It's a direct quote. It says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. So he's saying Jeremiah spoke something, and then he quotes it, and the quote doesn't come from Jeremiah.
No, so I think he does the same thing with Jesus being a Nazarene. Like he just paraphrases.
That's another bad cope. He's trying to tie that to Isaiah 11, and Isaiah 11 is not even a prophecy. I mean, it is, but not about Jesus. That's for sure.
I think it's more tied to Isaiah 53, to be honest, about Jesus
No,
being
it's-
lowly in appearance.
I don't think so. It's tied to the word branch, netzer in Hebrew, in Isaiah 11.
I think I've heard that. I don't. Is that meant to be a reference to coming from the roots of David or something?
Yeah, branch.
Is that-
That's what it means.
I just don't hold to. I don't think that's the.
Well, that's what scholars say. So what we have in Matthew 27 is a misquote. He gives it to Jeremiah when Jeremiah didn't speak any of it. In fact, he combines he combines two different quotes here.
Yeah, I think it was paraphrased.
Oh, it wasn't paraphrased. It comes from Zechariah 11. Did you not go back and read it?
Yeah, no, I saw the quote that you're saying it comes from. I'm saying like the meaning from what he's phrasing there conveys the same thing. I'm just saying he actually paraphrased.
It does not. Jeremiah 19 doesn't say anything about anyone being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver.
This is it's not just, it says Zechariah.
Zechariah is where you get the quote. Zechariah says, then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury house of the Lord.
Yeah, he combines both the quotes, doesn't he, from Zechariah and Jeremiah.
No, Jeremiah didn't say it. Zechariah said the quote. This quotation right here is not from Jeremiah. This is from Zechariah. Jeremiah didn't say this.
Let me go to Jeremiah chapter 32 or chapter 19 just to see what the quote is that it's referencing. Yeah, it says Jeremiah said, "The word of the Lord came to me." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, go and buy the field. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that could just be. That's my point. It's like a paraphrase.
It's not a paraphrase. It's a quotation from Zechariah.
Yeah, well, the field that Judas buys is what he's paraphrasing to Jeremiah.
But he doesn't paraphrase Jeremiah. He paraphrases Zechariah.
When I say paraphrase, I mean like the symbolic meaning, like the spiritual meaning behind it.
There's no spiritual meaning behind it. He says that this happened in order to fulfill a prophecy spoken by Jeremiah. What prophecy that was spoken by Jeremiah got fulfilled with the 30 pieces of silver?
Let me go back on Matthew 27. He said, then what was spoken by the prophet was fulfilled. They took 30 pieces of silver. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, there's no connection to Jeremiah here at all.
I haven't heard this one before, so I'll just try and look into explanations, but I don't think I can give one.
That's fine. But Matthew is full of this kind of stuff. If you go also to like one of our classic, one of our well-known verses in Matthew 22, a lot of people remember Matthew 22 because you get the greatest commandments, but there's something happens after that where he questions the Pharisees. He says, how is it? Sorry, let me go back one more verse. What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, how is it that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son? Now, the problem here is like if whoever's writing this, I don't think Jesus spoke these words if he was a real Jewish rabbi. I think Matthew's putting words in Jesus's mouth, but Matthew, at a bare minimum, if this guy knows Hebrew, he would know that that's not what it says. And it's not even David speaking in Psalm 110. It's a prophecy to King David, and it's specifically about King David. It's not a prophecy that King David's speaking.
Well, it said David by the Spirit. Like, it didn't say he physically said these words. It said David by the Spirit.
But no, David didn't speak any of it.
No, like, it could have been in his spirit. Like, he didn't have to speak it. It could have just been in his spirit.
No,
I don't believe you have to speak words to convey messages.
He's quoting Psalm 110, bud. So Psalm 110, he's quoting, and he's assuming that David is speaking in Psalm 110. David is not speaking in Psalm 110. It's specifically to David. It says Le David Mizmor, which means of David, a psalm. And then it starts out with Neum. Neum just means an oracle. It's a noun. It says an oracle of Yahweh. Great. So we got an oracle of Yahweh to David. It says to my master. So this is an oracle to David, and the whole thing is about David. It says, in fact, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. That was the promise made to David. A promise, by the way, that comes true. In fact, if you go to 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 3, when Solomon takes over, says, you know that my father David could not build a house in the name of the Lord his God because of the warfare which with his enemies surrounded him until he put them under the soles of his feet. Because that was the promise made to David, not from David, which is why it says, the rod of thy strength, the Lord will send out of Zion. That's what David did. Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. That's what David did. Thy people offer themselves willingly in the day of thy warfare, in adornment with holiness from the womb of the dawn, thy is the dew of thy youth. That's all about David. David had people going to battle with him. This is not something that David spoke. It doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord. What it says is that there's a prophecy, an oracle of Yahweh to the king, which means whoever wrote Matthew 22 is just a goof quoting from the Greek Septuagint, has no idea what's happening.
Yeah, so I think Jesus inherits the throne of David anyway. So whatever.
You think he what?
I think he inherits the throne of David as well. So I think it could be like.
Oh, he can't. He's disqualified.
What? Because of the cursed bloodline? Is that what you think?
He's disqualified because he goes through the line of Jeconiah. Jeconiah is cursed, and the one in Matthew is problematic because it traces it through Nathan. But the promise of the Messiah was specifically to go through Solomon. Not only that, to come from the physical body of David. In fact, what we find in Chronicles, Kings, and Samuel, when it comes to the messianic promises, it specifically says, let me grab the passage for you, in 2 Samuel 7:12. Pull it up. It says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. This is Solomon. So he's saying that he's going to establish the Judean throne through Solomon forever from people who come from my body. And Jesus didn't come from the body of David.
When your days are fulfilled and you lie down, who comes from your body, I will establish your kingdom. Oh, I could just hold to that being through legally, through Joseph, legally.
It says from your body.
Yeah, so from David's actual body, his flesh and blood bloodline will go down to Jesus. So it's still from his body.
It doesn't go to Jesus, it goes to Joseph.
Yeah, it goes down to Joseph,
So Jesus was not from the body of David.
No, but to get to Jesus, there had to be descendants from the body.
No, Jesus could have literally just been born from the line of David, but he wasn't, which means he's not from the body of David.
Well, when it says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
that's Solomon.
So his offspring was still raised up, and without this offspring being raised up, Jesus wouldn't have came anyway. So it's still.
Oh, that Jesus wasn't dependent on any of these people. He was just a liar and a fraud who came and fulfilled 0 prophecies and then lied about when he was coming back.
Well, I disagree. I think Jesus would have been dependent on Joseph for prophecies being fulfilled when he incarnated.
There's no prophecies about Joseph.
No,
there's no prophecies about incarnation. Like none of this stuff about Jesus is prophesied. Every single prophecy you think is about Jesus, if we go and drill down in them, you're gonna tell me it's a partial fulfillment or a dual fulfillment. Can you think of even one prophecy where Jesus fulfilled it in the original context of the prophecy?
Probably Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel.
I disagree. There's a pretty famous rabbi in the 1st century BC who thought it was a messianic prophecy.
And there's also famous rabbis who disagreed. Like as early as VERICAL, they were disagreeing with this. The reality is, just because you found a rabbi that thought it was messianic is not a meaningless point. If you believed what the Jews believed, you wouldn't believe in Jesus. So it's not helpful to your cause. But what we find is that in Deutero-Isaiah, the author tells you who, in fact, the nation, or who is the servant. Hold on, my cat's about to knock everything over on my desk. Give me a second. Hold on, buddy. You got to get off the desk, honey. Come on. Come on.
I think the servant is a person and the nation. Like, I think the nation of Israel is also addressed.
Why would we think that?
Yeah, well, I think when Isaiah says he was punished for my people, the my people there would be referring to the nation of Israel, I believe.
Oh, I disagree, and I can explain to you why that's false.
Are you going to hold to the righteous remnant?
I'm going to hold to the righteous remnant, and I'm going to show you all the times where God just tells you explicitly. He says, "You Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." 43:10, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." And then he repeats it over and over again. 44:1 and 2, 44:21, 45:4, and then maybe my favorite, 48:20, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So the arc of Deutero-Isaiah is that God is now freeing his people from Babylon, and he's going to exalt them. And when he exalts them, all the nations are going to see that Yahweh is the one true Lord, because holy shit, look what he did with these people that were downtrodden and disgraced. Yet God vindicated them. That's why it says that the nations who do not know you will run to you once he exalts you. So when I get to chapter 53, given the context of the rest of Isaiah, I don't know why I would go into chapter 53 and all of a sudden think that every prophecy of Isaiah is about the Babylonian exile, or at least Deutero-Isaiah, except for this random one chapter.
But when was the first Jew that we have dated interpreting Isaiah 53 to be about the nation of Israel?
Oh, it's irrelevant, and we've got a bunch that are quite early. In fact, as early as Celsus, we've got, so that's 2nd century, we've got Jewish people interpreting it as being about the corporate Israel. Also, we've got voices in the Talmud that agree, but again, what some Jewish people thought is irrelevant to the discussion of this matter, because the Jewish rabbis did nothing but disagree with each other. Every passage of the Hebrew Bible, if you turn to the interpretations from the Talmud, a lot of it is just them disagreeing. So, while it's great that you think you found one Jewish rabbi that agrees with you, it's kind of meaningless.
No, do you not think that's quite dishonest, though, to bring up 2nd century Jews when in the 1st century the Jews are the one who crucified Jesus? Of course, they're going to reinterpret.
It's not dishonest. If we had more Jewish writings prior to the time of Jesus, then perhaps we could have put some more matter to this. But the reality is, like, all the early texts we have, like, we do have some early apocryphal Jewish writings that also refer to Israel as a servant. So, for example, in the Psalms of Solomon, they're not in the Bible, they're apocryphal, but in the Psalms of Solomon, it refers to the nation of Israel as a servant. This is just a common trope. Israel is always a servant of God.
Yeah, Israel, I'm not denying Israel is depicted as a servant in Isaiah. It's just you're saying if we had more sources, but we have like a very prominent Jewish rabbi who's very well respected and very renowned in the 1st century BC before Jesus, who gives us his interpretation of it being a messianic prophecy. But then you go, and again, in the 2nd century,
it's not relevant, because the Jews didn't believe it was about Jesus, or else they wouldn't have crucified him. Like, trying to make an argument from one Jewish guy isn't a good argument, and I don't believe that we even have the thing that you're claiming.
Well, I'm slightly confused. When you say the Jews didn't believe it was about Jesus, that's why they crucified him. If that prophecy was about Jesus and said he was stricken with the
but it's
Actions of
clearly
my
not about
people.
Jesus. Can you demonstrate from the text of Isaiah why I would think that it's about somebody other than Israel?
Well, yeah, I think Jesus, when you look at the parallels in Jesus' life,
So
I mean,
what?
even when we start with
What
the
parallels
seed
are
growing,
meaningless here? We're talking about the context of Isaiah. So
yeah, but
what's
it's
the
the same
context
person.
of Second Isaiah?
Well, I think Isaiah was written by one person, but I don't think there's multiple authors to Isaiah.
Well, that's certainly not true. All you got to do is read Second Isaiah. The grammar itself leads us to believe that it's not written by the same person as Proto Isaiah.
Yeah, but it's just not. That's just not provable. Like, you can't prove it's written by someone else.
It is provable. So did Isaiah, the prophet, did the prophet Isaiah live during the time of King Cyrus the Great?
I don't know. I think that's kind of irrelevant anyway to the.
It's not irrelevant if you read Isaiah 45. When the author of Second Isaiah refers to King Cyrus, does he refer to him in the future tense, or in the present or past tense? What we call perfect tense in Hebrew grammar.
I'm not going to derail the conversation. I think we should stay on Isaiah 53.
We are in Isaiah 53.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, because you asked me how we can connect it to Jesus, didn't you?
That's what I'm asking you. From the text, how do we connect it? Why would we think it's not about Israel?
Yeah, well, I think the text is pretty clear on the resurrection, on the intercession of the Gentiles. At the
Israel
end.
does that. Israel does that. Israel intercedes for the Gentiles. Every year.
Am I meant to believe that the Babylonian exile led to the light of the Gentiles?
No, it didn't.
It's just a failed prophecy.
That's the difference between us and you is we can read this and say, oh, it's clearly a prophecy about the post-Babylonian exile, and it didn't come true. Whereas what you're doing, which is what a lot of Christians will do, is say, well, the prophecies can't fail, therefore we just have to pigeonhole another theory into it rather than admitting it failed.
To be fair, this is not just something that Christians do. It's something that Jewish people did as well. They would reinterpret or renegotiate with biblical prophecies that failed and reinterpret them to be about something else, which is why you get some rabbis during the Common Era reinterpreting Isaiah 53 to not be about the nation.
Sorry, say that again.
I don't know if I really want to say all that again.
Just like the last sentence. I was... Something fell out of my hair, sorry.
You and Jews both do the same thing when you renegotiate with the Bible whenever prophecy fails. That's why you get rabbis at a later point in history that renegotiate Isaiah 53 and come to a different interpretive lens, which is why our best bet is just to look at what the text itself says instead of relying on later rabbis.
Well, I don't interpret anything. I just go by what the church says. So...
No use going with them either, because they're doing the same exact thing. So when we look at the grammar of Isaiah 53, the suffering of the servant, when does it take place from the perspective of the author?
Yeah, I would just believe it to be in Jesus' time when the Messiah comes.
Well, what does the grammar tell us? Does it say that he shall be wounded for our he shall be wounded for our transgressions, or he was wounded for our transgressions?
That's pretty weak, bro. It's a prophecy. That's not really like
prophecies work. Well, just the grammar of prophecies works the same way as the grammar of day-to-day speech, bud. If you want to talk about the future, you use the imperfect tense. If you want to talk about the past or something that's already happened, use perfect tense.
Yeah, let's say I look like a year into the future, and I see someone like sacrifice their life for someone, and they ask me what he did. I say, oh well, he done this. Or blah blah blah. That's gonna sound past tense, but it's just because I've seen, or something's been revealed to me. That's not really.
No, when we read the words of the prophets, like Isaiah chapter 2, for example, and Isaiah describes the exaltation of Jerusalem as the highest of all God's mountains. He doesn't speak in perfect tense. He always uses the imperfect tense. He says that the nations shall stream to it. They didn't say the nations did stream to it, because that's not how prophecy works.
Well, that's just according to you. You're just saying that the prophecy can't work.
That's just how grammar works. I mean, if you want to ignore the way that words work, and make special pleading
no,
for your interpretive lens, you can do that. But the rest of us who are honest with what the text actually says ain't gonna let that fly.
Yeah, all right, man. Well, I don't think the grammar necessitates it taking place in the past. It can be spoken about in past tense because you've seen it, but it just doesn't necessitate.
Okay, ignore the grammar. Gotcha.
Well, no, I just think I'm reading it contextually, but all right, man.
You're not.
All right, man. Oh, well, it's getting pretty late for me. It's like 2:10, but I've enjoyed the conversation, man. I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for coming up and chatting with us. And I mean, to be sure, I mean, you're more knowledgeable than most of the Christians we get up here, so I appreciate it.
Oh, I wouldn't hold that. I don't want people in the chat thinking that I'm someone's definitely not. I'd go and look at people more knowledgeable. But yeah, man. Peace be with you, bro.
All right, cheers. Well, they really do cling to Isaiah 53.
Is this a variation of words don't mean words? Grammar don't mean grammar? I don't know.
Basically. Although it depends on how you interpret it. We can have a grammar discussion later. I think there's a couple ways to look at it. I personally, well, it's neither here nor there. You know what we agree on, though, is that there's no such thing as prophetic perfect. That is a bullshit claim. That's not real.
100% cope.
100%. All right, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. It's going to be, I said it was Mikey and then Jesus King Flat Earth. Randy, my friend, still in here. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much. Randy out here making memberships rain like crazy. I really appreciate that, friend. And Charles, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, to all the atheists, agnostic, and the ones deconstructing, you people have the guts to question this nonsense and think critically. You are the people that give me hope, even with all the mayhem happening in America. Well, that's what we're here for. We're here to help people deal with the nonsense happening today. Help them get out of these dangerous cults. Raul, also the other name of Jethro, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, it's a tragedy of the 21st century that ancient myths still govern modern minds. Thanks for all you do, Justin. Well, thanks for supporting the channel, Raul. I really appreciate that. And you're right, it's weird that people allow their brains to be brainwashed like this. Lockfury coming in strong. Good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the $99 super chat. Let's get 99 W's in the comments for our friend Lockfury. Thank you very much, my friend. I really, really appreciate that. Huge W, mega huge W. And Pickled, thank you for the $10 super chat. It's a small point, but the bloody sheet law is even an aberration of justice in the husbands, or to the husbands. How easy would it be for a cheater to just put some blood on a sheet and get away with it? It's a useless law. I agree. And we know from history, cultures that still did practice the bloody sheet, even medieval Europe. There were people, we have authentic accounts from people in medieval Europe talking about how they cheated the bloody sheet test by taking pig's blood with them to make sure that there was blood on that sheet when they consummated. So it is what it is. Steven says, I truly feel like we are still living in the 1400s. What the fuck? How do these people believe in fairy tales so strongly? Is because they were raised to believe it. They were indoctrinated, right? So once you are raised to believe something, it's hard to shake it off, you know? Gary, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my sister-in-law wanted to go see the new animated movie David. I kind of wanted to as well the other day. And you know what? It made me think Justin really needs a Lucid. Let's go. Merry Christmas. Go Bills. Thank you so much, Gary. I appreciate that. And listen, Gary, you are single-handedly propping up my my Lucid fun. Thank you for that. And Captain, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, your video with Tay and Pastor Ron is my favorite video. I can't stop replaying it. I love sharing it with atheist friends and well. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. That is one of my favorite videos because, like, the minute I heard the guy on the phone, I clocked it. I was like, oh, this is a guy that has a fake degree from a basement church Bible college of some nature. And I nailed it. Called it right from the get-go. Lockfree says, if Jesus is Santa for adults, is Muhammad Jesus for PDF files. That is the case, actually. That is the case. Mithridates, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, technically speaking, it says governing in Greek rather than governor. Also, the stone says that whoever it is meant for was governor twice and mentions 2 provinces, not that he governed Syria twice. That certainly is the point. So now I got to go and apparently I've got to write down the entire history of Quirinius, just so that next time we have these goofballs up here, we can show them the sources. Lockfree, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Dudeski, the genealogy is both literal and symbolic. Obviously, how are you so slow that you can't understand it? Also, you're supposed to presuppose it's accurate. That is the case. It's always true if you presuppose that it's true and then never check it. Lockfree adds again, thank you so much, friend. Says, remember the time God made man in his image, but we sucked so much he killed us all in the flood? I remember that. Pepperidge Farms remembers that. Some of these Bible verses start making sense. You know what? As long as you recognize the fact that Yahweh is like just this bloodthirsty, genocidal maniac of a deity, the book does start to make sense. And Jesus is no better. Charles, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Justin, Merry Christmas, and thanks for doing Doug's work and the education I have been seeking my whole life. I find it a blessing paying you some tithes. Keep spreading the truth. That's what I seek. Well, thank you, Charles. I appreciate that. I always, when I first got online, I always hoped that I would help people. I wanted to help people. I never in a million years imagined that I'd find so many people in the community that support my work that is able to help as many people as it does. And I'm eternally grateful, even though we're temporary beings. I'm eternally grateful for all the support that I get here on this channel. And Lockfree says, when I say paraphrase, I mean a different word altogether. I know. That's really the case. Listen, if you're a Christian, the only defense you have for this book is that words don't mean words. That's the only thing you got in your toolbox. And Christina says, holidays are rough right now. Thanks for going live for the community. Christina, I really appreciate that. You know what? So last year, I wasn't sure if I should go live on Christmas Eve. And some people said you should. There's a lot of people that are not going to be doing anything. And so now I'm just going to do this every Christmas Eve. I think it was a good idea. Flux Chandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Here's to Andrew finally getting banned from the line. Fuck that guy. I always thought he was awful, but I didn't think he'd stoop as low as he eventually did. I know. It's rough to hearing some of the shit that comes out of these people's mouths. It really is. And Carlos coming in again, People's Elbow from the top rope with 10 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. Carlos, that is huge. Capital HUGE, huge grace. And 10 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Carlos. Let's get 1 million W's in the comments for Carlos. Hell yeah. All right, let's grab Mikey. Mikey's been waiting to get in for a minute, so hopefully he's still here. Welcome in, Mikey. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, both.
Awesome. Well, thanks for waiting. So my claim here tonight, and you've probably heard me already reiterate it, is I think that Jesus and Santa are analogous because I think they were both fictional characters that were built on real historical characters and are both now completely dead. Why would I think otherwise?
Well, okay. Well, I agree with you on a point that so you do believe that Jesus existed, but not in the context of what religion tells you.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And therefore I agree with you, but I also believe that there is what you call a Christ consciousness that
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Buckle up,
And
baby.
so okay. Well, and I believe that that is his real intention of espousing all he said and do was, just to be like him or follow him, but not in a religious context, but just be like him, and you too will be an awakened soul.
What do you mean by not in a religious context? Because he says that the Father is looking for people who will worship him in spirit and truth. What does it mean to worship somebody in spirit and truth?
I guess it means to worship the God, but not him, right? Like he believes that his Father is God, and so to worship God in a way.
Right. I mean, but Jesus thinks that he's the son of God, right?
Right. Well,
Right.
I would presume that, if you believe in a God, that we all believe as humans that we are all like sons of God in a way, because without God, if you believe in a God, we probably wouldn't be here.
Which God specifically? Just to make sure we're on the same page here.
It's not a biblical God. It's just a God
Oh.
that it's just creator of the universe.
You are aware that Jesus of Nazareth was Jewish, right?
Did he espouse that though?
Yep.
Did he like but he wasn't
Ma-
saying like you must follow Judaism, right? He wasn't
yes.
saying
Matthew 5:17 through 19 and Matthew chapter 23 verses 1 through 3, he specifically tells his top followers to follow the law of Moses. And he continuously quotes from the Hebrew Bible.
okay, but the law of Moses, is that a sect? Like is that like a Jewish like, or was it like just saying like follow what Moses is saying?
Follow the laws that are found in the Pentateuch, the 5 books of Moses. He says actually specifically tells his followers to do everything the Pharisees tell them to do. So if he's endorsing any specific sect of Judaism, he's endorsing Pharisaic Judaism.
Okay, so like I'm not familiar with Pharisaic Judaism, but okay, well if he says that, then he's espousing a religion, right? Then he would be saying then follow Judaism. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, then he would be saying, so then where does Christianity come up with this? Because if Jesus is saying follow Judaism, then why are Christians following? Why did Christians make their own sect?
Because Christians don't follow Jesus, they follow Paul.
Oh, I'm okay. Now I'm really confused. So Paul is, Paul like the Corinthian? Like I'm not sure. Like,
Carrie, I got people in the comment section asking a really good question. Why are you making any claims about Jesus of Nazareth if you've never read the New Testament?
well, I've read the Bible, right? But I mean, like me myself, I was born a Christian, but I've never actually I've deconstructed from religion per se, because I know religion is just it's just a system where it puts people against each other, and that's not per se what Jesus or somebody who is awakened would technically say.
But
right?
if you're going to make any claims about Jesus of Nazareth, the only source that we have on him are the Gospels. That's it. Anything else, and you're just making stuff up.
Well, no, then here comes the Christ consciousness aspect, right? Because
Where
the
is that in
Christ
the Gospels?
consciousness. Well, okay, so how did that term come around?
It's a
Christ
modern
consciousness.
new age. It's a modern new age invention.
Okay, all right. Okay, I can, yeah. So then I think that then that would be the case, that I would be more of a new age person, because I'm not religious per se, and I don't believe in religion. I do think that there is a Christ consciousness out there.
I think there's an Abraham Lincoln consciousness that we should all be driving from, because Abraham Lincoln was one of the enlightened ones.
Abraham Lincoln, vampire hunter to be specific.
Yeah,
right. And
I mean,
now
if we're just gonna make up stuff about historical figures, why not, make it fun?
well, I'm not talking about Christ consciousness as like a duplication of his consciousness. I'm saying that what Christ has achieved in, elevating and being awakened and having a consciousness that transcends himself, that is the consciousness that anybody can achieve.
None of that is in the Bible. This is just stuff we're making up about Jesus.
Well, this is why I'm not a religious person, right? But I do believe that.
Why not just be like a Hindu or a Buddhist or something? Why slap Jesus onto it unnecessarily?
Right.
Well, I don't want to use any religion, because any religion is just going to pit me against you and you against that person.
Then don't use Jesus.
Yeah, what's the Jesus facade doing?
But Jesus to me, he never, I never thought that Jesus actually espoused any religion. I thought he just was like, follow me. You don't have to be a Christian. He didn't even talk about Christianity. He never said, never said anything about being Judaism. He never said follow be Jewish. So I never thought he actually espoused any religion. So that's wherein I bring up the name Jesus, because he was an enlightened soul, and I think that that was more his way of saying, if you want to become enlightened, follow me, but you don't have to partake in any of these things that we've constructed around him, which is religion. Which is, I
Okay.
think, it's it's
Mikey.
just,
I mean, it turns out you're just not a Christian, and that's fine. If you're not a Christian, that means you're not really the target audience for what we're doing
I
here.
get that. No, exactly. I get that. But isn't this point then? Is it just like you're trying to awaken people, right?
We're trying to help people understand that Jesus is dead, that he wasn't the Messiah, and that the Bible is not true. All that kind of stuff kind of wrapped up into one. And you kind of don't believe any of that nonsense anyway, so you're not you're not the right opposition for
I
us.
understand. No, exactly. And I understand that you would use that as an opposition against is what I'm saying, because I think that there is a God per se, which I don't really know or think that you guys believe in, right?
No, we don't believe in your God, but you don't believe in the biblical God, so we got to move on to the next guest that does. Okay.
Yeah. No worries, man. No worries. Take care. Have a good one.
All right. Cheers, man.
Bye.
Well, I say Christ consciousness is a much better religion than Christianity, but like it's extra levels of nonsense,
It always annoys the hell out of me. I don't know why. It's just because it's just so unnecessary.
Indeed. Friends, let me grab a couple of supers and we'll get Jesus King Earth is Flat next. Should be exciting. Rasta Man says our EE department had this hip staff member that we students could turn to for support. He was a cool budsman. Oh, wait, hold on. Ombudsman in English, I think means many things. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I'm sure there's a double play on words here, but I'm not sure I'm catching it. Thank you, though, for the super chat. If there's not a joke there, then I guess I'll be okay. Randy, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. Huge W, my friend. And Side, thank you so much, my friend, for the $10 super chat. Says Merry Dougmas to all the DZ community. Well, Merry Christmas to you, my friend. I really appreciate it. Dale, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says on this day long ago, a child was born who, by age 30, would transform the world. Happy birthday, Isaac Newton, born December 25th, 1642. That was pretty good. I didn't know where you were going with that, but I like that one. And Justin Jarek, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, really enjoy your content, Justin. I'm curious, do you ever have fellow atheists come on to show and share their thoughts? Thank you for all that you do, brother. Well, not really. The problem is, like, no one watches those videos, so I don't really do it all that much. But sometimes I do sit down, like, pre-recorded videos with other atheists, just not live streams all that much. But we do it on occasion. Adam, thank you so much for the 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Christmas is coming early with all these gifted memberships, making it rain, and Trude as well with 10 more DZ Debate memberships. Big W. I really, really appreciate that, friend. All right, we got Quanta with us now, which should be a whole lot of fun.
I heard Flat Earth was mentioned, so...
Yes. They summoned Quanta with the phrase Flat Earth, and he appeared much like Ems. All right.
Also, happy Newton Miss.
Oh, absolutely happy Newton Miss to you. For sure. All right, let's grab, our guest is with us now. Welcome in, Jesus is King, Earth is Flat. Are you at least 18? And is it safe to presume that you believe in Jesus?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And you also believe that the Earth is flat?
Yes, sir.
Sure. How long have you believed that the Earth is flat?
Since 2016.
So quite some time you've been deep in the rabbit hole, huh?
Correct.
Sure. So, I mean, either of those two topics, I think we could talk about. But we do have a friend up here who's really interested in the flat Earth conversation. So maybe we should touch on that one first. What would be a good reason why we would believe that the Earth is indeed flat?
Well, because that's what the Bible actually teaches.
We don't disagree.
People want to say it doesn't, but it does.
No, I agree. The Bible does teach it. I'm asking, why should we believe that it's true?
Well, see, if you take God at His word, then you have to examine the evidence around you, and I believe the evidence actually fits.
Great. What's the evidence?
Okay, so I remember reading some kind of space article, and it said that as if these electrons were hitting like a glass wall in space. So for me, that kind of...
Okay, so, all right. Starting strong here. That what you likely read was just an analogy representing the magnetic field of either the Earth or the solar system that deflects charged particles, not like a glass wall. That is something that's just made up for pop science. That's not what the science actually says.
Can I say something?
I mean, I'm hoping you will.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I was just waiting for my turn to talk. Sorry. What about what it says in Job? I believe it's 37. Is it Job 37?
It's Job 37. It says that the sky is hard like a cast metal mirror, and Job 38:14 says that the earth is formed like clay beneath the seal. But again, we don't think that the Bible's true. So you'd have to substantiate the flat Earth claim without the Bible.
Yeah.
In fact, we can actually very easily we can very easily disprove the concept of a dome by just the fact that radio waves don't echo back from space. Because that would be a very easy thing to prove, to shoot a radio wave into space and then hear its echo as it ricochets off of whatever dome that it bounces off of. But you know, we do this and it only bounces back when we aim it at a celestial body like the moon or even like Mercury.
Yeah, what about Sir Admiral Byrd and what about all his exploration? I believe there's 3 operations from what I've called Operation High Jump, Operation... I can't remember. But I remember there was things I read concerning Sir Admiral Byrd, and so that kind of intrigued my
I've heard these claims. I've heard these claims come up quite a lot, and from all that I can tell, Admiral Byrd's reports are dubious at best.
Okay.
And more importantly, do not align with any subsequent measurement or observation.
Okay, yeah. And what about, I believe it's the high altitude rockets being fired into the sky. From what I remember, it was called Operation Dominic. And if I do remember clearly, Dominic means of the Lord. So they actually called it Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. I found that very interesting as well. So
I mean, the fact that they name things religious things doesn't really surprise me. I mean, a lot of astronauts were themselves religious, so I don't see what that proves or anything. The fact that rockets even exist and that orbital mechanics works is further proof that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. Or what about the moon appearing before and behind clouds? So I know sometimes the moon can be in front of clouds, which looks quite bizarre.
The moon can shine through clouds, but the clouds are never actually behind the moon.
Okay, so you're saying it's just... Because look, I understand optical illusions can also... So even things that we see aren't real sometimes because of the... I use examples of optical illusions, but even they can trick our mind.
Yes, this is why you need to use like special equipment if you want to do a proper measurement. But what you're referring to is just what happens when you shine a bright light through a semi-transparent or semi-opaque material. The bright light will shine right on through it if it's bright enough. And it will look like the material isn't in front of it, but behind it. But that's just an illusion.
Okay, so I was told you could see the curvature out. I think it was 40,000 feet. So I flew,
depends on the level of precision of the equipment that you have. But the observation that I often like to refer to is one that is not dependent on any atmospheric effects at all, and also does not depend on altitude. This is actually a ground-based observation, and that is the Minos neutrino experiments. So there are physics experiments. I've gone to these experiments myself. I'm a physicist. I've worked on the beamline for one of these even. And we can fire beams of particles called neutrinos through the curvature of the Earth and validate that it has the radius that we expect.
Yep. Hang on, I forgot my what I was going to say. So if
We're just going
really,
through the script, aren't we?
No script. It's just the things I've learned along the way. Just things I've learned, and so I know obviously the Bible teaches it very clearly. I mean, people can say it doesn't, but womp womp, they're wrong. But yeah, for me personally, I sincerely believe that the world around us indicates.
Even after all that debunking, where we just went through every single claim that you had, that doesn't shake you at all. That all of these are so easily debunked.
I mean, they're pretty piss weak, so I think my Jesus points are much stronger.
I mean, you just saying it's in the Bible gives us just more reason to not believe in the Bible, because as Quantonaut can easily show you, all of the data is in favor of a globe Earth, and there is no data in favor of a flat Earth.
I mean, the easiest proof that you can do yourself on a budget. Obviously, I refer to neutrino experiments, which are these big, expensive experiments. But something very easily you could do yourself is build something known as a Foucault pendulum. It's French. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it, but I made one of these back in high school. I helped set it up in my undergrad physics department. It's literally just a big pendulum that will precess at a rate dependent on your latitude on the Earth. And this is something that only makes sense on a spinning globe Earth. On a flat pancake, if the Earth is not moving at all, you would get zero precession, so the pendulum would just swing back and forth in the same direction all the time. And if it is spinning, pizza being spun around on your finger, then it would not have the precession dependence on latitude that we observe. Specifically, we see it get stronger as you get closer to the equator, and then as you get close to either of the poles, it goes to zero. But if we were on a flat Earth that was spinning, it would only go to zero at the North Pole, and it would get more and more extreme the further south you went, and we don't see that.
Okay. What about the allegation that the blue marble was actually the first iPhone? I believe it's the iPhone screen, and it was compiled by images, so it wasn't actually taken as a full image, but just images compiled.
The first blue marble is a single photo. There was subsequent blue marble photos later that were composite, but the first one was a single shot photo. You can very easily look this up.
Okay, and where'd they shoot it from? Obviously space, I know that.
I don't know if you want coordinates or something, but...
No, I mean was it a whole, so it was a whole shot? Because I remember reading it wasn't a whole shot, it was a composite.
That was subsequent later blue marble. There's multiple blue marble photos. And if you're only in low Earth orbit, then you would have to do composites to get a nice photo of a very large section of the Earth, because you're up close to it otherwise. But if you're on the way to the moon, for example, you can just get the full Earth in one shot, no problem.
Okay. Speaking of on the way to the moon, there's a documentary. Have you seen it? It's called "What Happened on the Way to the Moon."
I've heard about it, and again, claims don't really go through. There's easy ways to validate that we have gone to the moon. The easiest being the existence of Apollo retroreflectors. So during the Apollo missions, we left reflective surfaces at the landing sites on the moon. And using high-powered lasers operated by independent observatories across multiple countries, not associated with NASA, we can validate that, yes, we are getting a reflection signal at these landing sites and nowhere else.
Why would they doctor the evidence? Because you can actually watch them in the actual documentary doctoring the evidence, and they're making out that they're further away than what they are, and then they actually reveal where they are, and it's actually in low Earth orbit. Why, if they've been to the moon, why would you need to do that? Why would you
That
need to
claim seems
manipulate? Why would you
dubious to
need to?
me.
What were they
Well, I've actually
doctoring?
watched it.
How do you
So what
doctor
they
something that's on the surface of the moon?
Yeah, yeah.
what I'm
This doesn't
Yeah. No, so I'm talking about
debunk what
when they
I just
actually
said
did
with the retroreflectors.
Yeah, I get that, but the point I'm trying to make is they actually doctor where they are at that present time. So they're still in low Earth orbit, but they're making it
How?
they're further than what they are. And
How?
so what they do is they cover certain parts up. They cover certain parts of the window up,
Parts of what?
just leaving like a shining blue marble.
Be specific. We have no idea
Where
what
are
you're
they
talking
getting
about.
this? Yeah, I don't know where you're getting this information from other than this dubious documentary.
Well, see, I watched it, and if it's really the crew of, I believe, the Apollo mission.
How would you even know about this? Like, was there a camera on board that they filmed themselves doctoring while that was happening?
Well, I believe, from what I'm saying,
Also, I'm hearing a big echo. Is that just me, or?
No, his connection got shitty for a second. It should be better now.
What about now? Is it good?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it seems like behind the scenes footage of them doctoring the wall on the ship, making out they were further than what they are, and
Why
the fact
would they
that they haven't
film
been
it?
able,
Why would they
I
film
guess
them
it would be
doctoring their
maybe
own
for their
evidence?
Yeah, maybe just to report to the higher ups. I don't know, maybe to report to those who are more in charge of the program than they are, to show they actually did it properly. Or I don't know. There's multiple things, but in that one, they actually doctor things. They actually cover walls. They cover certain lights, and then when they reveal it, they're actually still in low Earth orbit. And the fact that we haven't been able to go back since, I believe, is also another skeptical.
I'm looking up the documentary right now. It never actually shows any footage that you claim. It's all just claims.
No, it does. No, well, what I mean, it does show footage because I've watched it. I watched a whole hour of it. I think I made
Are
an hour
you
and a
sure
bit.
that was actual footage, or just like stuff that this documentary made up?
Well, the thing is,
It was
I
on
can't
YouTube,
confirm
so it's
whether
got to
I
be
made it.
true.
Yeah, right.
No, well, I wouldn't say it's got to be true, but I mean, it kind of makes it look quite sus. The fact that they have to manipulate and mislead to try and prove
I don't think they actually did. There's any evidence for that at all. This is just a claim made by the documentary.
I mean, you see it in the video, so I don't know. There could be actors.
Do they
I don't know.
do a reconstruction of what they are claiming happened? Because it doesn't actually look like there's any actual footage.
Suddenly we're believing things we see in videos. Crazy.
All right.
Well,
and regardless, you'll have to reconcile this with the Apollo retroreflectors, because one way or the other, the Apollo retroreflectors got on the moon.
And there's like 3 different universities that have placed reflectors on the moon just like within the last decade.
Yeah. Also, have been to the moon since the Apollo missions.
Not manned mission. You don't need a human being to physically
that's what I mean,
place
manned
them.
mission,
Yeah.
So
So
that's what I mean, manned missions.
So here's the reality, right?
Okay.
Everything we know about the natural world would lead us to believe that the Earth is a sphere. That's why you could literally calculate it using the shadow, way back over 2,000 years ago, right? Now, you can have these conspiracy theories about somebody doctoring something, but what physical evidence from the world around us would be evidence that the Earth is not a sphere? Because, I think GPS satellites are just a nail in the coffin for flat Earth. GPS satellites are real. I've personally seen them. I've personally programmed units to work with them. And our GPS maps are based on a sphere. So how are...
Not only that, but they actually have to take into account special and general relativity to make sure that the clocks don't drift over time.
Right. How are all these things functioning if the Earth is flat?
Well, can you still have satellites and still have a flat Earth? Because I've seen satellites too myself.
No, you cannot. They move far too fast to actually be in the atmosphere and unpropelled.
Okay, yeah, well that makes a lot of sense.
Because you can actually you can track the International Space Station just like on an app. Like you can see when it will go overhead at your location, and then you can go outside and like literally see it pass above overhead.
Yeah. What about the fisheye lens? Have you heard of that theory? They use fisheye lens.
That's not how
Have you heard
fisheye
that one?
lenses work. When you
Yeah,
have a
fisheye
fisheye lens, the outer ring of the fisheye is so distorted that you typically can't make it out. A fisheye lens doesn't just make a straight line suddenly appear curved. It's going to be curved, and then it's going to do crazy end movements, and that's just not what we see also. A fisheye lens is not something that's like an airplane window or a curved glass in front of your face. That's not fisheye. A fisheye is a very specific lens shape, and none of those things have a fisheye lens.
Also, I've been skimming through the documentary this entire time. I'm not seeing whatever footage you're alluding to. They're just showing regular clips of the moon landing and sometimes drawing arrows over things without actually
No. There's actual. I believe it's toward the end or toward the middle or some, but it's there. I mean, don't
that's
trust me,
over
bro,
half of the documentary. But regardless, I've been skimming through this entire thing, and I've been seeing random interview footage, some shots of the Earth from space, but nothing of them like covering up the windows or anything. Nope, that's just the famous moon landing footage.
I mean, it's there. I mean,
all this is just normal archival footage that you can just look up on NASA's own website.
Yes. So then it must be somewhat legit footage that someone's just taken and compiled. But still, they still do it. That's what I mean. They still do it. So it's still.
But I don't see anything like incriminating here. This is all just standard footage that I've seen a billion times myself.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what really made me skeptical of the globe. The fact that they did that was like, oh yeah, if it is white.
Again, I'm looking through your source. I don't see anything that looks incriminating here.
I've seen it. So I look and I don't lie. So I've literally seen it. That's why I used to point people to that when I was a flat Earth preacher. I used to point people to that very documentary.
I guess what we're still trying to figure out is what is the actual evidence that the Earth is flat, right? Because you keep pointing to like, well, here's a video of somebody doctoring something. That's not evidence, right? What about the physical world around us would lead us to believe that we're on a flat disk?
I haven't looked into this in a long time.
So here's the thing, Jesus is King. It sounds like you really believe that the Earth is flat because the Bible says so.
I believe I do as well. I do believe sincerely it does teach, and I do believe the Bible teaches a lot of truth, and I do believe it teaches the right things about Jesus. However, humans have come along the way and messed it all up. But I sincerely believe that.
But is the Bible true? Because like when I read the Bible, it's full of things that are like pretty easy to demonstrate are not true.
Not true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are some things in there that I find quite, wrong. But when it comes to Jesus, I feel like he's actually the true Messiah of Israel, and he actually fits the description. And I know people don't.
How he didn't? How he didn't fulfill a? How could that possibly be? He didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
Okay, well, that's where I've actually done my research. This has probably been the topic I've researched the most. I've been a Christian for now 17 years.
Well, you've stepped into the
You've
lion's den
researched it
today,
more than
bud.
you've researched flat Earth because, oh boy.
Absolutely, this is my passion. Knowing about whether Jesus is the Messiah is my passion.
Before we move into the Jesus discussion, Tracy, thank you for the $160 over Venmo. Says, have a Merry Dougmas and a happy Char year. Volta looks sweet sleeping. That demon must wear him out. Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right, let's dig into why you think Jesus fulfilled any of these prophecies.
Okay, well, I believe Jesus is the legitimate legitimate descendant of Jesse, which means he fulfills the Davidic messianic fulfillment.
by what means is he from David? Also, by the way, just being from David doesn't make you a king, by the way. Like, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people that descended from King David. None of that makes you a king. But where can I find that he was actually from the seed of David?
Okay, well, if you actually, I believe it's in the Syriac Sinaiticus, it actually says that Joseph begot Jesus. So I know a lot of Bibles today teach the virgin birth. I think that's preposterous. I think that he can't be from the line of David if he's from a virgin birth.
But
that's just rubbish.
Matthew explicitly says that he was born of a virgin.
Yeah, but that's the mistake that I believe the scribes or whoever wrote it, the Greek one, I believe they
Do you
are the
mean
ones
the
that stuffed up.
Codex Sinaiticus? You're making the claim the Codex Sinaiticus?
So no, Syriac Sinaiticus.
Those are two different things. The Syriac Peshitta.
Yeah, Syriac.
The Peshitta is different from Sinaiticus. Sinaiticus was Greek. Peshitta was Syriac.
And why would we trust the Peshitta when it's an Aramaic translation? It's not an original.
Because it actually lines up with what first century Christians actually believed. So if you know
But
who
it's
the
a
Ebionites are,
translation.
yeah, but the Ebionites, who I believe are mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they did not believe that Jesus was born of a virgin. They refused to believe it. It was being pushed on by, I believe, the pagans, trying to push it on them in that time. And that matches first century Christian belief that Jesus was actually, according to the Ebionites, he was the actual Messiah, the king, a human ruler, which I believe that's what the Bible actually teaches, a human ruler, not a divine, half God, half man. Not
The
Paul's theology.
oldest,
They rejected Paul completely.
our oldest versions of the Gospels say virgin birth, and it's not until hundreds of years later when you get the Syriac translation that you get. And I'm not even sure if your claim is true. I'm looking at Syriac text right now to see to check your claim.
No, it is true. I've done my research, so I mean, but don't trust me, bro. Have a look for yourself. But that's why I believe that Jesus does fulfill the Davidic. Also, the Psalm 110, which is
I'm
not.
looking at the Peshitta right now. Yaakov Ulad la Yosef Guvra de Miriam.
Sorry, echo came back.
Oh,
I got it.
Yeah, it says that Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yeshua de Mitkla Mashiach, who is called the Messiah. It says Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus. Where is the difference supposed to be?
It's in the Sinaiticus.
The Sinaiticus is in Greek.
I'm looking at the Peshitta right now. Yeah. Sinaiticus, Codex Sinaiticus is a Greek work. The Syriac Peshitta, which is what I'm pulling up right now and reading, doesn't say anything differently. It says here that it says literally Yaakov ulad la Yosef, Jacob begot Joseph, Gavra de Miriam, the husband of Miriam, de Mana italed Yeshua de Mitkra Mashiach, of whom was born Jesus, who was called the Messiah.
Hang on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I used to, when I was part of the Hebrew Roots movement, I used to have a copy of the Syriac New Testament because I thought it was more authentic. And then I came across Greek loan words in the text, and I was like, oh, so obviously this is not an original. It's a Greek. It's a translation from the Greek.
That's 100%.
Yeah, so it was in the 4th and 5th century. So it was a Syriac version of the Gospels. And in Matthew,
translation, not original.
Yeah, but whether it's
Matt,
the
I just read Matthew 1:16 in the Peshitta.
Yeah, but the original doesn't matter though, because there are issues in the original as well.
In the Syriac. No, in the Syriac, I'm reading it in the Syriac, and it doesn't say what you're saying it says.
Sinaiticus?
Now you're just jumping
Greek.
around. Sinaiticus is Greek, bro.
Yeah, here, wait a minute. Turn my camera around. We have here Yaakov ulad la Yosef Gavra de Mariam de Mana etilet Yeshua de Mitkre Mashiach. And Jacob bore Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Messiah.
And read that again, sorry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. And to Jacob was born Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called the Messiah.
Yeah, it's not a virgin birth.
Well, do you want me to continue on to where it says that she's a virgin?
Yeah, but
Verse
whether the
23.
Yeah, let's see. It says here,
before she
Daha Batulta Tabian Batelad Bara. Yeah, it says the same thing. Behold, a virgin shall be with child.
Yeah, but she translated as young lady as well. So I
No,
believe
No.
Alma means young woman.
But Batulta in Syriac is the same as the Hebrew Batula, which means virgin.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's issues.
Because in the story, the angel has to come and tell Joseph not to be worried because it wasn't his.
You're mistaking it for the word Alma, which means young woman, not virgin.
Yeah, in verse 20, it literally says, Joseph, son of David, fear not to take thee, Mary, for thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but if you take that in the context of we're all conceived by the Holy Spirit because we're all
not.
Oh,
got the Spirit of God.
We're not.
Like John wasn't a virgin birth. Like I'll give you an example. John wasn't a virgin birth, but he was
the Peshitta text specifically says.
Yeah,
verse 18 says, after his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit. Before they came together.
Correct. Mark doesn't mention it, and John doesn't mention a virgin birth.
Well, so what? Neither one of them mentioned anything about Jesus's birth narrative.
Yeah, but Mark was I believe, was the earliest witness, one of the earliest witnesses.
So what? He didn't write about it.
Correct. So that means.
So if it's not true because Mark didn't write about it, that means Jesus was never born at all.
Well, if he was, which I do believe he was born, he would have been from the direct line of David.
Not according to Mark.
Well, Mark doesn't actually mention it, so.
I know Mark doesn't give you any line, and neither does John. So you can't get this idea that he's from the line of David unless you turn to Matthew and Luke. And Matthew and Luke both say that the line goes to Joseph.
So I'm looking at the Syriac Sinaiticus, and it does
There's
say.
no such thing as Syriac Sinaiticus.
It's not a thing, buddy.
You're conflating the names of two different works altogether. Stop saying that word. It's either the Syriac text or the Codex Sinaiticus. One's in Syriac and one's in Greek.
I think it is. Hang on, I think I did get it wrong.
And I'm reading the Syriac right now. It doesn't say what you're saying.
Yeah, also, let's fast forward the conversation anyways, because we all agree in real life, nobody was born to a virgin. So
I agree with that.
If we don't trust the Bible when it says that he was born to a virgin, why do we trust the Bible when it says he resurrected?
Yeah, well, see, the resurrection, obviously he speaks about it in Matthew 25, I believe.
No, I don't care. You already told me that Matthew says things that are untrue, so why should I believe that he rose from the dead?
Well, they do, I believe, there are early writings about Jesus that was under Pontius Pilate. I believe it's by, is it Pliny or Philony the Younger?
Pliny, but we don't care.
So,
we all know he died. I'm asking why should we believe that he resurrected?
Correct. Well, so you've got Paul's letters, which are independent witnesses as well, apart from.
Well, Paul didn't.
Say the
Paul didn't see
witnesses.
Jesus. He never met Jesus.
No, but he saw, I believe, according to himself, he saw a vision in Acts 9.
He fell off his
And so,
horse or his donkey and bumped his head.
well, yes,
He wasn't a
according to
he wasn't a
you.
witness to the resurrection. He had a near-death experience,
No.
according to the story. And based
Yeah,
on
well,
the
he
criteria
went
that you
blind.
already laid out, I think the best way to interpret the book of Acts is that Paul, who was already a maniac, fell off his horse, bumped his head, and then had a near-death experience because he felt so guilty about what he was doing to the Christians that he had a near-death experience about the supposed Christian God.
Yeah, but see the Ebionites, which if you've ever heard of them, they rejected Paul's teachings. They
But do
rejected a
you?
lot of what Paul taught.
Because you just appealed to
Yes, I
them.
do.
Okay, then you
Well, I
can't appeal.
appeal to them.
Then you can't appeal to Paul.
Well,
Then
I appeal to a sense of the
this is
resurrection
wild.
because he does
So
mention in Galatians. He
no,
mentions
you just
in
said you don't
Galatians.
take Paul as authoritative.
No, but they are, I believe, 7 letters are actually,
Buddy, I think
according
you're
to
really
scholars, they're
confused
actually.
about what you believe. This is getting
No,
kind of like weird and tedious.
No, because the 7 letters of Paul are actually proven to be written by Paul according to scholarship. So that's why I appeal to them. I don't
Doesn't
appeal to
matter.
all the letters. I only appeal to Galatians because it does mention
But the
James.
Ebionites didn't appeal to Galatians. They thought Paul was a false apostle.
Yes, but I appeal to Galatians because of the fact it mentions the pillars of the church at the time: Peter, James, and John.
So what? According to the Ebionites, Paul was a false apostle. Why do you believe anything he said?
Well, I don't believe anything Paul said, but when it appeals to scholarship,
Well, you
I
clearly
can.
do. You believe what Paul says because you're using him as a source for the resurrection.
I'm using him as the source for the Peter, James, and John. So I can say they actually did exist according to the letters of Paul, which they said.
What does Peter, James, and John got to do with anything?
Okay, because they would have been witnesses of said resurrection.
Well, it's a shame that they didn't say anything about it.
Well, according to First Peter, I believe he did. He mentions it. And the reason why I see the Bible
why should we believe that Peter wrote First Peter?
Well, that's the thing. It's you either believe it or you don't. I mean,
I don't.
You can say no.
I don't think he wrote either of the Peters. And the Gospels are clearly anonymous.
Yeah, I know the Gospels are anonymous. But you've got Peter basically saying, I was at I think it's 2 Peter. He was at I believe it's the.
Oh, he definitely didn't write 2 Peter.
You know, the early
So that
church even contested the authorship of 2 Peter. It's clearly written by someone very much late in the Christian era.
Yeah, so from what I remember, the Christians originally, they accepted I believe they accepted the Gospels, they rejected Acts, they rejected all Paul's letters, they rejected Revelation, they rejected James, they rejected Hebrews, they rejected Jude, they rejected, basically the only thing they had was Jesus' words only. That was it.
The Ebionites rejected Paul. We have no evidence that early Christians rejected Paul.
Well, they were the early Christians. That's what I'm appealing to. They were the Jewish
They may
believers
have been
in Yeshua.
They may have been a sect within the Jewish movement, but they weren't the only one.
No, of course they weren't the only one, but they are closer to they're closer to the heritage. They're mentioned. I believe they're the ones in the Book of Acts, because there's no mention of even I from what I've saw in Paul's letters, he doesn't mention the virgin birth.
This has got to be the most
Acts is
convoluted
fiction.
runaround I've ever heard for the resurrection.
No, but what I mean is I'm appealing because it's not a Bible. The Bible's compiled in the 300s, so you can't just say the Bible is wrong, because they were individual letters.
The
So
Gospels are wrong. How about that?
You said the
You can
Bible
take
was
them as-
wrong, not me. Well, I mean,
No,
I
I'm
agree that it
saying-
is. So you're the one
So-
throwing out all these Bible verses, saying that
Yeah.
they're not real. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck do you think is actually authoritative?
Okay, so I take the letters. So the letters as
Which ones?
Well, I'd say the Bible wasn't, as I tried to explain before, the Bible wasn't
Just
put
tell me
together
which
until-
ones.
Okay. Well, I believe Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, with some adaptations and some fixes, I believe
But you
it
just
can
said
actually be.
that Matthew and Luke lied about the virgin birth.
Exactly. But the thing is,
So
you
why
can.
should we take anything in Matthew and Luke?
Well, because I believe from what I read, and I've seen it, the earliest I believe it's one of the earliest manuscripts, or actually mentions that Joseph begat Jesus. So Jesus is a
There
human,
are,
doesn't
there
say
are,
that.
fully
there are,
human.
there are. I think you're mistaken here. What you're thinking of is
I
that there are
am not
certain
mistaken.
manuscripts. You are. There are
Yeah.
certain manuscripts of a
No, I'm not
Hebrew
actually.
translation. Yes, you are.
Yes.
There are certain manuscripts of a medieval Hebrew translation of the Gospel of Matthew, where it
Yeah.
says that Mary begot Joseph, the mother of Jesus, making the Joseph there the father of Mary. But those are medieval manuscripts, and they're not even the majority of medieval manuscripts from a Hebrew translation of the Gospel of Matthew. None of the Aramaic nor the Greek manuscripts say anything other than Joseph was the husband of Mary, who was a virgin who gave birth to Jesus.
Yeah, but it doesn't imply like Luke does, because Luke, what I believe it's in brackets as well.
It's not.
In brackets, it's actually
Not.
in brackets in Luke saying was supposedly. So it's not even in.
I can't believe this guy said he's done all the research on this. He's clearly hasn't done any
This
of
is
it.
wild.
Yeah, but
He
I've
heard a
literally
few
seen it.
teachers.
I've seen it in the
Speaking of not doing the
manuscript.
research, I found the scene in the documentary, by the way.
Excellent.
But we can get back to that once you're through with this.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. I've seen it. I've seen it actually in the actual writing that Joseph begat Jesus.
Unless you
That's
can
what it
provide,
says.
and no, unless you can provide us with the manuscript, I'm just going to assume that you don't know what you were looking at. I'm not convinced that you even you're able to even read Hebrew or Syriac.
No, well, I
That's
used
the
to.
other problem.
I was heavy into the Hebrew roots movement back in, I believe it was
Yeah, I know. That's where
20,
that's where all these horrible points come from. Because I'm
2020.
an ex-member of the I'm an ex-member of the Hebrew Roots movement. That's why I'm familiar with all these horrible talking points. That's what they're. I mean, Hebrew Roots people are all about
Well, it's
the
not a
Syriac
horrible
New
talking
Testament
Let's
and
point.
flat Earth shit.
let's fast forward
It's not.
this. How about you show me in the Bible where Jesus was ever the king?
Well, that I know they were going to take him to be. That's why I mean. That's why I try to establish he resides from David, because then that proves that he has direct line to the
Yeah, well,
kingship.
he doesn't have direct line, but even if he did, prove that he was ever a king.
Well, I believe they were going to take him to be a king, and he withdrew from the crowds.
So I didn't ask
Because
you if somebody wanted him to be king. I asked,
yeah.
show me where he was the king.
Well, if you believe in his two-part mission, the first part was to basically atone for sin
No,
and
that's
make
not
it
in
the
the
last and final.
that's not in the
What?
Hebrew Bible, and it doesn't answer my question. Can you show me
What
in
atone for
the
sin?
Bible where
It's all,
Jesus
it's all
is the
Leviticus.
king?
Yeah. So he mentions himself being the king in
Matthew
Matthew
26.
25. Matthew 25, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's a different kingdom. I mean, on the earth where the prophecies say the kingdom is.
Well, that's where he's going to eventually set up his kingdom.
Well, then he hasn't done it yet. Anyone
No.
can say that you're a
No.
king of a mystical kingdom far away that nobody can see. I can say that. My kingdom is not of this world. There you go. I'm king now.
Yes. Well, you can say that, but then you have to prove it, which is
No, you
what
don't
the
have to prove
second.
it because Jesus never proved it.
Well, that's what the second coming is supposedly all about.
Well, when the
That's
second
the
coming
second coming.
happens, I'll believe it. But until then, he hasn't done it.
Yeah, but see, they accuse him of being the king of the Jews. I believe when they
Don't
crucify
accuse him
him,
of it.
actually.
They mock him. That's why I put a crown of thorns on him. They're making fun of him to his face.
Yeah, but then they
Justin's the
put
king of
up.
the atheists, and he'll return it. He'll prove it at his second coming.
Well, that's the whole point of his mission. His mission wasn't to establish a kingdom straight away,
In
according
fact,
to his own
are you
words.
persecuting me? I am the Messiah. If you deny me, you're persecuting me, and I'm fulfilling Isaiah 53 now.
Isaiah 53.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with Isaiah 53.
This guy's
One
like
man.
herding cats. Literally cannot stay
no.
focused.
It's
You got him on Isaiah 53 now.
I am. He can't.
yeah, because
Well, listen.
I know you hate that.
Jesus is
I
king. We
believe
don't
that
hate it.
yeah.
It's just boring because it's the only prophecy you guys know, and your connection keeps fucking up on us. I don't know what's going on with your connection, but I have to keep resetting it over here.
Oh well, I'm using my phone. Maybe that's the issue.
No, most people use their phone. I think something's wrong with your phone specifically.
Yeah, because I'm using actual the website, so I think my phone screen turns off. So I think that kind of resets the connection.
He's using flat Earth satellites, and that's why it's shit.
Yeah.
And speaking, before we do move on with this, guys, I do want to address this claim now because it's quite hilarious how easily this is debunked. So
what is the balance?
So at this point in the documentary, they are making the claim that the astronauts are framing the Earth in the window in such a way that it makes it look like you can see the full curvature of the Earth. That is not what the astronauts themselves claim. The astronauts themselves do not claim that it is the full Earth. In fact, if you look up the transcript of the astronauts when they are showing that shot, you can see Armstrong says, "Roger, we are seeing the center of the Earth as viewed from the spacecraft in the eastern Pacific Ocean. We have not been able to visually pick up the Hawaiian island chain, but we can clearly see the western coast of North America, the United States," and it goes on to a few other locations that are visible from this view. When they say that they are turning off the other lights in the spacecraft, that is to reduce the glare that would be on the window that would prevent a clear shot.
Yeah.
It's so easy how you could debunk this. NASA never made the claim that that image specifically was the full curvature of the Earth.
Well, why did they try and make it look like it?
They weren't. They were just trying to get a good shot of the Earth. They were just trying to get a good shot of the Earth.
Seems redundant though, because the way they take it, the way it just looks like a mini circle. That's it. I mean, they're not really.
That's on you. Again, they were just trying to get a good shot, and that's what was visible through their window at the time.
I think he's just really bad at interpreting data.
It was a circular window. Like by definition, if the Earth fills up the entire view, then it will be a circular shot. Like you can't prevent that. But this is why the astronauts say that specifically themselves, that you're looking at the center of the view of the Earth, not the entire span of it.
Yeah.
It's right there in the transcripts. You can look it up.
Yeah. Will do. Anyway.
Well, let's do this. Because we've been on for a while, so we'll end on this last question, which is, can you show any of us a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled in the original context in which it was given?
Yes, so I'd say Isaiah 53.
Of course you
now,
would.
I'm going to... Yes, of course I would. But I'm actually reading from the NSAB, and it says here...
You mean the NASB?
Oh, yeah, that's the one. NASB.
The 1995 or the new one?
The 2020.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So it says here, I'll go from...
How about start in chapter 52, verse 10?
Verse 10. Yeah, that's what I was going to start. But the Lord desired to crush him, causing him grief, if he renders...
No,
Oh, sorry.
52.
If he renders himself...
52:10.
Oh, 52. Oh, 52:10. Why do we want to go to 52:10 for?
Because the context makes it pretty clear that it's not about Jesus.
I get it, context, but also isn't the Bible here a little, there a little? Doesn't the Bible kind of...
it's about context. Just go ahead and read it.
You're here.
Yeah,
you're here a little, there a little.
No, but doesn't also skip sort of... I wouldn't say the Bible's in context. I'd say certain parts are in context and it kind of trails off into something different.
This does not. Just read it. It'll be clear.
Yeah. So the Lord has bared his holy arm in the sight of all the nations, so that the ends of the earth may see the salvation of our God.
Right.
Yes.
And what do you think that means?
From what I remember, I remembered it, but then I've forgotten it.
It's about God redeeming his people from Babylon. In Deuteronomy, he says like a dozen times that he's bearing his arm against the Babylonians, which is why the next line, he says, "Depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no thing do not touch what is unclean. Go out of the midst of her
Yeah.
and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. But you will not go out in a hurry, nor will you go as fugitives. For the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. Okay, so this is pretty clear. God says, I'm bearing my mighty arm before all the nations, and it's time to get the fuck out of Babylon, right? This will become important here in a minute. Then he goes on to talk about the servant. It says, behold, my servant will prosper. He will be high and lifted up and greatly exalted, just as many were appalled at you, my people. So his appearance was marred beyond that of a man, and his form beyond the son of mankind. So he will sprinkle many nations. Kings will shut their mouths on account of him, for what they had been told they will see, and what they had not heard they will understand. Or they'll say contemplate in a lot of translations. So this is pretty clearly about the nation of Israel, right?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so far he's saying, I'm freeing you from Israel. The nations are going to witness it, and the nations are going to contemplate what just happened, which is why 53 says, who has believed our report? This is now, in my reading of the text, a personification of the nations recounting what they've witnessed. It says, who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up before him like a tender shoot, like a root out of dry ground. Well, that's Israel. If you keep going in Isaiah, God says that Israel is a shoot that I planted, the work of my hands. So far, we're now at 53 verse 2, and it's still about Israel, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Verse 3, he was despised and abandoned by men, a man of great pain and familiar with sickness, like one from whom people hide their faces. He was despised, and we had no regard for him. Still, is there a reason why I would read this as not about the nation of Israel?
I'll read it in a two-way, I'd say two-way. So in other words, you've got the general fulfillment, and then you've got the complete.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, so you're saying that the initial fulfillment is about the nation of Israel, but the secondary fulfillment is in fact about Jesus, and this would lead us to the fact that I asked you for a prophecy that was fulfilled about Jesus. Was fulfilled by Jesus in the original context it was given. But the original context of Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel.
Yes. However,
so it can't be about Jesus.
There are certain points that really do change it from Israel to an actual suffering servant.
Where?
Okay, well, you've got...
Because we got the verse 3, and you stated that it was the nation of Israel. Why would I read 52 and 53 and say Israel, 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 and then when I get the one part, like, not Israel? Why would I do that?
Well, because you've got verse 9.
So what?
His grave was assigned with wicked men.
Yep.
He was rich with a rich man.
That's
in
Israel.
His death.
Yep.
No, actually, no, it's not.
That's Israel.
Because he had done no. Because he had done no violence.
It's the righteous It's the righteous remnant of Israel, to be specific. And this is quite clear because God says in Ezekiel that he's going to dwell with the righteous remnant in Babylon. That's why the presence leaves the temple and goes eastward.
Not only that, but the same prophet also says that when the Babylonians came in and started to hack at people, that the sword was taken not only to the wicked, but to the righteous, and that the righteous died alongside the wicked, so their grave was with the wicked. Zephaniah 3:13 specifically says that they had done no violence and no deceit was found in their mouth, and almost exactly the same quote as what's found here in Isaiah.
Yeah, but it says that there was he had done no, but Israel was always violent. If you look at Israel,
not the righteous remnant.
So it says here, because he had done no violence, nor was deceit in his mouth.
Right, the righteous remnant did not do any of that stuff. That's why they're the righteous remnant.
Yeah, but listen to this.
Here, listen to this, bud. This is from the mouth of the prophet Zephaniah. For I will leave in the midst of you a people humble and lowly. They shall seek refuge in the name of Yahweh. Those who are left in Israel, they shall do no wrong and utter no lies, nor shall there be found in their mouths a deceitful tongue. The same
Yep.
exact language as found in Isaiah 53.
Yeah, but look what it says. But the Lord desired to crush him,
Yep, Israel.
causing him grief.
Yep,
So
Israel.
why would God crush people that have done no violence and there was no deceit in their mouth?
For
That
the
doesn't make
same
any
reason
sense
that
to me.
he crushed your precious Jesus, to be a guide to the nations. The same people who crushed the servant, the nation of Israel, are the ones that are going to witness God manifesting his glory when he redeems them from captivity. They're going to say, holy shit, look at what we did to these people. We thought that they were abandoned by their God, and it turns out that their God is the one true God, and all the rest of Deuteronomy Isaiah spells this out, that this is to bring the nations to the worship of Yahweh. And it's pretty clear that it's about the nation of Israel. It says, therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the plunder with the strong. Jesus didn't divide any plunder. Israel is described as dividing plunder after the captivity, though.
Yeah, but it says the Lord desired to crush him.
I'm
This is the
aware,
Lord.
yes, the Lord did. That's why the very beginning of Deuteronomy Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 1, God says that you've paid double for your sins. It says, comfort, O comfort my people, says the Lord your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term and has paid her penalty. So and then it says, she has received from the Lord's hand double for her sins. The reason why they received double for their sins was for their sins and for the sins of the nations.
Yep. But it says here, he will see his offspring, he will
I
prolong
know.
his days, and the good pleasure
Exactly.
of the Lord will prosper in his hand. As
That's
a result of
Jesus
the
didn't have
anguish of his...
kids.
Yeah, exactly. That's Israel.
No, but
Jesus had no offspring.
Yeah, but according to I believe it's Hebrews mentions that we are his children.
No, we're not his children. We are heirs with Christ, the Bible says. We're brothers and sisters with Jesus.
I believe in Hebrews it actually does say that.
If
So,
Jesus is the Son of God and God is also our Father, that would make us brothers of Jesus, not his son.
Right.
Well, if according to Christian theology, if Jesus is God, that means he's also a father, not the father,
I
but
thought
a
you were.
father.
I thought you
Is he his
identified
own
with the
father?
Ebion. I thought
Very
you identified with
incestuous.
the
Not his own,
Ebionites who
no, not
denied
his
the
own father.
divinity of Jesus. So, why are you going all over the place with your theology? I thought you
Well,
identified with the
because
Ebionites.
because Isaiah says he'll be the father of the future. So if you read it, he'll be the father
No,
of the
no, it
eons.
doesn't.
So
That's
father of the future.
Hezekiah. But again, you
Yeah, it can be.
do you
It can be
identify?
Hezekiah,
Do
but
you identify? Do you identify with Ebionite theology or not? Like, you can't just pick and choose, dude. Come on.
I mean,
well,
sounds like that's what he's doing, though.
Yeah, I mean, he rejects
Isaiah
Paul like the
talks about
Ebionites, but
Jesus.
he also accepts the divinity of Jesus, unlike the Ebionites, who rejected
Yeah,
that.
but he can still be the father of the future, and not be uh, the father. He can still be
Isaiah 9
divine and
isn't
not the
about
father.
Isaiah 9 is not about Jesus. But we're
You
on
don't get
Isaiah
to be the
53 right now.
father and then not be the
Well, see,
father. The Trinity
Matthew
is
references
dead
it.
on arrival, especially if you don't think he
Yeah,
had a virgin birth. What's the point of getting rid of the virgin birth and then also insisting that he is the father?
because you've got a lot of Christians like Jerome in 4th century who edits the text. You got people who just constantly edit the text. That's why we're in the mess we're in today, because people just keep editing
Gee
the
whiz.
text. They're
This
taking
guy's
I do
out
not
this
that
guy's
they
miss
out of
don't
his
want.
mind.
I don't miss
And so,
Christianity all that much, but I definitely don't miss the Hebrew roots movement. It was full of the nonsense like this.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
but the
pretty
thing
rough.
is, even Matthew references Isaiah 9 when he's talking about Jesus preaching in Galilee.
No,
He literally
I
referenced
don't think he
Isaiah.
references the passage you want him to reference. He references the beginning of chapter 9, which has nothing to
Correct.
do with the child in Isaiah 9. And the reason why he doesn't quote Isaiah 9, 6, and 7 is one, because it doesn't apply to Jesus, but also he can only read Greek, and then the Greek Septuagint, it reads entirely different. In the Greek, you're the one that wants to run off to like aberrant manuscripts. Look up. I'll put up for you Isaiah 9. We'll do 6. Oops, 6 through 7. And we're gonna do it in the Septuagint.
I'm actually unaware of this aberration in the Septuagint. I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, it's fantastic. You'll know immediately why this never made it into the New Testament. Because in Greek it reads, because a child was born for us, a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named Messenger of Great Counsel, for I will bring peace upon the rulers, and peace and health to him. His sovereignty is great, and his peace has no boundary upon the throne of David and his kingdom.
Yeah, that tracks.
Your
Now,
Honor,
and
they did use
you
Septuagint.
really don't want Isaiah 9 to be about Jesus, because unless you're going to make the claim that Jesus was born 700 years before you think he was actually born, because the child in Isaiah 7 has already been born. Ki yeled yuled lanu, for unto us a child has been born.
Correct. But there can also be a double meaning. So, example, like the whole God with us is not a name, but it can also be a title as well.
Typical Christian being double-minded.
Yeah, we already went over this. We have no reason to accept double meanings. Double meanings are divorced from the original context. You can make them about anything. That's the problem with double meanings, is the meaning of the second interpretation is whatever the listener wants it to be.
Well, don't you think Matthew would have seen, I believe, seen the prophecy and seen that Yeshua actually fits it? I mean,
He didn't
the
fit
whole thing
anything. It's not a prophecy about Yeshua. It's a prophecy about
he will
Hezekiah, bud.
rule. Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree
Well,
with
then
Hezekiah,
it's not
but
about
at the same
Jesus.
time,
So that's why I asked you
well, it's not
15 minutes ago, can you show us
but
a
it's not a complete
prophecy
fulfillment, though.
where the original context of the prophecy was fulfilled in Jesus? Not this double secondary fulfillment nonsense.
Yep, but Hezekiah didn't
Vague
fulfill it all.
predictions are bad predictions.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
again,
Hezekiah
just because
didn't fulfill it all.
the prophecy doesn't come true doesn't mean you get to add a secondary meaning. You have to be honest and just admit that the prophecy failed. You don't get to invent new meanings.
Well, how do you know they're inventing new meanings? What if
You're
actually looked at
inventing new meanings. The original
Well,
intention of
the
this
whole
is
thing-
pretty clear within
anything.
history. It seems to be about Hezekiah. It's a pretty typical enthronement prophecy, or a future enthronement prophecy about the birth of a future king. We have lots of these in the ancient Near East. There's no reason to make this about somebody way in the future when it's about a person who was born back then. That's why it says that he was already born. Past tense.
This is just an ad hoc explanation, because you're trying to invent a new explanation to save the fact that it didn't work. It didn't come to. Sorry, the echo is messing me up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. His phone's all fucked up. Listen, Jesus is king. We gotta move on. I can't keep fixing your phone every 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, but just the one thing is that Hezekiah didn't fulfill was the he will rule with fairness and justice from the throne of his ancestor David for all
Well, it doesn't
eternity.
matter if he didn't do it. This still doesn't make it about Jesus. Just because something doesn't come true doesn't mean you get to interpret new ways of reading it. It's clearly just a failed prophecy for Hezekiah.
Well, if it's reference from Isaiah 9:1, so Matthew's referencing Isaiah 9:1.
Yeah, this is between the conquests of the Assyrians. There were multiple invasions. This was written during a 10-year period where they thought that they were done with the Assyrian conquest and that was over. Turns out it wasn't over. The entire prophecy is a big locale.
So, nevertheless, the time of darkness and despair will not go on forever. The land of Zebulun and Naphtali will be humbled, and there will be a time in the future.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It's all past tense.
Yeah, but it says here there will be a time when the Galilee of the Gentiles.
It's past tense. The people who walk in darkness have seen a great light. Meaning, at the time this was written, it already happened. The great light he's referring to has already come.
Who was the great light?
Yes. It doesn't matter. It already happened at the time of the writing.
Yeah, but there's no great light.
To be sure, the light seems to be that they're free from the Assyrians at the moment.
Well, see, the great light, Jesus said, I am the light of the world.
Well, I don't care what Jesus said. I'm asking you about the grammar of this passage.
Yeah, but you can also see here that
you
again,
can't see here anything about Jesus because it's talking about something that already happened.
Yeah, but Hezekiah didn't rule for all
Prophecies are only
It doesn't
useful
matter.
prophecies
Jesus is king. We
if
already went over
people
this
of the
5
time-
times. You can't just reinterpret the meaning of a passage because it didn't come true. You have to be honest and just say, yeah, it didn't come true. The fact that it failed doesn't mean that you then get to reinterpret it about your favorite fail rabbi.
Well, it doesn't mean
prophecies
it failed,
are
or
only
you just not accept the
Sorry. Prophecies are only useful prophecies if the people of the time would have interpreted it the way you want to interpret it. But clearly that's not the case here.
Also, Jesus is king. Like you're fucking around with your phone way too much, and it's driving me crazy. I gotta drop you, okay, man?
Me too. All right, take it easy.
All right, cheers. I'll
How
never
unfortunate.
understand why how I can ask somebody, show me a prophecy where the original context was fulfilled in Jesus, and then they dance around on a bunch of prophecies that wasn't fulfilled in the original context by Jesus.
It's also super unfortunate for him that he wanted to talk about two things: flat Earth and Syriac Bible, and then two people who knew more about it on this panel absolutely destroyed him on it. It's gonna be a really great clip.
I was hoping for a stronger argument, because all the ones that he brought up are like, extremely simple, like flat Earth stuff, like literally like the start of the script.
Literally,
Like clearly he hasn't even been in the flat Earth community for very long, because he's just saying the stuff all the big YouTubers say.
People like him in the Hebrews community are the reason I began to deconstruct. So, good luck making more atheists out there, bud.
Well, sorry. Was he an Aussie?
It sounded that way. Either Aussie
How
or
can
Kiwi,
you be an
right?
Aussie and be like all enamored with the flat Earth thing? Like it's so fairly obvious being an Aussie that it's not flat.
Yeah, especially with every single flat Earth map that I've ever been shown, Australia is some kind of weird, distorted funhouse mirror version. Like no flat Earth map can ever get Australia right. It's hilarious.
This is true.
All right.
Anyways, I'm going to get back to work. I'm in the middle of editing some videos for you, bud. Merry Christmas. And just a quick reminder to everyone that unless something comes up with my family, I'll be going live tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Hell
Central
yeah.
Standard Time for Christmas Day.
All right.
All right.
Hey, thanks a lot,
Love you
buddy.
guys.
Good to hear
See
from
you
you.
later. Yeah.
W. Dalton.
See you, Dalton.
But I hate that everyone's
W.
coming
Dalton.
together this late at night, because I've got to read the rest of my super chats and get to bed myself, or else we'd bring in some more guests and keep the debates rolling. John, what's a good word, buddy?
Well, just I had my son here today, and we played some poker. I taught him how to play poker.
That's what's
And
up.
have you ever seen the movie Fred Claus?
No.
No, we're currently in the middle of it, and I just thought I'd jump in real quick just to say hi, Merry Christmas, everybody, Happy Holidays, and all that kind of good shit. Also, I put in the chat on TikTok that I love the thick Earth, just so that people didn't think I was like body shaming the Earth.
Oh, absolutely, we get it.
We love an Earth with curves.
Oh, for sure. With a what's the word I'm looking for? It'll come to me later. But happy holidays to you, buddy. You got big plans tomorrow?
No real big plans. I mean, I got to take my son home about 9:30, something like that, and then we have this tradition at our house, but we don't have traditional like Christmas dinners. Like we're having lasagna tomorrow night, and it's going to be awesome. My wife loves cooking, and she loves cooking Italian, and so it's gonna be like just really fucking awesome.
Very good. Sounds good, man. I would definitely go for some Garfield Christmas cuisine. Definitely go for that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to pop in and say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to all, and everything like that. And I hope you have a good holiday there. Justin, also Quantum. I know that we haven't really had a chance to meet, but I've loved seeing you.
I've seen you around every now and then, but yeah.
Yeah, I love seeing you up here, and I love your contributions and everything like that. So,
ditto.
Yeah, thank you. But I'll leave too, just so that you can get to your super chats and everything like that. And I know you got to get to bed. I got to get back to my movie. And yeah, y'all have a great Christmas.
Have a great one, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, happy holidays.
You too. Bye, guys.
Oh, W, God listen.
And if you're gonna end it, I suppose I should say happy holidays as well. Happy Newton Miss and all that. And thanks for
Happy
having me
Newton
up. That
Mass to
that
you,
was
Quanta.
fun.
Thanks
I
for coming
came
up,
in
buddy.
just the right time. Just the
appreciate
right
that.
time. That was great. All right,
I
later.
saw you in the box. I was like, we got to do it. We got to do it.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Later.
Cheers, man. W Quanta. All right, we're gonna grab our super chats, friends. Taco Joe, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says happy holidays, Justin. I have been here since the early days of your YouTube channel. You really have. You have created a community of Bible-educated skeptics through your education, work, and personality. Congratulations. Well, thank you, Taco Joe. I really appreciate that. And we've had so many good people in this community that make it happen. Like, I'm so lucky to be surrounded by other people that are like putting work in. And Jules, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, it's been a minute, but happy to see you live tonight. Happy holidays. May your Doug be hard and your cookies be flaccid. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Jules. No hard cookies, only flaccid cookies. Hardness is for Doug. And Lucor says in Arabic, the Quran says Allah's angel blew his spirit into Mary's vagina. Fuck me. In English, he breathed his spirit into Mary. Not the same. He gave Mary a heads up on what was to come. Oh boy. Well, that's something. That's not a description of the conception that I was aware of. That's pretty bonkers. Devils PD, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. This is the thing I've studied more than any other topic now. If you just look at the Syriac Sinaiticus, yeah, that tracks. This guy is literally all over the place, has no idea what's happening. Cole, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says for kittens and kid, Merry Christmas. Well, thank you, Cole. I appreciate that. And so do Faraday and Volta and my son. Thank you so much. And Greg, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says if the author of Matthew couldn't read Hebrew, how does Matthew 2 prophesize that Messiah would be a Nazarene when the likely source is Isaiah 11? The root words are vaguely sounding Hebrew. So I'm not saying that he didn't know any Hebrew words. In fact, he probably spoke Aramaic. What I'm suggesting is this guy had no access to Hebrew manuscripts, and he couldn't adequately read it the same way that he could read Greek. This play on words most likely predated whatever Matthew's work was. Good question, though. And Aaron, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says happy holidays and winter solstice, brother. Well, happy solstice to you. I just want to say I appreciate you so much and our awesome community, and I'm excited for 2026. Well, Aaron, I really appreciate that. You've supported so many people, and myself included, in the community. We certainly couldn't be here without you. So big W over to Aaron for all the support. And Charles, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships, my friend. That is humongous. Humongous. I really appreciate that. It's gigantic. Huge grace. And IT Bad Guy says, Aqua here. When I was a rapper, I went by D's Nuts. Fantastic. Good name. Sign says, lockout, tag out. That's what I'm talking about. For the win. Electro hazards are real. Listen, lockout, tag outs for pansies that are afraid of getting hurt. Eggnog says, Mary Dougmas from Australia. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Mary Dougmas to you. And Sebastian says, thanks for the membership gift. You rock. Well, thank you to Carlos and Randy and all those who donated the memberships. Big W for them. And Eric says, a horse walks into a bar and the bartender says, care for a drink. To which the horse replies, I think not, and vanishes. Wait, what? Care for a drink? To which horse replies, I think not, and vanishes. I'm sure there's something funny in here that I'm missing. Let's try it again. Okay. A horse walks into a bar and the bartender says, care for a drink. To which the horse replies, I think not, and vanishes. I guess I don't get it. I'm sorry that I'm too dumb to get this one. I feel like this probably is a decent joke that a bunch of people are going to get that I'm just not getting. But thank you for the super chat, Eric. And Miss Anthropology says there's a surge in electrical jokes. Another amazing electrical joke. I appreciate that one. And Mindy says, so glad I came across your channel in May out of the blue. Thanks for the great cookouts. Keep putting theists' feet to the fire. Happy holidays. Well, I really appreciate that, Mindy. And we're going to keep doing that. If the one thing we're going to do is we're going to keep cooking. And E Boogie says, these jokes are so bad it hurts. Oh, fuck yeah. Listen, we're getting everything in, all the puns in here today, every one of them. Resin says, I'm positive these electric jokes are going to amp me up. Yes. More and more and more. They won't stop. And they shouldn't stop. Flabberty says, I find all these electrical jokes overwhelming. Okay, that was good. That was good. We'll get definitely a rim shot for that one. That's totally a dad joke. Air Power says, did I miss something about why we're doing these current electrical jokes? Listen, that's another joke right now. I assume you intended it. I assume the pun was on purpose. And for that, you get yourself a rim shot. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Says, Volta and I are kindred spirits. Merry Christmas Eve. That is the case, Gretchen. Both Hellraisers. And that's what I love about yous. And Jay Brick says, remember, Justin, there's no place like Ohm. That's a electricity joke and a dad joke all in one. Another rim shot. Carnage, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, feel free to utilize this pickup line, for it has never not worked. You must be a superconductor because you just eliminated all my resistance. Oh, that's good. It's a joke and a pickup line? Listen, I don't know if I'm going to use this as a pickup line, but I'll let you know if it works. In fact, I'll let you know. Jaybrick says, remember, there's no place like Ohm. Fuck, we got a double. Hell yeah. And Hammond says, we could always debate the Muslim nativity scene, talking about Baby Jesus is Wild. I don't know much about the Muslim nativity scene, actually. We should bring that up eventually. Courtney says, any more electricity jokes? I'm amped up. Yeah, not only do we have more, you're bringing them. And Corbin says, I just read Gilgamesh. I work with a guy who simply thinks it's a true story about Nephilim. He's entertaining to listen to. Well, listen, it's been my experience that anyone that believes in the Nephilim are interesting. They're out of their mind, but they're interesting. Flockmeister says, forget debates tonight and just call this a party. You know, we almost did, actually. It took so long to get a good first guess, we almost just threw a party instead. But we got some. Collapsalism says, all these puns hurts so bad. Another hurts joke. We appreciate that. Thank you so much, Collapse. And Gargoyle King says, make one more electrical joke, mister, and consider yourself grounded. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't want to leave my room anyways. The Walking Dead says, I've got the power. You do. You really do. And Duke says, I've got the powder sugar variety for cookies. Listen, I think I'm going to take the powder tomorrow. We'll see. Active Fool says, yoga instructors say Ohm. Guess they can't be non-resistor non-believers. That is a stretch for a play on words. Listen, we'll grant it. We'll grant it. That was hard work you put in there, but it does take a little bit of stretching to get there. Callie Bite says, semen from the family jewels. I mean, yeah, unless you're Muslim. Then it's from your backbone and ribs. That says, when can I call in and debate the existence of my God that you see in the short story, The Egg by Andy Weir? I've never heard of The Egg by Andy Weir, but anytime we're running the God is not real topic. Goblin says, a node to the positive direction of electric puns. I think that's supposed to be the play on words with node. I appreciate that. That was good. That was still good. Might even call it a topological joke. Anthony says, "Oh my God, these jokes are terrible, and I love it. Thanks for adding to the collection, Anthony." And Smack says, "How to conduct aquatic murder, assault, and battery." Oh fuck, there's so many. There's like 3 jokes in one. 3 jokes in one. Oh, that's not what I wanted. 3 electricity jokes in one is pretty wild. SPF says, question, why do electrical engineers hate go-karting? Answer, because they only run on short circuits. Oh, that's fair. Okay. I mean, that's not, as an electrical engineer, you don't want short circuits, but I see the play on words. I see what you did there, and still a W. SP Gerber says, let's amp it up. Happy holidays. Well, thank you for the additional electricity pun. Juju says, please do a skep talk with Gutsick Gibbon. She loves puns, and those electric ones would go hard, and that would please me. That would please Doug. Well, Juju, I'll certainly try. I do love watching Gutsick. If I can get on screen with her, I definitely would enjoy the opportunity. Boogie the Cat says, mead is made from honey, therefore honey is magic. I mean, I can't argue with that logic. It's just logically true. And beautiful cat, by the way. Max says, the call with the 5-leaf clover megahertz. Oh, megahertz is a good one. We haven't heard megahertz yet tonight. That's the first one. Judith says, a third party correcting someone to call another doctor is not ego. Trust me, I'm an Esquire. Dr. Blitz earned the doctor before its name. That is the case. That's why, like, you have to be careful talking to people with real PhDs in the field that they were studied in, because they know things that you don't even know that they could know. Patrick, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And Jesus, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, topic idea, take the Christ out of Christmas. Ooh. That would hit hard. Okay. I like it. Tudadial says, has the Prophet Dalton been petrified? I don't think he has. Can Doug do the Dougie? Certainly. Is the holy sediment being compiled? For sure, actually, in the Discord. Glory upon the hefty gems of Doug. Glory, praises be, of course. Zach says, at Blitz, oh, I'm sorry, Blitz is gone. Are you doing the typical Christmas movie and Chinese food tomorrow? Probably, if I had to guess. I think he mentioned it last year, actually. I could be wrong. I'm excited to see Now You See Me and Munch on some General Taos. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of Christmas movies I want to watch, but I do like some of the classics, and I could definitely go for some Chinese dinner. I've never tried Chinese and movies on Christmas. I need to give it a shot. Akain says, we need a The Rapture Will Not Happen live stream. Oh, we did 1 or 2 of them before. We don't do it too often. We usually wait for September to roll around, you know? Jay says, October 31st equals December 25th. Must be a Yule log. Oh. Sorry, it took me a second to catch that one with a log. Okay, fair enough. Good. Now you guys are actually pushing my mental state here. Greg says, it's the 25th here in the UK. Merry Dougmas. Oh, well, hell yeah. Merry Dougmas to you, my friend. Thank you for supporting. And Kevin says, for the best audio software for Mac, try Rouge Amoeba software. It's the best. I've used their stuff forever. Well, what I'm using right now works, and it is free. But let me look up this other stuff. 1 second. Rouge Amoeba. Okay. All right. I'll give it a look. I do appreciate the suggestion. Always looking to improve the setup. Captain says, Merry Santamus. Well, Merry Santamus to you, my friend. And Ianto says, why when Jesus came back did no one recognize him? Elaborate hoax? I think it's because it's preserving a real memory of people seeing the imposter. Gretchen says, for the record, Justin did not confirm he loves us. I do, Gretchen. I love you and everybody else in the community. Clever Moniker, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I made you a thank you Christmas present and uploaded it to YouTube, and now I'm trying to figure out how to send you the link. Not tech savvy. Well, I really appreciate that, but just send me the link over my email or Discord, and I will get it. Charles says, God, man's worst invention. That is the case. We've invented a lot of shit, but inventing God was probably the worst of them by far. Hank says, we clamored for Christians to call for Christmas, and they sent a flat earth Fruit Loop with a folio of fanfic. I mean, that is the case. I mean, yes. I don't want to say bad about him now he's not here, but he was off the rails. EK, thank you for the $5 Euro chat. It says Christmas is on January 7th. You heretics, just joking. Happy Festtag, everyone. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe we should start celebrating alternative days for Christmas just for fun. See what the Christians do, you know? Charles says, Merry Christmas, atheists. Remember, pagans are the reason for this season. That is true. This whole holiday is borrowed as fuck. And Charles also says, how did the plants come before the sun? Well, because they don't know how things work. There's some reason why rivers were mentioned in the creation narrative. Those rivers are rain-fed, but it didn't rain until Noah's flood, theoretically. So how'd they get fed? No one knows. And Collapse says he called before and got cooked after saying he was a very lauded and respected in the Christian community. That's the same guy? Is it really? Shit. I bet you're right. I don't know. That last guy was not, the guy that I remember said he was lauded was a goof though. I don't know. Anal Salad, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, how can I send 666? I don't know. I have no idea. It has something to do with whether or not you're on the phone or the computer, and I don't fully understand how to do it myself. I wish I could help you out. Thank you, though. And Charles says, God is weird and evil. I mean, he's 100% both, for sure. Amir, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. The Santa equals indoctrination into magical thinking and an arbitrary arbiter of good and bad, inequity of gifts. Elves equals good kind of slavery, as Joel says. I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, the elves are like the magic helpers, so the angels, you know what I mean? Oh, also, don't all kids get the presents regardless? Fair. That's another good point, actually. And perhaps they carry on to adulthood that whatever they do, they'll go to heaven. I mean, it does pose, like the crossover between Santa and Jesus does pose some problems, but I think you're trying to carry Santa into Jesus, and that's where they don't line up. Facelord says, did you see that the e-file docs aren't really redacted? Well, they aren't. You can copy and paste the text that's blacked out. So much fuck. They failed to properly redact them? Holy shit. I can't wait. I haven't seen them yet. I can't wait. Carlos says, if evolution wasn't true, then why do we have different animals on different continents? Yes, there's a name for it. What's it mean? Or what's the phrase? It's called endemic species. Yeah, that only makes sense if they evolved there. Mir says, by the way, I'm here wrapping gifts, including from Santa. That's what I'm talking about. Wrapping's not so bad, actually. Although gift bag, that's really easy. Meg says, happy holidays. Wishing you all a happy and healthy holiday in Doug's name. Well, thank you, Megs. I really appreciate that, friend. Appreciate you supporting the live stream. And behold what God calls love, says, is caller proposing Quirinius ruled by Zoom call. Basically, that's what he's saying. He had some authority in the land prior to becoming governor. We just don't know what it was. We just assume that he did. Dante says, does caller 100% know he's gotten divine revelation or deceived by one God's false prophets? He doesn't, which is why asking if you know anything 100% is a losing argument. Gaz Huxley says, jingle bells, jingle balls. I'm sorry, jingle balls, jingle balls. Lucario has big eggs. Oh, what fun it is to spiritually ride a donkey for into Jerusalem. Hey, that's a good rhyme. I mean, a good song, rather. I appreciate that, Gaz Huxley. Good to see you, and thank you for the piece of artwork. Mithra says, also, Herod Archelaus was hailed as king by the people of Judea, just not acknowledged by Rome. Luke is entirely consistent with Josephus, not Matthew. Yep. In fact, I did pull out my old copy of Josephus. I'm going to read through it tonight after the stream and see what he says. He mentions the matter in Antiquities and in Wars. Charles says Jesus was a false prophet. Couldn't agree more. And Nitty says if Mary was 12 or 13, then he's a child born out of Yes. Yep. That is the case. An illegitimate child. Deuteronomy 23 says illegitimate children won't be allowed into the assembly of the Lord until the 10th generation. And Charles says ignorance of the law doesn't work in court. Why should we accept ignorance of your Bible? That's a fair point. That is a fair point. And Science Maniac says, first super chat, longtime listener. Have you seen Has Been, Hotel, or Hell of a Boss? I have not. It's like Disney, but for Christian skeptics. They dive deep into theology. I've never even heard of it. Hold on, let me look it up. This is interesting. Has Been, Hotel. Is it a cartoon? It looks like a game. Huh. I'll look it up. All right. Hey, listen, thanks for the tip. And Charles, thank you for the $1.50 super thanks. Clarissa, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says, as a Christian loner, just want to chime in and say how much it means to me that you're live tonight. I feel a little less lonely. Thank you. Well, Clarissa, I really appreciate that you're here. And I'm sorry that you're feeling lonely, but you don't have to be lonely. We're here for you. We are community, even if it is over the interwebs. Thank you for being here and supporting. We really care about your friend. Christian Fry says, wife kicked me out to fill stockings, so here I am. Well, listen, stockings are great. Glad you're here. We're happy to have you. Good question. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, idea, Christian self-identifies as 18 plus. Then ask him and her, please pray to the Spirit to help you win this spiritual skirmish you're getting into. Joel does that. Joel has them pray, which is kind of fun. I don't do that, but I do like the idea. We definitely should bring that out and make it happen. And 49 says, you can hear when Shucks realized he couldn't argue anymore about past tense being a prophecy. He runs when he knows he was going to be held to the fire. I mean, yeah, that's what they do, right? You feel the pressure, you got to move on. You got to move on. Don't stay in it, right? Dante says, debate topic, Jesus hates you. That man thought Gentiles were dogs. Wait, what? Hold on. The topic is Jesus hates you. Okay. That man thought Gentiles were dogs. I don't get it. Are you saying that he hates us Gentiles because he hates Gentiles blanket statement? So you're saying Jesus hates you because Jesus hates Gentiles. But unfortunately, that's not really the case. We find if you take into account all of the New Testament, there's this replacement theory where the Gentiles are really replacing the Jewish people. It says that he's going to put the axe to the tree and that he's going to abandon this people for one that will actually obey him. That's why you have the parable of the wicked tenant farmers and the parable of the banquet, so on and so forth. Because replacement theory, man. Yeah. Libertas says, can you recommend any free or low-cost scholarly Bible study classes or programs? You, Bart, Ehrman, Kip, and Bowman are my go-to guys. Good question. Thank you for that. So, low-cost scholarly Bible, I would go with the Yale courses. There's a number of free courses like through Yale and whatnot that you can take. They're pre-recorded. They're not like you're not getting a grade or anything, but they're really good actually. Quite good, I would imagine. All right, listen, friends, I got to use the restroom. I'm sorry. I still got like 20 super chats left, but I've got to use the bathroom. I'm getting a little overloaded. And we're back, friends. We are back. But yeah, those are some recommendations. Also, a lot of good resources on archive.org. Charles says, I want it to fit my prophecies, so I'm going to change it to make it fit my prophecies. Indeed. Listen, that really is Christianity in a nutshell, right? Which is, I'm going to change the words on the page because I need it to mean something about Jesus. I don't care what it actually says. We just need to wrangle these words in a way that gets you to Jesus, because truth is not relevant here. And Gargoyle coming in again says, Jesus was Dracula, drink his blood for eternal life, died and rose from his crypt, then flew away, so also hates crosses. Science. Okay, for Justin. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Gargoyle. And you're right, that's a very good crossover. Jesus and Dracula is like spot fucking on, actually. Although I forgot about the crypt. It's been a hot minute. And Rastaman says Coulomb budsman. Well, I know what a Coulomb is, and I know what a budsman is, but I don't know what a Coulomb budsman is. I think that's a combination of multiple words with one part knocked off. So I mean, is that somebody who assists the? I don't know what you're referring to. I appreciate the play on words. I just don't understand where the joke is yet. You know what I mean? I don't see it. But I do like combining words together. Singer Soul says he said that Jesus wouldn't want people to be divided against each other because of these religions, but he has not read Matthew 10:34 through 38, and that is the case because Jesus explicitly says that he came to turn father against son and mother against daughter. That was his goal. You have to hate your family, he says. Helium says 1,140 DZ videos this year and screenshot proof. Holy fuck me. 1,000 videos? That's crazy. I watched a lot of videos in my life, friends. But 1,000 in 1 year of just me is wild. Thank you so much, Helium. I appreciate that. And tripolar triple alarm disorder. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says he is not listening at all, just waiting to speak. To be fair, that's what they all do, right? Like none of them are actually having conversation. And 49 also with the additional super chat. Thank you so much. As Christians, he's always watching, judges you, exists out of time, immortal, all good, magical, believed on faith, not evidence. Is this God or Santa? Is clearly both, which is the whole point here tonight. And a simple programmer coming in again. Thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero says a farad is 1 unit of capacitance. It could also be 1 unit of Faraday flatulence. Oh my gosh, dude. Faraday specifically gets gassy as fuck. He'll get on me and just move around and fart right on me. It's the smelliest thing ever. But we love them. I think they're cute, right? I gotta change their food out or something. Gotta get better food. And Rob, thank you for the $6.99 super chat. Says, I think I figured out the wordplay in that super chat. The helper of electrical engineering students was the ombudsman. Oh, that's better. I like that one a lot. That's the right joke. The ombudsman gave for Justin so hard. I really appreciate that, friend. Thanks for getting that joke fixed up for me. Speaking of the Hellraiser, here he is. Helium says Badger and Nimsary say hi to Volta and Faraday. Well, look, we got Volta right here. Faraday's coming up right behind me, actually. And Booget, thank you for the super chat. It says 7 letters of Paul. I only count 4 letters. I mean, I don't even know what I count anymore with Paul's authentic letters. Jury's out for me. And former Adventist, thank you for the 777 Canuck Bucks. Says, wishing you all Merry Christmas, and to my fellow former Adventists, life is better after Adventism and Christianity. Run away from all these liars and frauds. Indeed. Guys, we talk about people who do their own research, but like for real, you can do some research. It's going to be okay. Like, don't just believe what you're told. And Dr. Carla, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, of course, Jesus was King, Justin. You just have to squint real hard and tilt your head to the right. Stand on one leg, then you'll get it. You know what? That is fair. The thing that I was messing up was I wasn't twisting the meaning of words quite enough. Like I really need to get down to the brass tacks of words having 0 meaning, and then finally I'll get down to figuring out that Jesus was king. And Eric says that joke relies on Descartes, which I never pronounced right. I mean, Descartes is how people pronounce it in English. A philosophical saying, I think therefore I am, but explaining that the first would be putting Descartes before the Descartes before the horse. That there was too many steps in that one. Sorry, I didn't catch it. My brain wasn't on the same wavelength. And Gentleman Viking says someone mentioned lockout tagout locks. Those are also great for practicing lock picking, by the way. There's no money in electrical engineering. It's a static field. Oh, that's funny. That's a good joke. That is a good joke. I mean, it's not true, to be fair. There's plenty of money in electrical engineering. But is that a good joke nonetheless? Yes, it is a good joke nonetheless. And Sonic Shroom says, electrical jokes have induced me to comment. Oh my goodness. Just for that gets an air horn. That's a gem. That's a gem. And original. Brent, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Justin was just acting like he didn't get that the horse joke was about Descartes to get our super chats. I mean, that's not the case. I legitimately didn't get it. I don't know why. But you gotta remember, I'm live for like 6-7 hours at a time. And towards the end of the live stream, my brain starts like shutting down, you know? It's just not easy to keep your brain hitting on all cylinders the entire time. Unless you're Dr. Blitz. He's always on. Chris, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, one more, 425. Keep on cooking in 2026. Thanks, Justin, Dalton, and crew, especially you Dugites, both streams, for making me laugh. Y'all are my rocks. I do love the comments. The comments are off the rails. I can't read all of the comments from people, but I can read enough of the comments that I'm usually chuckling in my internal state. in my spirit, as some might say. And Spiky Steve, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the EE jokes are like a 100 milliamp across the heart. They're gonna kill me. Oh, okay. Wait, so you're saying, hold on, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying 100 milliamp across the heart is gonna kill you? I mean, it could. Maybe. Now I have to look up like what it takes to like fuck up your heart. I actually don't know. Welcome back, buddy.
No, that'll kill you. It's generally like 60 milliamps is like the threshold to give you a heart attack.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the human heart at all. That's not much.
Also, I heard you say nice things about me, so thank you.
Of course I would. I mean,
also, funny story. When I was an undergrad, I took 15,000 volts to the left arm.
Holy shit! How'd that feel?
Yep, couldn't feel it for a few hours.
Dude, you're lucky you have an arm.
Well, I mean, it just made my arm basically numb for a few hours, but like, you know, it's not gonna like vaporize you. It was like, you know, a few milliamps or whatever, but it just like it hurt. I was playing with a what is it called? A flyback transformer that I ripped out of an old CRT TV because I was trying to build a Jacob's ladder. Those things, you know, they regulate, like you can tune them up to like 20 kV, and I had bad high voltage practices, so.
I mean, it's gonna happen from time to time. I got shocked once working on a TV because, like, sometimes you just get into something and you forget to do the right thing, and you're like, "Well, fuck, you're gonna pay for that one." But, anyways, we're just reading super chats and closing out for the night. There was a question from the chats though.
I'm not here for a long time.
Are you going to be watching movies and eating Chinese food tomorrow?
Maybe. I mean, tomorrow's a regular work day for me, but we may have to put on something for. I mean, probably by tradition, we'll probably get Chinese food for dinner. But
yeah.
Otherwise, I will just be cooking tomorrow morning.
Hell yeah. Well, there's your answer, friends. Misinterpretation says, "What is going on with the last guy? My brain is currently short-circuiting." That's a really good one, Misinterpretations. Not only did you mention the relevant guest and comment on it, and also include 2 different puns. I mean, this is just definitely DJ Horn territory joke. I appreciate that. And William says, Descartes walks into a bar. There we go. And the bartender says, "Would you like a drink?" Descartes says, "I think not," and vanishes. I thought the previous time the joke came up, it says a horse. A horse walked into a bar. I mean, it's completely different if Descartes is walking into a bar.
Justin, of course they told you the horse joke first. You can't put Descartes in front of the horse.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right.
And his name is John C.
That was elaborate and fucking good. That was chef's kiss for that. That was a long game. Like, y'all did the long game on me. Holy shit.
I really hope it was intentional. Otherwise, I'm just brilliant.
No, I think it's both. I think it was intentional and brilliant. I think there's no other way around it. Holy shit. I'm going to have to keep that in my back pocket. Raise, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I'd never impede amped up people from making these short electrical puns. I can't resist induction of current puns because I don't have the capacity. We conducted ourselves well, though. you've sparked some puns, and that's like 10 in one super chat, which I think that means the crown goes to you, Rays. You've won Electrical Pun Night. I had no idea this is what tonight was going to bring, but thank you for that. And also, Ken, thank you for your super chat. It says, my wife and kids are atheists and find the Bible boring. My wife and daughter love the kiddies. My Christian family members won't talk about the Bible with me. Well, not everyone likes it. I think it's exciting. I think the Bible is fun and interesting. I can understand why some people wouldn't, but I think it's deeply interesting, even if you don't believe the bullshit. And KG says, Merry Christmas. Did you watch the Buttercream Gang yet? Never even heard of it. What the hell is the Buttercream Gang? Oh, jeez, oh, Pete's. Buttercream Gang. No, it's a movie from 1992, huh? No, never seen it. It says, unlike most gangs, the Buttercream Gang does good deeds. But their leader, Pete, must go and live with an aunt in Chicago. Okay. Never seen it. Maybe I'll have to give it a watch. PJ Juicer, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, find a Bible contradiction that could plausibly be from the Quran. Really? Tell Christian caller. Oh, I see what you're saying. Find a Bible contradiction, say that it's in the Quran, and then see if they agree with the contradiction to show their bias. We've done that from time to time. We typically do that with like factual errors or other like bad morals, but we could definitely do it with a contradiction. It's hard though sometimes. A lot of people have watched my show enough, like the Christians have watched my show enough, that they know I'm playing a trick on them. So it doesn't always work. 34 and 0 says, I've no capacitance for these electrical jokes. Yet you do. Because you're still bringing them, baby. Thank you. And Design, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, are apologists borrowing from used car salesmen or vice versa? I can't tell anymore. Happy holidays, fam. Well, thank you, Design. And to be fair, they did come first. But before we had used car salesmen, we had like used part salesmen, and same tactics probably apply. BRB, thank you for the super chat. Says Electra is amber in Greek, so amber waves is AC. I mean, I can't argue with that at all. Z-Bob says, thank you for your donation, but we thank you for your donation, Z-Bob. And Empress for your donation. Says, I've wanted a hippopotamus for Xmas, but the dang thing won't hold still long enough to string the lights on it. I get that. I would imagine that they're not thrilled about having Christmas lights hung up on them. But take some pictures at least. Aaron Feller says, I think therefore I am. The horse says, I think not. Ergo, the horse ceases to exist. It took me a minute to get it, too. Clever joke. Wait, there's more to it? Hold on. Yeah, if he says, I think not. There we go. Yeah, I think not. So it wouldn't exist. Joshua says, quick, 50 mine more super chats while he's gone. I know. Guys, thank you so much for all the shares, likes, and supports. I really appreciate it.
Yes. My lobster is too buttery. My steak is too juicy.
It's the worst. It is absolutely the worst.
What an absolute shame.
I love how supportive this community is. It really is amazing. Emra says, on Tubi or Plex is a documentary called Selling God. It mocks the marketing of Christianity. It's a good show. Oh shit, I have to catch it. I love a good mockumentary or a good documentary that's like showing how evil something is, like the church. Aaron says, dang, ignore my poor joke explanation, please. Oh, well, I mean, we already went through it. Sorry, Aaron, we already went through it, but thank you for the explanation. We do appreciate it. And Sonic Shroom says, already Christmas Day in Australia. That's true. So I am spending my Christmas Day with the Deconstruction Gang. Good times. Well, thank you, Sonic. I really appreciate that. We're glad that you're here, and we love and appreciate everybody in the community. And thank you for supporting. And last super chat from our friend Jessica. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat says, happy summer solstice to my fellow Australians. Enjoy your barbecues, backyard cricket, and fruit salad with Pavlova. There we go. Not with Pavlov. He's dead. I thought it was Russian. But this is the thing I forgot, actually, because like for us, Christmas is in the dead of winter, but on the other side of the planet, like December 25th is like in the summer, isn't it? So like we have two very different Christmases happening. That's for sure. Well, we got one more super chat from Booget. It says, wallet is too small for my 50s. Diamond shoes too tight. Wait, wallet too small for my 50s. Diamond shoes too tight. I don't know what that means, Booget, but I really appreciate the super chat, my friend. And that is the end of the stream, guys. I got to go to bed. I got to get some sleep, do all the stuff tomorrow, do all the things, run around and see everybody. But thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Who's live right now? Is anyone live that we can go raid? Surely somebody's live.
I think I saw Mezzo live. I think.
Oh,
But
fuck
this was
yeah.
like 20 minutes ago.
All right, let me check on my phone real quick. Dun, 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 dun. I think he probably is live. He is with Joel. All right, they're live right now. See, couldn't watch live on this device because I'm live on another device. Yeah, that's fine. Guys, we're going to go raid Joel and Mezzo's live stream, and I assume then that they're also going to be live on YouTube since they're live on TikTok. Let me find their YouTube channel and display it up so we can see.
This
And
is
it's
what I
true.
said. This was about, by the way, like
Joel and Mezzo
3-4
are
months
live
into our
right
friendship,
now
so we had gotten quite
on Joel Reads Bible.
and Mezzo was doing
Let's
these
everyone
card
run over
tricks,
there.
and I
Let's
said,
get them up over 200
"I have
followers
something to
on
say about
YouTube.
them, and it's
And
this.
everyone go say hi. Tell them Doug specifically sent you. Joel is a huge fan of Doug. He'll love to hear
Mezzo, I love
that Doug sent you. He's Doug's
to
biggest fan. So tell him Doug loves you. And I'll see you over there in just a bit. Dr. Blitz, I hope you have a great holiday tomorrow.
It's supposed to be mysterious, not funny.
I will. I will be live in about 12 hours or so.
They're the best, and
All
I
right.
love
I'll probably watch
them.
some of it
Again, thank you.
Friends,
Can
have
I
a great night.
steal them
Sounds
from
good.
you,
Merry
or
Christmas.
All right.
are you
Have a happy holidays.
Happy holidays.